I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Beginning this year, and the other one has not been back in about a month. So we advise the animal people. So
copy will contact the dog one. 410, can you call the box?
copy.
Morning, someone. Morning, NY Debs. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm going to switch it over to Crowder's Mug Club once it starts broadcasting. Of course, it's always late. It's supposed to start at 10.
220 Surfer Disorder, 918 North Michigan, 918 North Michigan. Female caller, Destiny, reporting a female causing destruction, banging on people's doors, lashing out. Says she was taken advantage of. A black female, white shirt, black shorts, mismatched socks at the end of the hallway. 220.
Hey, Solo. Viet, Michigan. That's funny. Don't care who you are. That shit's funny. Have you looked at your team yet, Cajun? Let's see if this is up yet. People going nuts everywhere? Yeah. Yep. I believe that. Oh no, X is still not working right. Both X and Facebook aren't connected. Oh well. Oh, here we go.
I've loved and lost at all. Come cheer up my lads, come cheer up my lads. 'Tis better to have loved and lost. 'Tis better to have loved and lost. Captain John Picard and never to have loved at all. The Federation starship, come cheer up my lads, come cheer up my lads. 'Tis better to have loved and lost. Captain John Picard, 17346732147 Charlie 32789777643 Tango 732 Victor 731178732476789764376 Lock. When I have plucked the rose, the Earl Grey hot, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease. In faith, I do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? When I have plucked the rose, plucked the rose, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease. In faith, I do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? 'Tis better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. Come cheer up my lads, come cheer up my lads. 'Tis better to have loved and lost. Broken sentence moving from topic to topic. No one had a chance to interrupt. It was quite incredibly unbroken sentence moving from topic to topic. No one had a chance to interrupt. It was quite hypnotic.
He was stacking charges and rearranging things just to make the cases nonsense. To perversion of justice. To make him a convict, a convicted felon. They affects his status. He's a convicted felon. It's a travesty of justice, a mockery of justice.
Thursday, 7:14 a.m. Thursday, 7:20.
Let me be clear about something on the outset. The person you'll be watching today is not the bad guy here. Unwitting whistleblower? Yeah. Nicholas Biasi is the Chief of Public Affairs for the Department of Justice's Southern District of New York. Something you may be familiar with, and the most prominent federal trial court in America.
Those felonies did nothing to stop Trump from running.
No, in fact, they made him more relevant.
Did that backfire?
Sure did. And the whole thing is disgusting. They're just out to get him. And that's why, like, the surgeon in the office. It's a perversion of justice. You're stacking charges and like rearranging things just to make it fit a case. No, to be honest with you, I think the case is nonsense. State levels are Wild West. They're like idiots. They don't care. They're all political. So yeah, this guy's probably going to try to lock him up, and it's going to be ugly. They're so obsessed with getting him.
Who is they?
Who I've known for 15 years. He used to work in my office. Before he decided to prosecute Trump, did you know who he was? You do now. I'm not sure what he wants to be, but I know he's not happy just being the DA of New York County. So now he's very ambitious. Every real estate person in New York does what he did. Nobody's ever been charged with this until him.
Mr. Biasi is just saying the quiet part out loud. The part that unfortunately matters. Lawfare? Yes. Why? Because Biasi openly says so. The ones from Alvin Bragg are a particular perversion of justice. How do you know? Because Biasi says so, and he's known him for 15 years. Election interference? At this point, is there any doubt?
Are those even actual felonies? Because I was pretty sure that.
You're stacking charges and like rearranging things just to make it fit a case. To be honest with you, I think the case is nonsense. Every real estate person in New York does what he did. Nobody's ever been charged with this until him. And that's why, like, the surgeon in the office. It's a perversion of justice.
Those felonies did nothing to stop Trump from running.
No, in fact, they made him more relevant.
Did that backfire?
Sure did.
And was that Alvin Bragg's choice to do that, or why?
Hey, John. Thanks for the
What do you mean?
membership.
He wants to be, something. I don't know what.
Thanks for the membership, Ajat. I appreciate it.
I'm not sure what he wants to be, but I know he's not happy just being the DA of New York County. So this is like before he decided to prosecute Trump. Did you know who he was? You do now.
What was the point of even doing it then?
To make him a convict.
Make him what?
A convicted felon.
What if he can still run for presidency and?
Yeah, but it affects his candidacy if he's a convicted felon.
I was trying to count who else. I was like, I wonder how many are against him. I think it's for lawfare.
Yes.
That's what I've gathered from that.
That is what they call it.
So how does this even happen? How can it happen? How can the local and state level courts try President Trump with more ease and less red tape than the federal courts? That doesn't seem right to the uninitiated. You are the uninitiated. Good thing Biasi isn't.
I mean, at the federal level where I work, there is a 90-day rule where you can't make any decisions on cases that are going to affect an election. That rule does not apply at the state level because the state levels are Wild West. They're like idiots. They don't care. So So yeah, this guy's probably going to try to lock him up, and it's going to be ugly. They're so obsessed with getting him.
Who is they? How did they get away with that?
It's a different system. Like the state level and the federal level are like night and day. It's hard to explain, but like there are so many more rules in the federal level, and they're like the threshold for a crime is so much higher. Like I said, it like state level is like a wild west of law. It's like very, for lack of a better term, unregulated. Less checks and balances.
And I know what you're thinking. I thought it too. Well, you're talking about one case or two or 19. Hey, if it's local, you break the rules, you pay the piper, or even if you don't, if you're President Trump, pay the piper. But there are other cases in the country. There are a lot of them. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? What about the Georgia electoral interference case, right, that Donald Trump is currently having to face under Fani Willis, right, the Fulton County District Attorney, who was caught having an affair with the special prosecutor Nathan Wade.
So is that the strategy against Trump? Just hit him with all the legal battles all across, like the Fani Willis, Georgia stuff. What do you think about that case?
It's a travesty of justice. To put it mildly, it's a mockery of justice. She is a joke. Like her and her boyfriend she was seeing, the whole thing is disgusting. They're just out to get her.
I guess at this point, the only argument left is why should you trust anything Biasi has to say? Let me make the case. Biasi is an expert. He has firsthand knowledge and experience. And despite how the media is going to try and spin this, he is kind of an authoritative voice as the chief of public affairs for the Department of Justice's Southern District of New York. This man knows the players, he knows the game, and he knows that it is rigged.
Who's that?
Alvin Bragg, yeah, who I've known for 15 years. He used to work in my office. So here's us, here's Alvin, he's county level, and he decided to do the case.
Yeah.
And Michael Cohen was their star witness who we prosecuted.
Okay.
You know who he is? That guy's psycho. He calls me. And he records
what does he want with you?
He's like, he's got this thick New York accent. He's like, is this Nicholas Biaggi, the chief of public affairs? And I'm like, yeah, this is me. I'm like, this is Michael Cohen. Why won't you guys, vacate my conviction? I'm like, I can't really, I'm not authorized to speak to victims or defendants, which I thought was a pretty good answer, not knowing who was calling. And he was like, well, who can he speak to? And I was like, the media. And he goes, I have one of the biggest podcasts in New York. But I kind of didn't believe it.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you're still a defendant, and that precludes me from talking. I've known Alvin for 15 years.
Like, how well do you know him?
I used to work with him for 10 years.
You guys had dinner together and hung out?
No, we weren't best friends.
Okay.
But I mean, like, I see him, we know each other really well, but like, do I respect what he's doing? No. Is he a nice guy? Yeah.
What about like the other people you work with? Do they know it's all a political perversion?
Yes. Of course. Well, Trump stuff?
Yeah.
Well, we deferred on all this stuff.
What do you mean?
We investigated, decided that, for one thing, there is precedent that you can't indict a sitting president.
You cannot.
You cannot.
Okay.
There is an Office of Legal Affairs rule that you cannot indict a sitting president. It's just too disruptive to the country. So we didn't. But the DA did.
Again, it's important to remember that Biasi is not the bad guy here. I know you're probably mad. Lawfare is a thing. And it's not only happened to Donald Trump, it's happened to many of you watching or listening right now. Some of you don't even know it yet. You don't live in a free country simply because you have laws. You only live in a free country if the laws are applied equally. Otherwise, the law is not a tool to protect a free people. It's used as a weapon to bludgeon the people who perhaps think wrongly. What is the media going to say here? And it's a good thing that this is part of an ongoing series every single week between now and election night, November 2024. This is Mug Club Undercover, The Stealing of a Nation. There's more to come, but I still expect them to play the same cards. This person's not authoritative. He is. He's speaking out of turn. He's not. He has no firsthand knowledge. He does. This is selectively edited. If you join and go to louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub, you can see it unedited. There's no smoking gun there. It's just boring. You want to watch them order drinks? Some of them are awful drinks. That's the most offensive part in all of this, but it's not my job to comment on that. We've been working behind the scenes tirelessly and have been shocked at what we have found. And we'll be showing it all to you every single week between now and November 5th, 2024, the election live stream of the century. And that night, wouldn't it be nice if on that night you didn't see the same tactics have been going on for the years leading up to it? I fully expect the media to attack the messenger. And if that does happen, well, join Mug Club. This is all the culmination of months of tireless work here from the Mug Club Undercover Unit.
That's it.
If you decided to prosecute Trump, did you know who he was? You know. It's a travesty of justice. It's pretty horrible. It's a mockery of justice.
Tune in tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, because that's what we do every day.
No, you don't.
There you go. Glad to be with you. Of course, right now we are not on YouTube. We are exclusively on Rumble, and with good reason. And we will be taking some more chat later on Mug Club. For those of you who join up, we appreciate it. This is all funded by viewers like you. Please do share it far and wide. It's available on X. It's available even on YouTube. I would love to stick it to them there and make sure that it gets through their algorithm. There's a lot to unpack here, and there will be more to unpack as we continue moving forward. So here to take your chats, we have, of course, Captain Morgan, CEO number 2. Of course, we have Josh Firestein, but long-time lawyer mine. He hasn't been in the show in a while because he works behind the scenes, but my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond, who also has a podcast now, Hardly Legal.
Yeah, that's right. Hardly Legal.
You got out of the barely legal and because he was worried about the name, but he
Hardly
included the word hard.
Well, you know, you got to get a little bit of something out there for the people, but glad to be back.
We're glad to have you because obviously it helps when, I'm not a lawyer, you're a lawyer, to speak on this here. A couple of things that stood out to me, and let me be really clear about a couple of things here. I know what the media will say, well, actually, this person is probably more of a Republican sympathizer, a Donald Trump sympathizer, so it doesn't really matter. No. What does matter here is someone with firsthand knowledge who understands the inner workings of the system. And it's really this simple, okay? Decide to prosecute. Make Donald Trump a felon. The American public is hesitant to vote for a criminal. So you have a Democrat machine. It says, let's make Donald Trump a criminal. Now let's run a campaign. Kamala Harris, the prosecutor, versus the criminal. This is not about the person. It's not about just this case. It's about the fact Donald Trump is not a criminal. The American public needs to know that. That changes the election. That changes the entire fabric of our country and what people believe. If you can manipulate the public into believing that someone is a criminal through what is effectively one could argue, basically sheer legal fabrication. That's stealing a nation, in my opinion. That's election interference. You can comment if you agree or disagree. If you can suppress stories, as Mark Zuckerberg admitted on Meta, back then I think it was just known as Facebook. I don't know if it was Meta yet. Hunter Biden laptop, COVID, lab leak theory. If you can suppress it, if you can remove voices, doesn't matter what you do with we're not talking about voting machines. That's election interference. Add it all up. You think that has a difference? You think that's an impact that could make a difference of 2%, 3%, 4%, 1%? Maybe just 10,000 people in a state? Let's make this man a criminal and let's run a campaign. Prosecutor versus a criminal. He's not a criminal. That's what this is about. And half Asian lawyer Bill, what stands out to you here as someone who knows the law quite well? I would hope, because it represents me.
No kidding.
So I think it's important context to remember that the Southern District of New York is part of the federal system. So they're part of the Department of Justice. So this is a spokesperson for the federal government's Department of Justice, who is the federal counterpart to what Alvin Bragg's office is in New York County as a district attorney. So if you notice, Biase has worked directly with Alvin Bragg, but they both work in the same jurisdiction, just one at the federal level, one at the state. And he made a couple of very astute comments about how it tends to be that at the state court, it's more of a Wild West. There's different rules that are really ignorant of the larger process that the federal government actually sometimes follows. And so I think the really interesting part here is you have an insider who knows the system, who understands the legal system, making a comment about what I think we were all wondering or thinking was the case, that this seems like a mishmash of just trying to go after someone. And he really put it well into words. Perversion of justice is exactly the problem that we see here.
Yeah. Perversion of justice, a mockery. To me, just really, when he decided to prosecute, to make him a felon, think of the power that some officials have. And that can be done to anyone. That can be done to anyone. People put a target on your back, they're going to make you a felon.
Yeah. No, and I think that's the really chilling part, Bill, is that, like you said, this isn't, if it was the other way around specific to this case, yes, having somebody at the state level talking about Alvin Bragg's charges, still relevant, but somebody at the highest levels. Like this person has risen to some of the highest levels, and talking about it and using words like nonsense, stacking charges to make it fit a case. Every real estate developer in New York has done what Donald Trump has done and not been charged. He's trying to make a name for himself. He's like all of these things. It's like the whole message here is we have to speak up. Like this is the stealing of a nation.
Yeah.
Like this is they're trying to put Donald Trump in jail to keep him from being president. Like, do you understand, like, the banana republic
well, I would go even further. It's insane. It's not even about putting him in jail. It's making sure that the public believes, hey, we don't want to vote for a criminal. How often do you hear? We're going to run this on social, just clip after a montage of, you're talking about a convicted criminal. Donald Trump's a criminal, which, by the way, is also not true. Convicted felon. They're calling him a convicted felon.
Yeah.
They've already decided. It's a choose your own path book, only it always leads to the same path. Convicted felon, and he has to lose the election. Just think about that. As an American citizen, do you live in a free country where that's the case? And what about when that's turned on you? Hey, what about when that kind of lawfare is turned on you and you have potentially an administration who wants to do away with the First Amendment? You don't have the right to hate speak on the Twitter, said Tim Walz. He said it from a stable.
His mouth was full, but he said it regardless.
And same thing. Second Amendment, mandatory gun buyback. Well, now you could be an enemy of the state. Can make you a felon. It's about turning law-abiding citizens into criminals, and unfortunately for the Democrats, turning criminals into a voting base. And it is scary. It's terrifying. And it's even more terrifying when you know what else we have in the pipeline here in the next few weeks. It's not a one-off.
The phrase you used, lawfare, actually, is a really good description of this. Not only because it shows the weaponization of the legal system to go after something that no one has ever been gone after before, right? I mean, that's the first key when you know that this has become a political witch hunt, is when something that everyone does suddenly becomes a problem. And that's every real estate developer, owner, whatnot in New York City is doing this exact same thing, and none of them have a problem. And in fact, Lawfare was the title of a memo that came out in July from the Senate Judiciary Committee criticizing how this is being handled. It's usurping from a state prosecutor rules and laws that, if anything, could be done at the federal level. And notice how Biase said, he said, well, no, we're not going to prosecute these things if they're going to be within a certain time frame or whatnot, because we don't want to impact the election and change the outcome for the nation.
Right.
And yet Alvin Bragg is not limited to that, because the only person that can enforce the rule of saying, hey, you're not allowed to do this, Bragg, this is a federal government issue only, this is an election issue, this is a election commission issue, is the Biden administration.
Right.
They're the ones that could come in and say, you're not allowed to do this. This is not your jurisdiction. You're violating the rules. It's a federal election issue. We need to deal with it there, if they're going to deal with it at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that when you start think about stacking charges, we're stacking the allegations of showing the holes in how Alvin Bragg has prosecuted this in bad faith.
Yeah. That's a good point.
He's the villain, right? We're talking about villains. Like, my heart
Alvin
actually
Bragg.
goes out to Biase.
I think he's a very decent man.
Probably a decent guy. Like, the big thing for me is he's like, everybody knows this. You guys have to speak up. I'm sorry. Like, that is the line for me. But really,
you can't help in the court of law, but allow a man to be crucified in the court of public opinion, because that affects how people vote. Can I really quickly, before you continue, right now on CNN, what are they doing right now? Nothing up our sleeve. It is 10:31 Eastern. Now, first Trump election interference hearing since immunity ruling. They are talking about this. They are talking about lawfare, but they're cheering it on.
Yeah.
They are cheering on as they tell you to preserve democracy, that Donald Trump is a great threat to democracy. Let's see what they're saying on CNN, because hopefully now some of America will see it in a different light.
I thought it would be the opposite. Right. And the complaint that they made earlier, we talked earlier about grand jury transcripts, right? The prosecutors have said, well, we would like to submit grand jury transcripts and attach them to our briefs.
And it says, Lauro says they were not suggesting the case should go into the fall of next year, but that the issues at hand need to be dealt with carefully.
Right. So he wants a slow down here. He wants a hearing, but certainly not before the election. But what Trump's team is saying,
right, and that's see what they do right there. He doesn't want it before the election because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to face the music. No, hold on a second. Let's look at this through the prism of what we just saw. Mm-hmm. He knows that it's lawfare. He knows that you are trying. You're trying to have this dog and pony show before the election, because it doesn't matter what the outcome is. What matters is it's at the front of people's mind. And if the media continually assumes, right, declares Donald Trump guilty before he's even gone through it, guess what? That affects the public opinion. That affects the vote. There are two congruent tracks. They're parallel. There's the court of law, but there's the court of public opinion. And in an election, that matters. If, let's say, this were to happen before the election, this is, I believe, the Georgia interference case. Again, I'm looking at a monitor here in my office. Whatever it is, he's not guilty. All right, but you have spent 2, 3, 4 weeks covering nothing but that, with the tone of this man is a convicted felon. The words, by the way, that people in this administration have used. That's a drip. That's a drip. That's a drip. It's a Chinese water torture of propaganda. Sorry, half Asian Bill, but you know.
Hey, don't erase us. We created it. We love it. I don't like how it's being used, but you gotta take the track record when you can.
No, absolutely right.
Fireworks, spaghetti.
People pervert the good and use it for evil, like the Chinese water torture.
Mm-hmm.
We used it for good.
We used it for good. Sit along with bamboo wood chips up the thumbs. We would do it virtuous.
Look, as long as it's just being done in an iPhone factory, it's fine.
We're gonna get letters, but you're the lawyer, so it's okay. People are hearing this drip, 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 drip. Guess what? They're gonna go, well, there's smoke, there's fire. Well, he must have done, even if he's not, he must have done something wrong. I hear everybody saying that this guy is a criminal, that this guy is corrupt. That is the goal. And that's why they want to have this in the press, in the media, nonstop going into the election. And boy, if you watch their coverage of the debate, if you watch their coverage of the town halls, and you've been with us here, you see that you have a panel on CNN, a cavalcade of leftist activists who will say, well, you know what, this is the election of the prosecutor versus the criminal. And Kamala Harris has dealt with criminals like Donald Trump. No, she dealt with people who had minor drug offenses and kept them past their sentences to use them as glorified slave labor in the state of California, but that's neither here nor there. This is not a dynamic of a prosecutor and a criminal.
Yeah.
It's a dynamic of a climber and someone who is being crucified on, from what we see, seemingly baseless grounds from the authoritative voices. Sorry, Gerald, you're
No,
Your floor. I cut you
No,
off.
no. I think it's fine. And by the way, that's the Jack Smith case. That's the federal case, not the Georgia Fannie Willis case.
Okay,
so that's what they're talking about. The new charges that he filed, essentially, basically going, all right, the immunity ruling. I'll take out everything that I think may be related to that immunity ruling and see if I can still get some charges through. Like this is crazy example of lawfare happening live when it shouldn't even be brought. And so you want to know who the villains are in this case? We've already talked about Nicholas, right? Biasi. Heart goes out to the guy. I understand that he's in a very tough position, but he's in a position where he and his colleagues have to start speaking up. Everybody around, if you're in this, you have to start speaking up.
Yeah.
The villain here, Jack Smith, very easy to look at him and paint him as a villain, somebody who's out to get Donald Trump. And in this specific case, Alvin Bragg, who's only limited by his ambition, right? He can go and just bring charges. And put a case together that doesn't really make sense for anybody else except if you're trying to just take out Donald Trump and make people not vote for him. That is the only thing that's limiting, and that is terrifying.
And the greatest villain, of course, is the media and big tech industrial
they're going to carry his
complex.
water.
Take this and just apply what we know exactly about the Hunter Biden laptop. Media, big tech, they came out and said, this is not true, censored it, removed it, because the FBI told them it was Russian disinformation when they knew that it wasn't. Now, we don't have all the proof of every charge here now, but is it a stretch to say that could be going on? Is it a stretch to say that people in positions of power who know that these are basically trumped up, forgive the term, charges, is it a stretch to say they could be calling people at CNN, they could be calling Meta, Zuckerberg, big tech, the people who we know they've called in the past to do their bidding? How do you cut through that? That's what we're trying to do here today, and we need your support. If you want to see more of this investigative journalism, along with, by the way, this show every day, we'll be doing one tomorrow because I'm sure there will be more questions regarding this. Click that button right below if you're watching on Rumble, louderwithcredit.com/mugclub. I believe we have a promo code
LAWFARE for $20 off right now.
LAWFARE for $20 off. None of this happens without you. Do we want to take some chats?
Yeah, let's take a few chats before we go. And then.
All right. Hi, Josh.
Hey. This has been exciting.
I was like, Josh, you probably don't need a video. It's going to be pretty, there's going to be a lot of legalese. And he was like, oh, no, I haven't spent time with Bill yet. The guy's funny as hell.
Well, hey, Josh, have you seen any Montel Williams sightings?
No, he's elusive. He'll be back on nightly newsroom or whatever the hell it is.
Selling a blender or whatever it is. What was it that he was selling at one point? Like
He's selling a razor that just burns that goatee into your face. It's so perfectly lined up. He looks like a gay pharaoh.
Yes, he does.
I think it's just a soldering iron. He's just burning the skin.
Yes. It's a branding. It's not even a goatee. It's
they
a
moved
brand.
from doing the eyebrows to the face. It's pretty epic.
It looks like one of those ventriloquist dummies, just as the slits where his mouth can move. And you're like, oh, it's a goatee. Okay, I was confused. Let's grab some chat.
Right. First chat from the Mississippi gentleman. Q for crew. Do you guys think the judicial system can be fixed? If not, how do we move forward? If so, how do we help fix it?
Ooh, big question.
That's a good question. What do you think, Bo? As someone who is a lawyer, I think you have. I don't want to. I don't have a ton of faith in the judicial system as a whole, but in individual courts, obviously, I think we have the best system that exists in the world currently. But there are some flaws. Do you think it's in need of fixing, and how could that be done?
Well, I don't want to get too grandiose on the American experiment, but the fact that we have different jurisdictions who can set an example about what it means to prosecute prosecutorial misconduct is a big thing. What's ironic here is that in 2021, New York created a commission specifically to curb prosecutorial misconduct by its state attorneys. So by its prosecutors, Alvin Bragg, et cetera, they created this. And one of the main things that they're going against is bad faith bringing of charges and crimes and accusations. So specifically called out in there is bringing bad faith charges for an unjust reason, such as political gain. Now, you could support Mug Club, or you can count on state politicians to try and regulate other state politicians. So I'm not going to make that decision for you. Just go home, write in your diary, talk it over with your family, your therapist, and then get Mug Club. But the thing here is that in other states, it has worked to put the kind of pressure on to shine the light. Shining the light like Mug Club Undercover has done here is such a big part, because what it says is that other insiders inside the court, people who know how prosecutorial misconduct can occur, are seeing it and saying it. Now, not publicly without Mug Club, but it's now coming to light how bad this is. So being in the judicial system every day, I would say there's a lot of people who want to do well, some who are incapable because they're just not that good at it, and that is what it is. But most individuals are trying to stick by the American ideals, but we have a few at the top who can steer the ship in the wrong way. And I would be very, very curious if there was a secret poll of assistant district attorneys who would go, guys, there's murderers in New York. There's criminals in New York. There's sovereign nations hoarding their wealth here and hiding it from people and not paying their victims. And we're going after guy with the documents doing everything that every other real estate guy does in New York.
Yeah.
And so I think your point, Stephen, of speaking up is most important. How that speaking up will
Difference in
change
code.
things, not sure, but it all starts with speaking up.
Yeah, it certainly helps with public perception because a lot of people don't have time to educate themselves or inform themselves on all of these issues. And you think, well, maybe there's something wrong with the judicial system. I don't exactly know. Hopefully this helps clarify it. Also in New York, I think the example you're looking for is people pooping in the streets. There are still people pooping in the streets in New York.
They're a distant second from San Francisco.
That's
you know,
true.
you got to
They
give
need
the gold medal where it's deserved.
If you don't have an app, the Poop Spotter app that they had in San Francisco, by the way, you really haven't made it yet.
It'd be pretty tough in New York. When I lived in New York, every time I would walk out of the house, I smell shit. It was always, that's right, Toolman. You know, it's like, it smells like human feces.
Yes,
You
and
just get used
garbage
to it.
and hot garbage.
And then people tell you, oh, it's the most beautiful city in the world. Have you been to Central Park? I'm like, oh, you mean like every park that exists everywhere else in the world, but it's the only green space you have here, so you're impressed with it?
It's just surrounded by awful things.
Smells like shit, urine, and falafel all together.
Yes.
I don't know, occasionally you get the dead body smell.
You do.
All right?
Oh, that's
you know,
nice. That's
you know,
nice.
you
Change
mix it up here.
Yeah, exactly.
Little palate
Chopper.
You know, you just have a sandalwood cloth over your nose, and you're none the wiser. Let's grab another chat.
Hey, by the way, Facebook is not allowing any of our users to share the Rumble link.
Ah.
I just wanted to bring that up.
All right,
Thank
so
you,
then
Facebook.
on Facebook, maybe we can, let's see if we upload it directly to Facebook, which I'm sure they'll remove. You can share the YouTube link. It's still up there. And of course, it's available on X, or you can share the article. You can go to loudwithcredit.com, and there's an article, and it has the thumbnail so people can click on the article and go watch the video. So we've planned for some workarounds, but boy, they move quickly.
They do.
Hey, Zuckerberg, what happened to that apology? Douche. Next chat.
Next chat from the one and only J-Man. Question. Now that the gloves are off from the left with lawfare and other dirty tactics, is it best to take the high road and do it right, or fight fire with fire?
Ooh.
Here's what I will say. I don't believe in fighting fire with fire as far as you never want to abandon or compromise your actual values or morals. But the idea of being merciful always, I wouldn't say is a value that you should necessarily be holding. It's not the same as, for example, don't lie. You know, that's an important value. It's not the same, for example, as, don't kill, don't steal, don't poop in the streets, don't mislead. But I know this because I'm very reticent with a lot of these not only these stories, but in general, I try to match intensity. I try not to go after anyone. And that's why we don't, we don't bully anybody, of course, on Twitter, anyone with an egg and go out and try and attack people. You always try and punch up. But I do think at this point in time, you do need to match the intensity. So as long as you're being truthful, I would say don't hold back, because the left is not holding back and they are being dishonest. You cannot fight that by sitting in your ivory tower.
Yeah.
You got to fight back at least with some intensity.
Well, staying silent is the biggest problem here. I mean, the options aren't do nothing or fight fire with fire. It's let's put the fire out, right? Let's go to the source of the smoke and the flames and put it out with shining a light on how this is happening. And every person who can do this, I know that there are Mug Club subscribers here who are privy to opinions and information that would blow the lid on this kind of thing. And, being able to talk about that and shine the light on these bad motives, on this bad faith, makes the pressure mount on those institutions, whether it's the federal government, whether it's this Commission on Prosecutorial Misconduct, or even just simply the voters. Because remember, Alvin Bragg, he was elected. So when you think about the way people look at it and they want to stay away from people who have been labeled as a criminal, well, we know who's engaged in the wrongful conduct here, the elected official heading the New York District Attorney's Office.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I mean, just think of what's happening in Aurora, Colorado, perhaps Chicago now. We haven't confirmed that. But Donald Trump talked about Venezuelan gangs or gangs coming from South America, some of them being released from asylums. The media said that's not true. Fact check, false. if someone living in or around these apartment complexes, for example, didn't get that footage out there, you wouldn't know. It would just be Donald Trump's a liar. He's telling tall tales.
Right,
well,
yeah.
now you know that he's not. We don't know to the extent that this is taking place, and that's where you can do your part and shine a light on it. And guess what? If that happens, there's a cumulative effect. People go, yeah, but you said he was lying about the migrant gangs. Yeah, but hold on a second. You said he committed a crime when Mar-a-Lago, it was valued at it was more than 18 million, which is what the judge said. Yeah, hold on a second. But you said it was a crime when he did something that every real estate agent did. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, but you said it was a crime and you extended the statute of limitations. Well, hold on a second. You said that the Hunter Biden laptop was disinformation. The more you shine a light on it, I mean, we are at an inflection point in this country. And this is why the left is so adamant about you trusting your institutions. When they say Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, the people, by the way, whose candidate has never received a vote for this position right now, what they really mean to say is he's a threat to institutions. And right now they are telling you, you need to trust, we need to have trust in our institutions in the United States of America, or it'll be chaos. By the way, pack the Supreme Court, what they mean is it's stranglehold. Trust the educational institution. Trust the institution of media. Trust the institutions of intelligence agencies. Trust them, because you don't. And in a lot of cases, rightfully, you don't. And hopefully people can know where their righteous anger can be directed as far as losing that trust. The Democrats right now, the left, they are dead set on telling you that anyone who threatens institutions in America, these institutions that I've laid out, they are a threat to democracy. This is the same party that said, by any means necessary, we'll get Trump.
Yeah.
Through what? Using the institutions.
Right. And I think one of the things that we need to see happen is there be consequences for this kind of behavior, right? So Alvin Bragg can do these kinds of things because A, he knows the media is going to carry his water. B, he's not afraid of the voters because they want to get Trump in his district, right? Until enough people speak up and say, hey, maybe we don't all want to get Trump. Maybe we just want the law to be enforced equally. He knows his colleagues in the judicial system are not going to call him out, and there will be no repercussions for this. Probably a promotion at some point later on if he ends up being the guy that got Donald Trump. You know he's going to run on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what happened when Kevin O'Leary came out and said every real estate developer in New York right now did what Donald Trump is doing? He came out from a position of expertise in that community. And a lot of people go, oh, okay, this isn't a talking head saying this. This is Kevin O'Leary. You might like the guy, you may not like the guy. This guy's a great businessman, and he's coming out and saying this. And other businessmen started saying that.
Mm-hmm.
That breaks that kind of silence people have. And honestly, I think that's what we need way, way more of in these institutions specifically, because people are sitting there, they know it's BS.
Yeah.
They know it's absolute crap, and there's going to be no accountability, and he's just going to run for another office because DA is not what he wants to be.
Well, what is it that they said yesterday? They were talking about, I believe it was Pennsylvania, maybe it was Michigan, that only 15% of voters right now have said that maybe my mind can be changed. Take that 15%. Right now, let's call it a dead heat in Pennsylvania or Michigan. How many people do you think can be swayed if they realize that there's a legal witch hunt going on and they have been lied to systematically for 4 years? Do you think that more of that 15% goes one way at that point? A lot of these people are looking for a reason. You can be the one who tips them over that edge. You can be the one who opens their eyes. There is a small percentage of Americans who have deliberately put blinders on, and there are some who have had, unfortunately, blinders put on for them by the media, the entertainment industry. And if you're going to take here's the thing, if you're going to take a position in this country by default, meaning if you are not actively engaged politically on a day-to-day basis, you will be a liberal. Even if the Democrat Party shares none of your values. Why? Everything you watch, ABC, NBC, CNN, CBS, MSNBC, CNBC, tells you you should be left. All of Hollywood, Netflix, go to Amazon Prime, shows on Hulu, take your pick, music, the artists you listen to. Unless you proactively seek information out, by default, you'll go, oh, well, yeah, Donald Trump's a criminal and he's a bad guy and he tried to lead an insurrection. Why? Because everything that you watch, you hear, you absorb tells you to think that way. Those people, their minds can be changed if that information finds its way right in front of them. And you know what? That's why the algorithms make sure that it doesn't. So it's on you. This is your responsibility. All of ours right now. We're doing what we can. I know that many of you don't have the same kind of a platform. So, hey, you can help support us, but you do have a platform with your family, with your community, with your friends. Have these conversations. You will be shocked to find out How many people go, isn't Donald Trump a criminal? You say, well, hold on a second. What did he do? I say, I don't know. I heard it. Give them a few facts and they go, oh, wow, I didn't know that. There are a lot of people who take a default position because of what they've been told who are receptive to, if it's a convincing argument. So I know we're going to go to Mug Club and take more chats, I believe.
Yeah.
With, of course, my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond, Hardly Legal. Where can people download the podcast there, Bill?
So right now we're on YouTube, but we're getting ready to move on to the other podcast platforms. But the format is basically Love Line with Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla, but for legal issues. So people call in anonymously. Hardly Legal is the show. We're taking calls. We do calls every Friday. We record them. We help folks. We get them connected with legal services, give them a little clarity, have some laughs along the way. But do that with a fellow comedian of mine, buddy, who's also an attorney. And so, having a lot of fun doing it. But, I want to echo the message that you were talking about. You told me very early on when we met, years and years and years ago, that if you take any quote and you go backwards 30 seconds and you go forward 30 seconds, you're going to understand the real context. And I think you have to apply that to everything you're told in the media about what Trump is or what he's done. Because when you look at just an isolated thing, you might go, oh, okay, this looks like a violation of the elements of the law. But if you take a larger back and forth, you're going to realize, oh, wait a minute, every real estate developer in the country's done it. The government has never prosecuted this before. The person who stands to gain the most politically will be the guy who gets to trumpet that he put Trump under the microscope of the legal system, Alvin Bragg. And so I think that context is important. And if there's anything we've learned after story after story after story for the last 8 years, is that when you smell something funny about the story, whether it's a dossier, whether it's, anything that's coming out, and you go, I don't know, man, that seems a little skeptical. And every one of them has been proven to be wrong.
Yeah.
Trust your gut. Do the research. Think to yourself, nah, I think I'm going to do my own investigation to figure out what's happening. And Mug Club is what makes that happen. I mean, without these facts, you really wouldn't have the context, which is why it's critical.
Yeah, and we really appreciate it. And this is a lead up, by the way, before we go to Mug Club chat. Thank you to all the new members. Lead up to the election live stream of the century, the Rumble on Rumble, November 5th, 2024. We hope that these kinds of shenanigans aren't continuing to take place. This is the lead up, but the night of, we will have investigative journalists in every major city of every major swing state across the country. We will have the wires as well as third-party analysts so that we can actually dispute states if they're called with 0.00012% of the vote in like Arizona. Of course, that's a gross exaggeration, but you understand my point. We will also have the electoral integrity map where you can go and see states being called. And if something happens that night, I don't know, like a pipe bursting in Georgia that we lived in real time, but then the next day they said it didn't happen. We were like, wait, hold on a second. Did we dream that? We streamed for like 12 hours. I thought we saw that happen. You will be able to click that box, open it up, and see the current investigative journalists and ground crew taking action and digging into it in real time. None of this happens in darkness. We have some infrastructure and researchers here and the ability to not just sit and be bystanders and experience it with you, but to actually be at the front, to actually be the leaders here, to actually be that pace car where people, if they're looking to call states, if they're looking to actually provide you with up-to-the-minute information in the election, we have created something here that I'm very proud of, and this is all a lead up to that. And part of this is we were getting ready for the election live stream, and then some of these stories fell into Mug Club Undercover's lap. So we will continue with chat right now, and I believe there's a live show, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, even here on Rumble and YouTube. Usually it's Mug Club exclusive, but hopefully you understand this is too important to not include everybody, including the freeloaders. Let's go to chat. Thank you to all the new Mug Club members, by the way. And if you're looking for a way to support us and you're already a member, you can gift Mug Club to someone else, or you can just go to crowdershop.com to get a really cool shirt.
Or get yourself a second mug.
You can get yourself a...
Treat yourself, dude. Come on.
Yourself. Yeah.
Double fist those mugs.
Yeah, exactly. And you can do it. You can look like mug titties.
Oh.
And
I get all my extra mugs. I put them in the work cabinet.
Really?
Yeah. And then people are just walking around with mugs. It's great. I feel at home.
They're like, this is nice. This is a girthy mug. And you go, do you know who makes that mug? And they go, no.
I said, my kids.
Skunked again.
Hey.
I know you have to get going here in a little bit, Bill. So let's grab one more chat for Bill. And Gerald had to go. Actually, he was inspired by our conversations of New York, and he's pooping
in the street.
Yeah,
typical Gerald.
Pooping in the street.
Come on, man.
Look for him on the poop tracker.
Yes.
All right. Question for Bill from Rated TV LSV. Isn't there a violation of the Sixth Amendment with when Bragg's indictment didn't lay out the full extent of the charges, i.e., didn't list the underlying charges for the enhancement?
So there's a couple of things there. There's the ability to be able to modify the charges. So the case law around the Sixth Amendment says you've got to reach a certain threshold of describing what those charges are, and there's a bit of a gray area there. So as you can imagine, trying to put certain words down as to what the charges are, I personally think that it was close to or over the line of not having enough detail, and then trying to reformulate, which we're even seeing with the Jack Smith investigation and other prosecutorial actions that are happening, is they keep shifting the case. And the big concern here is that when you're a defendant in the government and the weight of the government, whether state or federal, is coming after you, you really got to know, what is it that you're being charged with? Who is accusing you of these things? And so I personally think that it was over the line, but it's going to be a continued defense both now at the trial level, but especially on appeal.
That sounded like a question from a lawyer. I'm saying it was a very technical question.
Yeah,
I was
like, Sixth Amendment.
I felt like the guy in Home Alone being asked if it was approved by the American Dental Association.
Josh was like, is that the one that banned alcohol? Not again.
Oh, no, that was the fifth. Oh,
So they're getting a couple of updates. They're getting me screenshots or a screen recording so that we can actually show people that you can post other Rumble links, just not the link to this story. But also, pretty impressive. So Truth Social put out an app-wide notification, meaning every single person on Truth Social got this. Yes! Period. And it goes directly to your account and to this story. Right. So they're pushing this out. Obviously, they are aware of this. Matt Gaetz is sharing the story. We're going to see a lot of people. It's not something I can talk about yet, but there's more.
Good more?
I think you'll.
Gerald looks happy.
It's interesting.
I'm nervous, Gerald.
Happy
No,
face.
I'm nervous, Gerald. You don't think that you think I take it lightly that the DOJ?
They called. They want to talk to you.
Did I just
you have me make a phony phone call to Edward Rooney?
I hope
the DOJ could squash my nuts into oblivion, and then.
Two Blackhawks just landed in the parking lot.
Exactly.
So
I gotta go.
Yes. Listen, I think what we just did is turn over a rock, and there's a lot of stuff coming out.
Yeah, like a wolf spider with an egg sac.
Yes, and you don't like those because you don't want it. And then there's other babies.
That happened when I turned over a rock.
Yeah,
I replaced mulch in my yard because I thought spiders like mulch. So I said I'll replace it with rocks. Turns out they really like rocks.
They love rocks.
Oh, bro, bad maneuver.
Right. Okay. So let's go to this video really quickly. And Bill, I know you have to leave in just a minute here. So thanks for being with us. I think you're going to be here tomorrow as well. To give
Happy
us
to help.
information.
Happy to help. Working in the back.
And just this is a good example, by the way. Before the video of the conspiracy theories, like I think there must have been a falling out with a lot of the Crowder crew and Bill. We're like, no, he actually has to work on legal issues for us all the time.
He's a lawyer.
My people were born to work in behind the scenes. Thank you, Steve Jobs.
Yes,
indeed.
All right, thanks, guys. I really appreciate
Bill.
it. Keep up the great work.
Absolutely. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Get out of here. All right, so here's
thank you, Senor.
Video showing that we can post Rumble links on Facebook, just not our story. Right. So go ahead. I don't think there's any audio for this. Can you play? Is that still? Oh, it is playing. Okay.
All right. Our story. Okay.
And he just puts the Rumble link there and highlights it's posts like this, and I can't
spam.
Yeah, basically they're saying it's spam.
Wow.
For this story.
All right. Well,
How does it
we
get
don't
labeled
know.
spam?
Maybe they have reason. I don't know if
No,
there's.
there's
if
another
there's an
Rumble
email.
link. He's doing it right there. He's doing another Rumble link, and it posts.
Chris,
Huh.
Sue them.
Chris Pavlovsky, sue them, please.
Just not our story. We can't do our
Well,
bring that down.
Has it been reported? Is it reported as spam? You think is like somebody? Is it people seeing it and going, "Oh,
Well, this
that's
is exactly what
reporting
happened with the Hunter Biden laptop. Remember, you couldn't post it, and they just throttled it and said, "We need to verify." Then they took 48 hours to verify it, and then they're like, "Well, now you can post a new link. Just the old link can't work."
Right.
Oh,
appreciate that.
Oh, it's almost like you guys in charge of this know how algorithms work, and that you just screwed us by doing that.
Yeah.
I will wait until the algorithm's done with it.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
The tension's gone, and then
You know, that's how I met Bill. That's how I met Half Asian Bill. Was what was happening.
I thought it was a DUI.
Was well, we don't talk about that. DWI. But I was driving while interesting. What happened is I was named in an Engadget article. So we would, back when Facebook used to have trends, very often stories or posts or videos would trend, and then all of a sudden we were completely eliminated from trending. And I had spent some advertising dollars with Facebook. And what happened is they created a new account for me and said, "Hey, you're delinquent on payment for these advertising, these ads that you're running." I said, "But hold on a second. You have the same bank information. You ran these ads 3 weeks ago, and you're running them today, but there's this gap of 3 weeks. I haven't changed anything else." And they said, "Well, you have to change the bank." So I put in a new credit card. I put in a new bank account. Could not pay it. And so his friend, who was a friend of mine, a lawyer, he said, "Send them a physical check payable to advertising." They deposited it, and were still going to send creditors after me. This was happening behind the scenes. So they had taken the money, and they wouldn't respond. Then the Engadget article comes out where a Facebook whistleblower says it was baked in the code to throttle specifically pages Chris Kyle Foundation, Ted Cruz, Breitbart, and yours truly. And Bill didn't know me from Tom, Dick, or Harry down the street. And I said, "Look, I know you probably get people all the time saying I'm being censored on social media, but here's the article, and call me back." And I got a call back. I remember where I was in a hotel room. I was right by the window thinking, what am I going to do with my life? And he goes, "Yeah, this is really bad."
Yeah.
And then he sorted it out.
Yeah. Well, it's Gizmodo.
It's Gizmodo. Sorry.
Yeah.
They bleed together.
Yeah. All these crap rags.
Yeah.
I've never heard of
Homos
either
of
one
a
them,
feather.
so.
Gizmodo, Engadget, Tech.
Yeah.
Crunch. Whatever the hell.
Stuff. By the way, we're pulling some of the reactions from different people. I've seen some people posting on this on X. Obviously, one of them, Matt Gaetz, I just mentioned. He just said Orwellian. Brevity, I guess, is the soul of wit. I don't know, but still, I think at the same time, like this is just the very beginning of this story.
Yeah.
Like we know that people really want to hear how this is even possible to exist in our judicial system. And they want to hear from the Aussie as well. They want to hear from the DOJ. They want to hear from Fannie Willis. They want to hear from all the people that are kind of talked about in this story, from Alvin Bragg. They deserve to be able to hear your opinion on this stuff. So we'll keep our eye out for that.
All right, let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from Girl Anachronism. With everything that has been done to Trump in court, can he finally countersue for defamation?
That would be probably a question for Bill. It's not so much defamation when they're trying to bring charges. Defamation would be something that they just say publicly and would be verifiably false. They probably would have some kind of defense saying, "Well, we thought that this was real and we were prosecuting, and that's just how it played out in court. It didn't go our way." So I think that would be pretty tough. Perhaps with the media, perhaps with people who've called him a convicted felon, and certainly when they did it before any type of actual charges being brought. He probably could. Is it worth his time? Probably not at this point. He needs to focus on winning an election.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good way to go right now.
No.
It's going to cost them a lot of money, and that sucks. But
Yeah, and it would be a high bar to clear when you're talking about prosecutors. It's not the same as,
And it needs
again,
to
the
focus.
media. Yeah.
Focus!
Hold!
How's your voice from that
It's tough.
7-minute debunking of those?
It was pretty tough. I was pretty tired this morning.
Do you think there's any way to hold the attorneys or district attorneys or whatever accountable?
Vote them out.
Or, well, besides that, I mean, do you think it's worth having some kind of legal repercussion to bringing charges that end up being
like a Suge Knight type dangling them from a balcony?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe jail time or fines or something.
Yeah, no, that probably.
The old argument of like, if somebody accuses you of rape and then you're exonerated and it's obvious that you didn't do that, should they face
Yes, I
legal
do
action?
think with those types of.
I agree with that too, but do you think there should be something with district attorneys who bring indictments that are bullshit.
Again, you would have to meet the threshold of them knowingly,
right?
Bringing charges forward that they knew were bullshit for political gain. And there are avenues that exist, but again, and Bill would know those better than I would, it's a really, really tough bar to clear. And that's where the court of public opinion does matter in those instances.
Yes, this is where we win this fight, in the court of public opinion. I know that I said, just vote him out. I know that's hard to do in very deep blue areas with prosecutors that are going to go after somebody like Donald Trump. And it can happen the other way too. I understand that, but this seems to all go one way right now. The biggest issue is that you're right. You don't want prosecutors afraid to prosecute people.
Yeah.
Even when the case, it's questionable. They have a decent case.
Right.
Yeah. But maybe they don't have the best case. So am I going to get, fined for this? Am I going to, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Running them out of office should be the thing that we do in cases like this. And that's why this is a public pressure case. Yeah. Run them out of office. Bragg should never serve anywhere in government ever again, and that includes dog catcher in New York.
And yes,
his constituents like him though.
Well, some of them do.
Unfettered power.
Here's the thing too that also matters is the reason it's so hard is because there are some lawyers who are idiots. They are actually incompetent and they don't know. And sometimes their clients lie to them. I've experienced this. And by the way, before you start making assumptions, I don't know how often one of us is in a deposition or someone is suing or threatening to sue. So there was an instance where we even had somebody claim that they actually created Louder with Crowder, this show.
Yeah.
And I was in a deposition and the lawyer believed it. The lawyer believed it, that someone else perhaps was entitled to this show.
Sorry.
And it only changed when it was brought before them that there were 50 or 60 something installments of Louder with Crowder before I had even met this person.
Well, that's
but the lawyer believed it because they had a client who was being dishonest to them. And you have to go through this whole process until you realize, oh, wait a second, you don't know. And the lawyer should have done their due diligence, but they also have clients who lie to them. And sometimes lawyers don't know. They get a sheet, they get some kind of a briefing. They go, okay, let's go with that. So it's really hard to prove that someone knowingly lied unless you have the smoking gun and them saying it themselves.
Yeah. And if there is any judicial misconduct or whatever prosecutorial misconduct, I think in this case, then I think there are mechanisms for that. Right. So if that exists, then it's up to the ethics committee or whoever is going to handle that in New York. I just don't think they're going to act.
No, I
just really don't see them doing anything with this because this person is going after public enemy number one.
Yeah,
apparently. So
you said ethics in New York.
I know. I did. That's why I kind of laughed.
I saw that movie.
Yeah. It was a sequel to Serendipity.
Shut up.
I have a question. Whatever happened to the concept of innocent until proven guilty?
Well,
it seems like the burden of proof is always on the person defending themselves these days.
There's a great video that someone, I don't remember who released it. I saw it on Twitter, but it was an old video of Kamala Harris talking about how when at a young age she discovered that she had the kind of power to bring charges against somebody, end up dropping the charges, but making them spend all their money, all their resources, all their time, and lose everything.
Yeah.
And not even and they go, and then I just dropped the charges.
Yeah.
That was a scary video when I watched it. I was like, dude.
Yep. We've experienced the same thing. I mean, we've experienced the same thing here. And the reason for it is because, again, they use the court of public opinion. And I've always said, hey, look, you do need to actually look to the courts. But in this case, the court of public opinion has to be corrected because it affects the outcome of this election. And it affects the very fabric of this country. I don't like things taking place. For example, Johnny Depp was believed to be guilty. My God, think about that.
It was almost
6 or
unanimous.
7
Everyone
years.
thought.
And then it completely. You still have some feminists who are like, I still think that he shouldn't have gotten drunk. It's like, well, maybe he wouldn't have been getting drunk all the time if he didn't have a bitch throwing bottles at his head and pooping in his bed.
Well,
Pooping in his bed is the weirdest.
Those women are just hiding their bed pooping addiction.
Remember when people thought he was a domestic abuser, and then we heard the tape where he was being cornered in the bathroom. He was like, don't do this, please move, get out of my space. I need to get out. I need to get out. Don't do this. I need you to move. And then I believe he moved her physically when she was blocking him. And you're like, oh, okay. So he didn't just come in and start wailing on Amber Heard. Amber Heard?
Amber Heard.
That's right.
Whose Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants was Amber Tamblyn, which is a horrible concept for a film. Like, how far can pants get? They'd be identified quite quickly.
There was this girl at the trailer park when I was a teenager. Her name was Rambler Ambler.
Really? Yes. Yeah. She was not articulate.
No. A lot of meth. Concussions.
Yes. Gerald keeps looking down because I know there's a lot of stuff coming up.
Bing, 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 bing. People posting this, like bigger accounts out there that are posting this right now. So it's just kind of going crazy.
It's a good Bing.
That's a good Bing.
Bing, bing, bing.
I bet you he uses Bing.
That's so silly. I don't know.
I mean, one of the accounts, Cat Turd, used BAM. I mean, I used Bing, he used BAM. So it's one of the ones that I see.
Oh, now we know who it is. It's Emerald.
Oh, bam.
Yeah. What I was going to say is Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer is the other example of somebody we all thought was guilty.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, somebody that you can just say these things. So that I think we do live in a system right now where
and the woman who put on the makeup and the woman who falsely accused him of rape still is like, well, I just still think that it happened, but that's your opinion. People are like, no, it's not.
She's still out there, by the way.
I know.
She's still she involved herself in MLB activity. Like she's like talking about other teams and other players and like baseball. It's like, what are you doing?
Go away.
She's trying to get another bag.
You got famous. You're trying. Yes, exactly. You're trying to get a bag, but you don't know baseball. You just bang them.
But his career is still ruined from something that was completely fabricated.
Exactly. But so that's what we find ourselves in this very challenging position where we haven't checked power well enough to keep people from going beyond their really their intended power or whatever they're supposed to have. And now they can just do anything, like you said. If we can find that clip on Kamala Harris saying that she can just drop the charges and make people spend all their money, that should never be a thing. You know, like you should absolutely err on the side of letting. This is how our justice system is based. We'd rather let 9 guilty people go free than convict one innocent person, right? Now that's the thing, or 10 to 1. Like we absolutely have to err on the side of making sure that
You
people
don't have to go
are
to
not
email, but
railroaded.
that's going to be your law.
It's terrifying because if you think like right now they don't like you. They can sue you and they can bring you up on charges. They can do whatever they want to do.
Don't give them ideas.
Hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars. Yeah, exactly. And then go, I guess we lost.
Yep.
And you're sitting there going, okay, my life is like ruined for this.
We enlisted a PR agency and destroy your reputation, but we'll settle because you're right.
Destroy reputation, take away your ability to make money in the future, take away all your money, put you in debt.
Yep. They don't want to.
All just to defend your obvious innocence.
Today, more effective than taking your life is taking your name.
Yes.
And that's what they do, is they try and take your name.
There have to be consequences when people try to do that. You've had it done to you.
Yep. That's absolutely true.
There should be consequences for that.
Well, we'll see.
Death would be
Let's grab
merciful.
another chat. Yeah.
Ruin his life.
Yeah, let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from Spurlo 111. Question for the crew. Do you think there's a possibility that Nicholas Biase or any or another person you investigate takes the opportunity to come out and speak publicly about the investigation on your side?
I don't know. I would hope so. Hopefully, we've been very clear that Biase is not the bad actor here. If anything, he seems like he's doing what he can outside of speaking up and speaking out publicly. And I also understand that there's a view of, hey, if I don't do that, I can do more good behind the scenes. Sure, but when the war is taking place in front of the camera, that really matters because people determine their votes that way. So I would like to, and he'd be more than welcome to come here, or I hope that he does speak on this. I hope that if he's asked for, and he says, yeah, I said it and it's true.
So from what we know right now, is how we feel. There's things developing. I'm just going to leave it at that. About Biase.
You mean like the rash that you showed me? I told you
that was yours.
It could be.
What are you talking about?
No, mine's a puncture wound. Yours is a rash.
I don't have a rash.
Yeah, you do.
I cleaned it up.
Well, I don't. I thought that's what was developing.
I rubbed it on for him.
Yeah, did you?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you gave him some of that pro rash cream. That's your problem.
I know how to do it.
You're using the rash friendly cream.
Pro rash.
The pro bacterial soap.
Yes.
Let's grab.
We were treating something else, and that just happened. So,
but I guess there probably does exist because of the microbiome. That's the key word these days. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from Damage. Does anyone seriously believe that Donald Trump, or anyone else for that matter, could clean all this up in 4 years?
No, I don't believe he could clean all of this up in 4 years, but there are some things that he could do that could definitely change the outlook for the country. Two major ones that would fall under the purview of legitimate executive power and action would be energy. Bringing us to the point where, again, we're a net energy exporter. That affects you. That affects basically all measures of inflation.
Yeah.
And same thing with securing the border. Those are things that can be done pretty quickly, and that can change a lot. Can all of this be fixed? No, and I do believe that the Democrats, their plan B is try and saddle Trump with all of their baggage and try and blame. There's always a delayed effect with some of their policies. Blame it on him. But look, it's undeniable that for a 3-year period in our lifetime, everybody knew that something was different. The economy was better. Everyone knew that employment opportunities were plentiful. Everybody knew, and people even today when polled knew that we had an economy that was different from anything we'd experienced in our lifetime. And that is the direct result, not just of Donald Trump, but of those policies. I mean, you do have to ask 8 years of Obama, a $1,000, I believe, median salary increase in 8 years, over $4,000 in 3 years. I believe it could have been 4. I don't know. And I think the study was conducted in the first 3 years of Trump's presidency, and then a net negative $4,000 on, the expansion pack of Obama, Biden. Like there is a contrast. You can see it. So can he fix everything? No, absolutely not. Don't look for one transcendent political figure to save you. Can it have an impact? Yes. And at this point, Donald Trump is a lightning rod for this inflection point of people saying, you know what? No. Media, no. Swamp, we're not going to take your word for it. Yeah. That's the message that is being sent, because this guy was there. They vilified him before he went into office, and they tried to destroy him once he peacefully left office. That's why this would be a resounding statement that we haven't seen in modern American history. Yeah. And that message is important. Can he fix everything? No. But can the people in power know that you expect actual change? Think about that. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the great way to put it. He is not the fixer. He's the exposer for the broad system problems. You have to know that there's a problem first to be able to fix it. Mm-hmm. And I think he's done that. He can fix certain things, like you said, too, like Department of Education. He can fix that. The wall, border security, he can fix that. Like, there are individual things that he can do. Like Department of Education, getting rid of it completely, right? You can do those things, but I think it's going to be the next person and the person after that really have to come in and clean up what we are now clamoring for change.
And hopefully Trump sets a, he sets a trend.
Yeah.
That permeates through DC, and not just on one side of one party, but
yeah.
Can he fix it?
They call me Trump the Builder. Can he fix it? You damn right.
That's not a kids program.
Ralph? Is that?
No, you don't know that show?
Can he fix
Bob the Builder.
Lick my balls.
I don't know Bob the Builder.
I said, who are all let me tell you, there's something weird with that guy. He's a weird guy. JD is not weird. He's a solid rock. I happen to be a very solid rock. We're not weird. We're other things perhaps, but we're not weird.
Well, sometimes they use
I don't think
L's,
weird
and you
is
can't even tell if it's an L or an I.
but
and
the
I can
Democrats have
reset it. It's gonna
certainly
take a minute, so I might as well just
commandeered
wait.
that word,
If
and
it doesn't work after you wait for a little bit, then
you can tell Trump does not like it, right? He's brought it up multiple times, responded to that multiple times. So they'll continue to say it. Meanwhile, Tim Walz is doing flutter kicks on the stage and holding his heart in his chest like he just won Miss America. All right. So now another update. Trump can't use this song anymore. We're back at that season. You know how you're in election season when we have these song fights again? You can't play that. My dead uncle is going to be mad that you played his song at a rally. Many artists have objected to Trump using their music. One such edict came down from a federal court judge. He issued a temporary injunction saying Trump can't use Sam and Dave 1960s classic "Hold On, I'm Coming" in rallies. Trump reps told reporters, yeah, they'll fine. We won't use the song. It's fine. It had been used as his exit music. And so there was I saw a clip of this. They were just throwing a hissy fit about this. You're not allowed to use this. Licensing is bad. They're filing lawsuits. They're declaring victories. It's pretty funny. It's very dramatic because it's an election and their music is going to be used by Donald Trump to America's detriment. And I'm sure they're rolling over in their graves. All right. Meanwhile, we have this story. Kamala has finally agreed to the terms of the debate. She was dragging her feet on this because she doesn't want to actually do the debate. She's not good at talking or thinking or speaking extemporaneously. She can read from a teleprompter, not bad, but otherwise, if she has to answer something on the fly, it's a hit or miss on that one. So we're excited to see how this debate unfolds. And we're glad that she's finally agreed to the terms. Would be nice if she also agreed to the terms of the other debates, but we'll see if that happens. So both sides now agree to rules for the ABC debate. Trump has already agreed to it a long time ago. And then Harris is now seeking, listen how they write this crap. They're so rigged. Both sides initially agreed to a debate on September 10th, but Trump later threatened to back out. No, he didn't. And Harris sought to change one of the ground rules. None of that is true. Trump just said, how about we negotiate a real debate with Harris, since we already set the September 10th date with Biden. Harris is a new candidate, so we'll negotiate terms with her. That wasn't backing out.
Now, but we do
That
get
was
things out
setting
of,
a new debate with a new
coming
candidate,
back
since they
to
cooed the other
Cam
one.
and stuff like that.
They said
Your
Trump was trying to
transportation?
back out of that debate. That was actually Kamala who said that. Then Trump said, fine, okay, we'll hold the same terms with your rigged candidate, okay, with your cooed candidate and your rigged network with George Slopadopoulos, an ex-Clinton hitman. We'll come do it. Then Harris sought to change one of the ground rules because she was looking for a fake excuse, a fake because, to get out of the debate. Saying we want the mics on, and we want notes, and we want to sit down and change all the terms, even though they're the ones who lectured Trump. Why don't you just hold to Biden's terms? But NBC is a corrupt media entity, obviously. Just listen to the subtitle that they wrote on this byline. Here, Kelly O'Donnell, Yamiche Alcindor, Gabe Gutierrez, and Dara Gregorian. All right, it's amazing. It takes 4 journalists to come up with one article. Incredible.
I doubt
and
it
they
was
still
this
come up with
computer,
this
but,
garbage.
like I said,
Vice
it's-
President Harris and
once
Trump
we
are
rate
now
the
set to
comments,
debate
it
each
still
other
won't do it.
next
I'll
week.
just
Great, ABC.
get a new
September
template
10th event in Philadelphia is going to use the same rules and format as the June debate. Yeah, because Kamala finally agreed to it. Both campaigns had previously agreed to hold the debate on that date. Trump made that agreement with Joe Biden, the original candidate, before they changed fighters in the 5th round. But after Trump already knocked him out. But the agreement, can we just put someone else in? No, I already beat your candidate. I already knocked him out. We're gonna finish this fight, and I'm gonna declare victory. They said we're just gonna swap him out. Like, it's the 5th round. It's 5 of 8. What are you doing? Nope. Sorry, new candidate. Trump, you have to continue to go again. It's a fresh candidate. Sorry, this is how it works. This is American democracy. Eat it. But the agreement appeared to be in jeopardy after Trump suggested he might back out. No. There was no agreement with Kamala Harris. You see how sneaky they are? They agreed to hold the debate on that date. They're the worst. You don't hate the media enough. Maybe you do here, but you could use a little more. Candidate microphones will be live only for the candidate whose turn it is to speak. During a town hall with Fox News taped on Wednesday, Trump said he would let Harris talk during the debate. The former president also said that his approach to the debate will depend on how fair he perceives ABC News to be. But he noted that his strategy is to sort of feel it out as the debate is taking place. Trump campaign official Jason Miller said in a statement that the president's campaign was thrilled. Kamala and her team of Biden campaign leftovers have accepted the already agreed upon rules. Finally, they came around on it. Says Americans want to hear both candidates present their competing visions to the voters, unburdened by what has been, Miller said. We'll see you in Philadelphia on Tuesday. In a letter to ABC, the Harris campaign agreed to the muted microphone rule after whining about it, but said she will be fundamentally disadvantaged by this format, says Kamala. She's constantly a victim. Is she oppressed now? Why? Why would she be disadvantaged? Joe Biden agreed to the terms. Her administration, her boss, her hyphenated tether. He agreed to the terms. And now she's going to be disadvantaged? How come? What's the difference? Which will serve to shield Donald Trump from direct exchanges with the vice president. Okay, that's the same thing Joe Biden wanted. So they wrote whining about this. Notwithstanding our concerns, we understand that Donald Trump is a risk to skip the debate altogether. Never. As he threatened to do so previously, never. If we do not accede to his preferred format. These people are so pathetic. Could you imagine doing a business deal or ever even having lunch with somebody like this? You're living in bizarro world. It's Joe Biden's terms. These people are shameless. Like, they're just the worst. You've dealt with these people in business. No integrity at all. We do not want to jeopardize the debate. Well, just agree to the terms that your administration already set. For this reason, we accepted the full set of rules proposed by ABC, including muted microphones, finally bringing an end to the stalemate because they're so pathetic. The 90-minute debate will be held without an audience in Philadelphia's National Constitution Center, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to live stream it. It'll be moderated by David Muir and Lindsay Davis of ABC News, both non-fans of Trump. And Slopadopoulos will not be there, but obviously he works for ABC. Both will have 2 minutes. Neither candidate will be allowed notes or props. and both will stand for the entire debate. Both will have 2 minutes to answer questions and 2-minute rebuttals with an additional minute to each candidate for follow-up, clarification, or response. The rules mirror the June 27th CNN debate between Trump and Biden. The president's performance was widely panned. That's Biden. Eventually led to him getting cooed out. Now, the standoff over the microphones was going to derail the debate. And, Harris was just whining about this, saying Trump was going to back out of the debate. And, yeah, he said, let's do it on another network. He also acknowledged at the time that he didn't have an issue with them both microphones being live. Yeah, but they already agreed to the terms. A virtual coin flip on Tuesday determined podium placement and the order of closing statements, ABC News said. Trump won the coin toss. That's right, baby. Let's go. And decided to speak last during closing statements. Heck yeah. Harris selected the right podium position on the screen, the right side. Maybe she thinks she's got a better angle from this side, right? So she'll be looking like this, kind of right to the cameras. Trump will be over here looking like this. Good. That's Trump's better side anyways. And maybe they wanted that because if Trump's looking this way, if he's on the left, wait a minute. Harris selected the right podium position on the screen. So if you're watching the screen, she's going to be on the right.
Good to know, SOS.
So that means Trump will be on the left and we'll be looking, because Trump will be looking at us. So we'll be looking at Trump's right side, right? So we'll be kind of looking at his ear. Is that right? Do I have that visual right? Trump will be looking like this because he'll be on the left side of the screen looking towards the center. So we'll see this ear, which is the ear that got shot. So that's actually a better position for Trump because it's going to remind us that he took a bullet for America. Kamala, man, they're so dumb. They gave him the better podium position too. No, she is on the left of the camera. Yeah, but Harris selected the right podium position on the screen, right? So if we're I was thinking about it like from her perspective, if she's on the right, then Trump's on the left. But yeah, she's on the right side. Harris selected the right podium position on the screen. So I think that means that she's going to be over here looking this way, which means Trump will be over here looking this way. So we'll see this side. Yeah, very curious. Very curious. All right, so that's coming up, and we know it's going to be interesting. Many people are wondering, which accent is Kamala going to have when she shows up for her little debate performance? Yeah, so here, this one was clipped from Alex Brusewitz, and he posted this. He says, listen, Kamala, listen to how she says 64 days in Detroit versus how she says it in Pittsburgh. It's literally just a couple hours apart. Looks like she's in the same outfit. Is that right?
You got to start with the bottom blue thing on the very bottom there. That enters you into the form. And each form will do that to you. And then you click on the blue arrow or the little blue tab, and then it'll jump you to
election of our lives.
Perfect.
What? What did she say?
So, friends, 64 days until the most election of our lives.
The most election of our lives.
Friends.
The most election of our lives. Oh my gosh. 64 days until the most election of our lives. Yeah, she's right. It is 64 days until the most election of our lives. And I'm excited for the most debate ever that we're going to watch soon too. The most debate.
It was a joke when it happened.
That's related to the most election we've ever experienced. Wow, profound. All right, so that's Kamala. And more people are wondering about how this is going to play out with the American public. Are they noticing these accents? One person who's noticed it is Peter Doocy over in the White House. Doocy got into it with Karine a little bit over Kamala's newfound accent. Kamala changes her voice. I think they call it tone shifting, pitch shifting, dialect switching, something switching. There's a new word that's out there. And I think they're saying that it's a positive thing. It's like, oh, code switching, maybe something like that. I forget what it is. But here is the most press secretary in the history of our lives, Karine, talking to Peter Doocy.
A different topic. Since when does the vice president have what sounds like a southern accent?
Better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. And you all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Really?
Well,
I mean, this is...
No idea?
She was talking about unions in Detroit using one tone of voice.
Is this something that you
Same
think...
line
Okay, Peter.
that
let's-
she used the same line in Pittsburgh, and it sounded like she at least had some kind of a southern drawl.
I mean,
What?
do you hear the question that I mean, do you think Americans seriously think that this is an important question? They care. You know what they care about?
Yeah, we do. We think she's inauthentic and she's a pandering hack. That's what the problem is.
They care about the economy. They care about lowering costs.
That she's wrecked.
They care about health.
That she's wrecked.
That's
that
what
she's
Americans
wrecked.
care about.
Yeah, that too.
That's what they want to hear.
Yeah, that too. In addition to her inauthenticity. Yeah, all of that matters.
They care about, your colleague just asked me about what basically we talked about, went back and forth about democracy and freedom.
That you guys don't even believe in. She never even got a vote.
They care
I
about. I'm not even going to entertain some question about the president. It's just hearing it sounds so ridiculous.
Well, but hearing it.
Look at that pause. First of all, can I just get a shout out on that perfect pause? I take no credit for that. It's just the nature of the universe, the chaotic nature of the universe. Sometimes you get an outstanding pause that just symbolizes the entire joke of a press briefing situation we have here. I don't even know what my point was.
It is.
The question I'm talking about, the questions is just insane.
Is that how she talks in meetings?
I'm just Peter. We're moving on.
Does she bring out that southern drawl when she's hanging out with you guys, getting the daily press briefings or getting the VP's updates, daily brief? Oh, funny.
Moving on.
All right, so she didn't like that one. He should have started talking with the southern drawl. Now, also, he had some other questions about her policies, and I think this was from September 4th, or the day before. I think this was from a day before on maybe Monday, but clipped over, or Tuesday. Tuesday. Washington Examiner says Karine was also pressed after the Kamablah interview. How can Kamablah just change her critical policy positions if her values haven't changed? Like, for example, how does fracking go from absolutely no fracking, it's going to wreck the environment, to I'm pretty much for it now? What caused, or what value is she aligning with for both of those issues? Because they seem to be opposed to one another. So here's this exchange.
Vice President Harris once said years ago that she wanted to decriminalize illegal border crossing. Now she's saying that her values haven't changed. And so how much ownership does she have for this latest NYPD stat that 75% of arrests in Midtown Manhattan lately have been migrants?
My goodness, there was a lot in that question. I mean, look, just going back to the values, and obviously the vice president can speak for herself and her campaign will speak for herself, for her. Her values haven't changed. And you heard that on the interview that she did with CNN very recently. And I think that's important. I think someone's values matter. And that's what you see from the vice president. And certainly that's what you see from this president. Look, as you're talking about the New York, I believe it's the New York Post report, as you just stated. Look, you heard directly from the New York Police Department. They put out a statement which was reflected in that story. So just want to, in your story, so which want to be really clear. So I would refer you to the spokespeople who spoke to this. And I would say more broadly, we fundamentally believe this administration, including Harris, because this is the Biden-Harris administration, believe that
Harris.
anyone found guilty of crimes should be held accountable. That is something that we fundamentally believe.
The problem is you don't charge your side. You only charge the oppositional party. You focus on them because you're using the government as a cudgel against your political opponents.
And you have heard us say that we welcome local law enforcement support and cooperation in apprehending and removing individuals who pose that risk, who pose a national security risk, and so that's what we welcome. I would refer you to the New York Police Department. They actually spoke to this and kind of spoke to that number that was being used, and I would refer you to them.
If the vice president's values have not changed, why have so many of her positions on policies changed?
I would say look at what the vice president has done with this president the last 3.5 years. Look what we have been able to do.
What?
Look what we've been able to do at the border without much help from Republicans.
What?
Because they're too busy listening
Let
to
in
the former
15
president,
million
sadly,
people?
and telling them not to actually do the things that majority of Americans want to see them doing, and that being dealing with the challenges at the border. They
obviously did
Donald
not
Trump.
want the stupid border bill. Otherwise, if there was resounding support for that, Republicans would have been on board with it. Much more than they were, right? They tried to cram that down our gullets, but we didn't let them do it.
Instead of continuing to work with us in a bipartisan way. That's what they chose to do. That's on them. But because of the actions that this administration has taken, we have seen those actions lead to numbers going down at the border. And that matters. And that's because of the work that we have done. And, and you heard me talk about the economy, what the president and this vice president have been able to do. We cannot forget what the Biden-Harris administration inherited when they walked into this administration. A once in a century pandemic.
Yeah.
People were dying. Thousands of people were dying a day.
Yeah, but you guys had the jab, and then you had the mandates, and you had total control of the country, and you demanded that everybody comply with your remedies. And so these consequences are on you. You spent a bunch of money. In 2021, after we were already months through the pandemic and everybody had a much better handle on it, you took a crisis, you didn't let it go to waste, you exploited the hell out of it, and that's why we have so many problems in this country. We've got inflation through the roof. You created a bunch of different policies on humanitarian stuff on the back of, the progressive ideology that opened the borders. We've got multiple new wars going on and on and on. So it's wild. She wants to go back and blame the pandemic for their failures, but then they're going to ignore the pandemic when they're comparing themselves to Trump also, right? They say, well, look how many jobs Trump lost. Well, that's because the whole country got shut down for a once in a lifetime, once in multiple lifetimes pandemic that wrecked the whole world. And they're like, well, we're not going to count that when we're talking about Trump, but we'll count it when we're talking about us. So let's finish this out.
And the last administration, the Trump administration, didn't bother to leave a comprehensive plan on dealing with the pandemic. They didn't bother. They were too busy. He was too busy telling people to inject bleach into their bodies. That's what he was doing. Meanwhile, this president...
Totally ridiculous. She's a liar. So she's just a liar. That's a flat out lie. The whole press room just sits there and lets her lie.
This vice president passed the American Rescue Plan. Only Democrats voted for that. And because of that, we're able to open up schools. Because of that, we're able to open up businesses. Because of that, we're able to put some checks in pockets for people who really needed it. Think about the child tax credit. That changed lives for families and put shots in arms. And so that is why we have an economy that is growing. That is why we have an economy that is leading the world.
Oh my gosh, she's a joke. And the press just sits there and they take it every day. Can you imagine being in that job? Having to sit here and listen to her lie about whatever she wants with no consequence. So they don't answer any questions there. The Kamala campaign doesn't answer any questions outside of 17 minutes during their interviews. And we've got now Walz just literally ignoring other reporters and their questions. And they're basically begging, can we please just get a question answered? Just one, Tim, one, Kamala, please.
What's your policy on gay politics? Can we get a question at some point?
All right, so you can see they're trying to get questions out of Tim Walz. Can we get a question at some point? What's your administration going to do about lowering prices? Can you answer the question, please? Tim Walz just walking. Can we get a question at some point answered, please, from Greg Price? You can see. No questions at all, because it's just a fake campaign, astroturfed all over the place. And we are seeing some similar thoughts on that from Frank Luntz. He's saying, look, we've got quite a sharp drop in Democratic voter enthusiasm in this month's YouGovernment poll. It was 70% last month. The honeymoon period is officially over. And you can see, right, this was their total excitement. This was their climax. Okay, we called it that. We've been calling it this for months. Or going up, there's going to be this big climax, this big peak, and then they're going to come crashing down. And they're going to look at themselves. They're going to be like, oh, what have I done? They were really enjoying themselves in the moment. And then after it was over, they're like, oh, I should not have done that. And wait a minute, that's what happened. What happened last night? So you can see enthusiasm is coming back down to earth, obviously going to be the case. So how enthusiastic are you about voting for president in the upcoming election in November? A percentage who say they're very enthusiastic or extremely enthusiastic. They're, what's shot all the way up, a giant anomaly, all astroturfed by media, the enthusiasm, the joy, like think about this as like $1 billion or $2 billion in free garbage propaganda from everybody. It's like $2 billion, right? Maybe more than that. It might be 5 billion. Just think about that every day. Kamala, joy. Like, we're not inundated with it every day, but because we isolate ourselves from it and we like intelligent news sources and things like that. But everywhere else, that's what it's been. And so then people kind of get accustomed to it. They get acclimated to it is probably the right word. And then you see they're coming back down to earth. Now, the question is this trajectory going to continue down and return to the baseline, which was dramatically under the Republican enthusiasm? And will the Republican enthusiasm continue to stay steady at that level, or will it go up, right? Is there going to be more enthusiasm now that we've got RFK Jr. joining the campaign, or Tulsi Gabbard? And since the DNC, right, Trump's campaign is going to be able to redefine now Kamala a bit, since their orgasmic experience is now coming to a close. And their new candidate is going to be measured, and there'll be new strategies orchestrated against her. So all of this is looking good for Republicans. Meanwhile, this
you just
guy,
do the top, and then if you're not interested in the insurance, you can click
is
where it says opt
predicting
out
a
there.
Kamala win. This
More,
guy,
but they just
the
need
presidential
to have
Nostradamus.
to just have proof that we offered.
And this is the Alan Lichtman guy, right? We talk about him a lot every election cycle. Dude, 77, been calling elections right for a long time. He's got these 13 keys to the White House. Apparently, he says he's predicted everyone, and he predicted 2020 right. And he is saying Kamala. He's explaining his 13 keys to the New York Times. He says they're big picture, true, false questions that tap into the strength of the White House. 13 keys are midterm gains, incumbency, primary contest, third party, short-term economy, long-term economy, policy changes, social unrest, White House scandal, incumbent charisma, challenger charisma, foreign policy failure, and foreign policy success. And says that Kamala needs to lose 6 of them in order to be declared a loser. Last month, she was down only 3.
Right there.
So the other 2 keys were looking shaky. So it's kind of close, but he explained only 2 of them have anything to do with the candidates. He says incumbency, right? He went through all the keys. And so there's no third-party challenger now. And so the scandal key he's talking about, right? So he's making his prediction with Kamala. But in Allen's eyes, Harris has not met the standard of the incumbent. So he says she's not an incumbent. And then challenger, right? So that's letting you know that's out there. And he says that she's going to win. I don't know that this election is, I mean, I think it's going to be a very close call. But it's also one that is hard to predict because we also have Trump is a former president. Like, has he ever had that in his 100 and whatever terms? I think the last time this has happened was what? Like Teddy Roosevelt? So
yeah,
it's kind of
well,
a strange, it's kind of a strange election because incumbency is like Trump's running for a second term.
Yeah, click on that.
With the power of the
Log out.
presidency at his back.
All right.
That's interesting.
Back
Anyways,
up here
so
one
that
for the
one's out there,
orientation. Maybe good
and
one. Yep.
multiple people having multiple
Today or
takes,
tomorrow,
and
it's
obviously
up to
there's a
you.
lot of roadmap left on the election.
Okay.
Election
Bring
betting
your ID and
odds
stuff with you. We'll get
is
it
saying
scanned,
Trump
just
is
for
back
ID.
on top, and he was not on top for a while. And you can see the states that are looking like they're lining up here are Arizona is going red, Nevada's going red. They've got Georgia going red. They've got Wisconsin is actually looks like that's leaning blue. Minnesota is looking like that's solid blue. Yeah, that Minnesota makes sense. Michigan here is a little closer. Democrats 58. So these two are grayed out. They've got Pennsylvania going Republican. North Carolina, same thing. Virginia, they got going blue. And so the numbers are, of course, going to be dynamic. Wow, I just see. So with all that in the house, the other story I was going to just mention briefly, Hunter is now going to plead guilty. Is that what we saw? Hunter was scheduled for trial to start today. And we actually had that one queued up here. You can see Hunter faces his next trial with a kneecap defense strategy. So that was today. And is he going to be taking a guilty plea? Probably smart. Probably should have done that a long time ago. Yeah, he actually should have done that a long time ago. We've covered that at length. Oh, he's going, let's see. We're looking for any news on that. Jury selection. Is anybody covering this live? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing it in the official news anywhere. Have you seen it just on X or? Let's see if CNN's doing some updates. We've got this one from NBC News. Jury selection is underway. All right, we'll keep our eye on it. We'll see what else is happening with that as the day unfolds. Let's see who is here on the day. It's a beautiful day. It's breaking on Fox, so they've got somebody there. Let's see. So they've got somebody probably there. Let's see if they're live.
Situation at the school for whatever reason.
We got some school shooting stuff. All right, cool. We'll keep our eye on it. All right. So who is here in the house, my friends? It's a beautiful, beautiful day. We got Milo Phone Bill. What's up, Milo? We're sharing this story from Washington State talking about Up the Grove and Herrera Butler and a commissioner's race from Washington State. A Democrat wins a primary by 49 votes after a recount. Also shared this one. Says Gray was armed and an SRO engaged him. So a school resource officer engaged the shooter. And the shooter quickly realized if he didn't give up, this would end with an officer-involved shooting. He got on the ground. Deputy took him into custody. Good stuff there. Glocky says, when you get a chance, watch this undercover video of the DOJ Chief of Public Affairs. He basically admits everything against Trump is false. Looks like a good one from Steven Crowder. Glocky's also sharing this one. Looks like another good link from the Post-Millennial. Sandy shared this one. Says, excellent thread about the DC hearing today. No bias, just reporting what's being said. Yeah, it's a Roger Parloff link. I think we'll probably talk about that on the show because that's where Trump is today, or his attorneys are there today. Trump was getting re-indicted on that superseding indictment. And today was also, I think, a status conference on the scheduling order. So we'll let that hearing finish, and then we'll go through that full thing today, get all of our updates on what's happening there in the court. That's Judge Chutkin presiding. And so we'll see what she has for us. So thank you, my friends, for those very nice donos. What's going on? We got some other comments. Yeah, Senator J.D. Vance. Are you going over there, Carrie B? You're heading over there? Just got my ticket. Right on. It's going to be a great one. I was thinking about going over there now that I have a broken pipe. That is not going to be happening until we get that solved. But I think a solution is in motion. What's up? Dr. John says, all Trump needs to do is make her laugh. The cackle will ensure Trump wins. As simple as. As simple as. Just get one cackle out of her. She is going to be fighting the cackle. She will not be doing it. They're going to be like, listen. It's like a fighter when a fighter emerges onto the stage, right? Their coach is back there like, listen, he's got a strong right, so just avoid that. Keep that hand up. Don't forget that. Keep that hand up. Move your feet. You're going to be fine. For Kamala, it's like, just don't laugh. Just don't. We know you're going to be nervous and not know what to say. Just say anything other than cackle. Yeah, I can do it. I can do it, Obama. Oh, I can do it, Barack. I can do it. Something like that. So thank you for those. And what's up? Tony DeMarco says, here's Glenn Greenwald taught me all I need to know about corporate media. Why you should hate the corporate media way more than you already do. Yeah, Glenn Greenwald's the man too. And Snowbird says, laughing like a bum. Like a bum. I like audiobooks. I mean, sometimes I'll read a physical book, but it's mostly audiobooks. Let's be real. Let's be real about it. Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? We've got Neuro's just joining us. We've got some comments on here as well. What's up? Voice says, tonight's going to be fun. Off-label podcast. This tenant media thing isn't what people are calling it. Let's take a deep dive tonight because it's Russiagate 2.0. Sounds like it's going to be a good show, Voice. Voice says, why did everyone have a problem with Clinton using a Southern accent, but a supposed black woman doing it? Why do you care? This is pathetic. I think everyone did have a problem with Clinton.
I got your address down too.
Thanks for the comment, Voice. Kimmy Joe says, Stephen Crowder, just of the Chief Justice, to admit that they're using lawfare to go after Trump. Man, that sounds like a good one, too. The Chief Justice of the Justice Department? Not the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. But, yeah, I think someone shared that link up here in the locals chat earlier. Thank you for that, Kimmy Joe. And Gordon Beaton says, I hope your pipe leak doesn't cost us the election. Hope your pipe leak doesn't cost us the election. Me too. Yeah, me too. Hopefully nobody starts pulling ballots out of secret vans that just showed up and start shoving them into feeders. Jennifer says, is this the new time or our schedule's not a thing anymore, Robert? Tisk, tisk. Well, we went early today because I've got another event to attend to at 9 a.m., our regular time. So that's why we went early today. Thank you, Jennifer. We've got this. Ollie says, Chutkin of Burisma, shill boys Flexner with Hunty. Chutkin of Burisma, shill boys Flexner with Hunty. And yeah, so apparently that's breaking news. And we'll keep our eye on that. I was kind of considering covering the trial, actually, and seeing if there was some good stuff in there, because I think they're probably going to be concerned about more evidence coming out. And they don't want that to happen. The best thing they can do is just put a bow on this whole thing and forget it. Just shove Hunter into the closet as fast as possible and get rid of the Biden family. They're done. And that's really what happened with Joe, is he was just this useful, empty suit who they would do a bunch of damage on the back of, and then they can just shove it in the Joe Biden bag, just shove it like a garbage bag, put some more in there. Here, more spending. Here's some more illegal aliens. Here's some more money for Ukraine. Just shoving it in there, right in the bottom of this big, disgusting bag of garbage. And then they just tie it up, throw it overboard. That's Joe Biden. They did that. Bye, Joe. And then they just, Kamala Harris didn't do her policies. She's totally separate person. It's bait and switch. It's a total sham. Joe should be in this race. They cooed him out of there. Kamala did not get a vote. They disenfranchised a bunch of Democrats, and they did it because Joe's a terrible candidate. They did it because he's a bag of garbage, and they had to throw him out. Otherwise, he was going to lose. Yeah. What's up? What's up, Odessia? What's up, First Amendment? Good to see you. DOJ Chief of Public Affairs. Wow, that's a big one. DOJ Chief of Public Affairs. It's a big one from Crowder. That's a good get. Voice says, I'm talking about their reactions, Rob, not yours. They all cried about Clinton doing it. Now they're trying to shrug it off. Didn't mean to make it sound like I was attacking you. Sorry. No problem, Voice. I just didn't know. I didn't know what you were exactly commenting on. So thanks for the clarity, Voice. And yeah, I see what you're saying. So was the media critical about Clinton doing it? So that's the point I don't think I was registering with me. Were they crying about Clinton doing it? Or maybe they were because it was vis-a-vis Obama, right? So I think you're right about that, right? So they were defending Obama, and they were maybe saying Hillary is trying to misappropriate Obama's blackness or something like that by mocking the newfound accent. I see. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. And thank you for that. And yeah, Essential Bite says Hunter Biden pleads guilty per Fox News. What a coward. I mean, he obviously needed to do that. But here it is. There it is. Hunter Biden is going to plead guilty. Of course. Hunter Biden intends to plead guilty on federal tax charges. Abby Lowell, the trial began. Hunter's already been convicted, by the way. Weiss charged Hunter with 3 felonies, 6 misdemeanors. What's the plea? In the indictment, we know. Second time they've had a trial. Biden was found guilty on all the prior charges. A date has not been set for sentencing on those charges. With all counts, the total maximum prison time for the charges could be up to 25 years. President Biden has vowed not to pardon his son. Yeah, right. All right. So maybe we'll see what the documents are. They're probably going to try to wrap this up in court today, and maybe even execute the plea deal today. If you are the prosecutor, you're saying, yeah, we got to execute this today. A jury. Like, normally a prosecutor would absolutely punish a defendant who is doing this. Wait a minute. You're going to wait until the day of trial to come out here and take a plea deal? I've actually had this happen. I've had clients show up the day of the trial. They're like, the night before, we're going to fight the hell out of this. They show up the morning of. I've had second thoughts. I'm like, oh, man. Well, the prosecutor's not going to be happy about this because there's a whole jury sitting back here, right? There's in the jury room before they ultimately call them in. So they're not happy about it. So it looks like Hunter, and the reason why a defendant might want to push it is because stuff can happen. We've also pushed to trial many times, and gotten calls from prosecutors the night before. Prosecutors the night before a trial call you and say, hey, is your client interested in like a diversion deal? Or are they interested in taking this deal? And you're like, oh, maybe they are all of a sudden. Oh, your witnesses are not lining up the way you thought they were you? Were they? All right. So then you get smoking deals, right? So a lot of the time you want to, but it depends on the strength of the case. And Hunter's case is not strong at all because he's a criminal. And so they pushed it to the end of the line, and they are now going to take a plea deal. So it sounds about right. We'll see what the documents look like and how it unfolds today. What's up? Stan Cottrell says, got here late. Well, we're early today, so you're not late. Nobody's late today. We're just early. We got Stan Cottrell says, any mention of that satanic Brazilian judge ordering all of Musk's assets in Brazil to be seized? I don't have any update on that, no. But that might be a good segment today too. So we'll see what the day has for us. Thank you for that, Stan Cottrell. No, I mean, I think Elon has acquiesced with Starlink. That's the latest thing I read about it. So Starlink obviously operates in Brazil, and I think Starlink acquiesced and then also blocked access to X, which is weird. Like Elon's blocking his own companies by providing internet. So I know people in Brazil are still using VPNs and stuff like that, but yeah, the State Department, I guess, is not involved or caring at all because it's Elon. So not good. Yeah, not good at all. But we'll keep our eye on it, Stan. Thanks for that. And Art Pollard says, still no report on what Trump's underlying crime was. He was convicted of falsifying records to further a crime for which he was never convicted. It's crazy. Yeah. And the statute that the judge used in order to do that was to say intent to commit another crime. So he only intended to do it. And what is that other crime? Well, it could be a couple of other options. It could be a federal crime. It could be a state level tax crime. It could be another state level reporting, I think, violation. So there were a bunch of possibilities that it could be that he intended to commit, never convicted.
What are you
for.
talking
In
about?
fact, the federal courts or the federal prosecutors declined to prosecute him for that reason. And they did it anyways. So the whole thing was rigged, clearly. Thank you, Art. Very nice comment there as well. Clowns and Hollow Weird shared this link, says everybody should check this out. That way, check this out by the way they're talking about not a real boy. From Clowns and Hollow Weird, sharing a link over on X from another video. And so be sure to check that one out as well, my friends, on this beautiful Thursday. And so let's see who else is in the house. We're going to wrap it up here on the day, my friends. We are going to come back. The show tonight is going to be at the regular time, 3 p.m. Arizona, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then on Friday, we're going to be early. So Friday, we're going to be early again for the Court of Appeals oral arguments in New York. So we're going to have a busy week. We're going to have a great day. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, today is today. Tomorrow is Friday. So tomorrow we're going to be on early. Did I just say that? 7:45 tomorrow. But that's going to be a live show across the board because we got oral arguments happening tomorrow. So it's going to be fun. But okay, so my friends, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for sending in these amazing donos. It's a beautiful Thursday. Thank you to Carrie B for clipping for us. What's up, Woodchip Bill? So yeah, we were 1 hour early today. So my friends just joining us, sorry we missed you. We were 1 hour early today because I've got an event I have to jump into. And we're going to do that. We're going to do some show prep. We're going to come back and have a great stream later tonight at the usual time, usual location. And so I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us on this little early stream. It's going to be a beautiful day. We're going to get out there, get after it, and make it a great day. And so we'll come back and see you soon. Until then, my friends, be well. Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, just had a weird encounter. Another one of them weird encounters we run into in this office here. Put it on here until I find something else. Oh, is it dead? Shit. Oh, it should be working. They're connecting to feed. Weird. There we go.
And now, shop what you love and save $2 on each participating item when you buy 3 or more with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Yeah, it was definitely weird. This guy who I kicked out of an office when I was up in Monroe shows up here like he's never seen me before. And when I told him that the client up in Monroe didn't want him to return, he started sending me a barrage of these text messages. This guy's pulled a gun on one of my bus drivers one time. So when I went back out there to chat with him, we had the burner with us. But then he started screaming the same shit he was putting in the texts. Yeah, he's definitely one that Alex Rosen should talk to. Yeah, he was in. See if he's still wanted. He is. I have his address. Fucking idiot. Unfamiliar surge. Oh yeah, I kicked him out again. Trespassed him. And he started screaming. Bullshit. I didn't even go out my door. Why is this not? Am I not hearing anything? All right, let's get something else going here before we lose all our.
Meta and very much in Meta's favor.
The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop.
Oversight and regulation, control and censorship synonyms, and it would be easy to get lost in a maze of nomenclature if you weren't paying attention to what's happening across the world right now. And wokeness there pointing out that Kamala supports what Brazil just did to X. In my country now, we are experiencing, as we are across the world, resurgent nation-first politics. Many people are concerned about what's happening in Germany and the recent election results in Germany. Let's have a look at Nigel Farage from the UK commenting on the UK, the country I live in and that I'm in right now, issuing jail sentences for violations of social media codes and practices. Have a look at this.
So there I was in Barnsley campaigning in a general election, and a lout opposite side of a street gets a cup, fills it with cement, lobs it at the bus that I'm on. And you can see the picture here of me ducking and me shouting to everybody else, get down. It was a very dangerous, provocative, violent thing for this guy to do. Luckily, some builders who were working on the site stopped him, apprehended him. He was arrested. Today, he's been given a suspended prison sentence. He will not serve any custodial time at all. But you see, in Keir Starmer's Britain, if he put something in tempera on Facebook after a couple of glasses of wine, he would have gone to prison. And that's the mess we're in. Can you believe in the year to March, 147,000 people guilty of carrying knives, some of sexual offences, have been given community orders, which means they don't get criminal sentences. Our prisons are full. We're letting people out who are violent offenders to put Facebook offenders, thought speech, some of it not very nice, I'll accept, and to chuck them in prison for a short period of time. Law and order, crime is out of control. We're even allowing people to go shoplifting up to 200 quid without being prosecuted. You simply couldn't make it up.
Extraordinary. This kind of discourse is becoming prevalent in our country, obviously in yours, and one can only assume that conversations like this are happening not happening in Brazil anymore. They've shut down X, but presumably they're happening in Germany, in France, across the world. The sense of polarization, which is increasing, which is odd, given that in reality, I think now what we have are interconnected nodes and communities that defy the previous categorization of left and right. That's why this Rescue the Republic event is taking place, because now there are alliances between figures that are to the left of the government, figures that are to the right of the government, most of whom are interested in, I would say, more individual freedom and opposing the establishment. Let me know what you think about that in the comment and the chat. Douglas Murray was on Piers Morgan, and they were talking about Tommy Robinson, the activist often condemned in legacy media for being racist and right-wing. He denies, in fact, both of those charges, saying that what he, in fact, is a journalist who opposes aspects of Islam that he would describe as being primarily centered around the grooming gang stories and extremism, and in particular where extremism and terrorism meet. Tommy Robinson's been on Jordan Peterson recently and has become, in this country at least, a kind of, depending on your perspective, I suppose, either an avatar of emergent working class activism or an absolute pariah. Here's Piers Morgan discussing him with Douglas Murray. Now, I suppose whatever your view is on Tommy Robinson, on the religion of Islam, surely all of us want for any individual or any group to be able to openly communicate. And if you don't, because you sort of think that the incendiary language contributes to social unrest and unease, and I just wonder what the pathway is that's imagined through all of the polarization and the sort of quite jarring social disturbances that we've had in my country, your country, across the world, last few years in particular, if you're placing the control of information more and more in the hands of the government. This is what Douglas Murray and Piers Morgan said.
That people were looking for people who they could say had coordinated this. I would say it's much worse than that. Would that there were clear coordinators here, because you could go after the people. But there weren't, Piers. As I understand it, from what I can see, this was angry crowds of people that sometimes became mobs, and they weren't coordinated. That is much harder and much more worrying, because it.
Well, I would take slight issue. Okay,
and the rest don't seem to know what to do about it.
I would take slight issue, because I think when you have massive followings on social media like Andrew Tate, and I challenged him about this before I went away, and we had a pretty robust exchange.
Yeah.
But also Tommy Robinson, who's been allowed back onto X by Elon Musk, which I don't think was a good decision, but we can debate that another time. But when they have these big followings and they are actively promoting completely wrong information, suggesting that the perpetrator was an illegal Muslim immigrant to the country on a terror watch list, that's when the trouble starts.
Right there.
Tommy Robinson on Jordan Peterson said that he did not promote the idea that it was an illegal immigrant. And of course, Andrew Tate on Piers Morgan's show did admit to incorrectly identifying the murderer of those children in Southport as a particular migrant. It certainly was untrue. I suppose really what we are in the midst of is a terrifying moment when it comes to who do we grant control to? Who do you fear most? Who are the pariahs and villains in all this? And perhaps if we might allow for a moment our thinking to rest upon solutions. Can you imagine there being some social pact and ease between communities at the moment that appear to be being aggressively groomed to oppose one another? And as long as there is social unrest and as long as there is hatred online, the ongoing clamour for further censorship will continue. And that is what I, at heart, oppose above all else. If you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be leaving in a second. And over the rest of the show, of course, we'll be talking to Michael Francis, mob boss, one of the most powerful mafia figures in your country in the 1980s and 1990s, who has found Jesus Christ and now walks a very different path. It's a fantastic conversation. You'll want to stay for that. Here's a quick message from one of our partners. America, listen up. First, a massive COVID-19 spike with 1.29 million cases reported daily. Then the World Health Organization declares monkeypox a global health emergency. What will they do next? Well, apparently it's going to be a bird flu summit. These aren't just coincidences. It seems that they're calculated moves to keep us fearful and controlled. Would you agree? Were you prepared for the last pandemic? 48% of Americans don't have any emergency supplies ready. We saw how the medical and pharmaceutical industries failed us last time. Are we going to count on them again this time? It's time to take control. Get the Contagion Emergency Kit from the Wellness Company. It's packed with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pack, Tamiflu, and budesonide, and a nebulizer. The treatments they apparently didn't want you to have. A few clicks, and this kit will be at your door. Act now, protect your family, be proactive, and be prepared. Order your Contagion Emergency Kit today. Visit twc.health/brand. Use the promo code BRAND at checkout to save $30. That's twc.health/brand and use the code BRAND to claim your discount. These kits are limited and only available in the United States of America. God bless America. We're going to leave YouTube now. Please click the link in the description. Join us on Rumble for my conversation with Michael Franzese. It's a brilliant conversation where we talk about faith, identity, maleness, masculinity, and so much more. Remember, you can become an Awaken Wonder, and when you are one, you qualify to get live tickets to any events that I appear in anywhere in the world. I often do live stand-up events. Remember, you came to those. Did you enjoy those? Have a look at this clip from my recent stand-up performance. You had the phone on the chair, then you sort of moved a bit. Leg room coming out of your ass. And then the phone just fell down. Like, oh, there's the phone. Sometimes, do you know, I've done this even earlier today. It's a brilliant move. Like, phone fell down. I noticed other people noticing it. Just fucking left it there. Fell down. Other people were like, oh. Just left it there. You don't own me. Phone me. Yeah? Do you control me? Do you? Just stay down there. Pick me up, Russell. I will in a minute. Also, if you're an Awaken Wonder, you are able to pose questions, any question you want to me, and I will answer it. Here's one of them now.
I wanted to ask you if you've been diagnosed and if you agree with it of bipolar. I myself been diagnosed and living with bipolar type 2, and it'd be lovely to know if you're on that journey as well and what you do to support it, to keep the moods in check.
I've had no diagnoses of conditions like bipolar since I've been drug-free. When I was still using drugs, I was diagnosed as being depressed and bipolar. And now with the number of diagnoses that are issued around Asperger's, autism, ADHD, I'm very curious as how I'd get on under scrutiny for those conditions. Thanks very much for joining me today for Stay Free with Russell Brand. Here now is my conversation with Michael Franzese, which I know you are going to love. A strong, assertive, masculine man who says that Jesus Christ is the greatest male role model that ever lived, and that our infatuation with materialism can only be cured by one particular pathway. It's a conversation that I love. Hope you enjoy it as well. Michael,
how are you?
I'm so happy, and it's a pleasure to be in your company in his name.
Well, I feel the same way, and that's in big amen, brother.
Amen. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for coming on. So many of my mates are massive fans of you. I interview people all the time, but a lot of my mates wanted to come today, and one of my mates is hanging out on the other side of this curtain. You've inspired a lot of people. I think you in particular speak to people that it's funny, isn't it? Our culture doesn't have a way of directing the energy of young men anymore. The energy of young men, it's almost like it's surplus somehow. What do you think about that?
Well, I agree, especially in our country. Well, I shouldn't say that, but, I'm more familiar with that. There's been obviously a feminizing of men. This guilt trip that's been laid on men if they try to be men and, act responsibly towards women. I've always said this, Russell, when men are acting like men, it's not demeaning to women. It's a benefit to women. And people just don't see that. So there's a couple of us out there, yourself included, I think, that are, spreading that message. And I think it's catching on.
You tell me your experience, of course, please. That's why I'm here, I'm so interested to learn from you. But before I was saved, and even before I got into recovery from drugs and alcohol, I was trying to make sense of the world. I was trying to get things from the world, first through drugs and alcohol, then through fame and work, and a lot through sex. I really didn't have a very good attitude when I was promiscuous. I really sort of saw the world as something there for me to consume. But you've obviously come from very different, but I wonder if there are some comparisons. Like when you've got, like I have, an ability to perform, say you're charismatic, you can hold people's attention. If you've got a certain amount of drive, if you're willing to be hit in the face with a lot of no's, if you're willing to take rebuttal and rejection and humiliation and keep on going, there are systems that will monetize that. There are sort of systems, for example, Hollywood or the television industry. They go, that person, yes, we can use that person. And for a while, they'll commodify you and use you. Once you're not of any use to them anymore, you're done. Now that's, you know, in one way that sounds ruthless, but it's just business. I fancy that it might be this comparable, albeit with perhaps rather higher stakes in the world you're from, to the kind of motifs and what do I want to say, systems around or organized crime, or whatever term you use to describe your life before coming to Jesus. I wonder what you if you've noticed that. For example, like, you know, people right back away from you, even people that have known me for a long time and know that my conduct around women, for example, was selfish. It was selfish, and I was a player and a womanizer, and that is not what Jesus for us. That's not what God intends for us. I am here to be of service, to be loving and to be kind, not to exploit the fact that I'm famous and those women want to sleep with me and just like think, yeah, let's go. But I was in darkness. I was a fool. Like, I wonder if, you know, like all the people that knew what it was and knew what it wasn't, sort of were really willing to sort of take the line that was being spun by legacy media, being spun by government-funded agencies. I wonder if you sort of see, like a lot of people dropped out. I wonder what you think about that. I wonder what you think of, like in your world, whether or not your talent was utilized, exploited, and what comparisons there are.
Well, you know, Russell, there's no question that on the street, you know, you have to show your value, so to speak, and you have to show what you can contribute to that life. And, you know, there are different levels of success in that life, like anywhere else. And I was fortunate in that I knew how to use that life to benefit me in business and in other ways. So for a long time, I was a pretty respected commodity, you know, but it's like anything else. When, you know, you turn your back on that for any reason, you're not, you know, providing the same services to them, well, then people turn on you. And, you know, that's what happened to me, you know, but in my life, Russell, I look at it differently. I took a blood oath, you know, to abide by the rules of that life. And I knew there were consequences if I didn't do that. So I'm not mad at anybody. I understand people turning on me because I came to realize that it was a bad life. It's really an evil lifestyle. And the reason I say that is because I don't know any family of any member of that life, including my own, not my wife and kids, but, you know, brother, sister, mother's father, that hasn't been totally devastated. And any lifestyle that does that to a family is a bad life. So I came to realize that, obviously, you know, when I became a person of faith and realized that, you know, my answer was in Jesus, and not in the street, not in making money, you know, the success that I might have gained at that point in time. So, yeah, were there people that turned on me? Of course, until today. I mean, hey, you were a rat, you left a wife, you're no good, you're bad, and all of that. But you know what? Most people see it differently now, because if you can act a certain way over a period of time and you're consistent that way, people start to notice that. And they say, well, you know what? Maybe this is real. Like I was always told, my coming to faith was hypocrisy, and I was using it, and I was going to make money with it. You know, you probably heard the same thing, all that nonsense. But, you know, again, if you're consistent over a period of time, people start to see that, and they start to back off. And I think that's happened with me. I'm certain it's happened with you. It certainly will. That's just the way life is.
Firstly, I wonder if you can point
Surprised
to
he's still alive.
values that were present in the life that you were born into that you think are admirable. Certainly there must be certain universal principles that make that lifestyle exciting to people outside of it that have only ever glimpsed it peripherally briefly through associates. For example, I'll let you know, I was a drug addict for a long time, so you're sometimes interface at the very, very lowest levels, I suppose, of what that world might incorporate. And then, just like anybody, I'm fascinated by the culture of the films. And for me, it is to a degree bravery, camaraderie, a code, being against the establishment, being willing outside and being willing to sacrifice yourself for others, being willing to kill or die. Those values, like when we started our conversation, seem like the kind of values that are being bred out and selected against, repressed, oppressed, criticized and condemned in males in our culture.
Oh, he was
a lot of my friends that have ended up serving prison sentences, for example, I feel like, in a different time, they would have been heroes in the military. Like they're people that, if they've been correctly directed. For myself, I feel like I'm someone that if I'd have been introduced to spiritual principles very early in life, I might not have had the road through addiction that I had. From the inside of it, because you've already said in the first few minutes of our conversations that you have actually experienced the havoc and devastation that way of life wreaks on families, and therefore by its fruit shall we know it. It's obviously not positive in that regard. What is it that is alluring? When you say about the blood oath and all that, those kind of things, it seems like it's somehow not only outside of culture, but somehow transcendent of it, better than it. The great gangster movies of the 70s and 80s provide us with critiques on America itself. Like, oh, well, isn't America generally just gangsters? Aren't global elites just gangsters? So what if, working class and blue collar and immigrant people set up their own gangs? They should be able to, like that sort of like some of the stuff that has always turned me on about it. What do you consider to be the values within the world that you are familiar with that are worthy of reverence?
Well, you said it. When I came into the life, I had a very idealistic view of the life because, number one, we're men's men. And what does that mean? It means that we respect women. It means we take care of our community. It means that we don't lie to one another. We protect one another. We have this camaraderie among guys. We've taken a blood oath. When we take that oath, Russell, it's not an oath to lie, steal, cheat, and kill, even though I'll be the first to admit that's part of that life. We take an oath of silence. The oath of omerta means silence. We're never supposed to violate the rules, meaning we don't betray one another. We never talk about the life. We're not even supposed to admit that it exists. We never violate another man's wife, sister, daughter, brother, mother. Never do that. You pay for that with your life, and you got to be honorable with one another. So that's what we're told, and that's the ideology. So, that's very powerful. To me, I don't think there's anything more powerful than this brotherhood, among men. I got your back, you got mine. But, it's like anything else, Russell. It's like our government. You're taking an oath to protect and obey, and what happens? It gets corrupted. So it's like anything else. The life gets corrupted. But the ideology of it going in, it's wonderful. And that's why so many young people, young men, look at that and say, wow, Michael, you had it all. You had the cars, you had the woman, you had the great suit, you had money, you had power. It's very alluring and attractive. And it's like anything else. Once you get into the life, you see what it's really all about, and you got to learn how to navigate it just to, in some ways, survive. But, again, even when I look back, I had friends. Russell, the age-old question, why do good people do bad things, And I say this, I met a lot of guys that I thought were good people. Now, we were corrupted in our thinking and our thoughts, and we did bad things as a result. Didn't make them bad people. Didn't mean they had a bad heart or anything. Because sometimes you can think you're doing the right thing and you're actually doing the wrong thing. If you're fed that, if you buy into the ideology around you. And I think that's what happens to many of us, it happened to me. I'll be quite honest. I did bad things thinking I was doing good things at that time because of the oath that I took.
Honor is a beautiful and highly potent concept, I suppose, within honor, there must be the idea that we value something more highly than ourselves, that there is something that is not material that binds us together. And honor, I think, is integral in the spiritual life. That what I'm discovering and learning about now, Michael, is for lived faith, I'm continually observing as I try to reassert power again in my own life, my own self, what I might consider the satanic aspect of my nature, that part of me that is fallen, that part of me that is either Adamic or sinful, that part to continually yield to Christ. That in that there is something very difficult to grasp. The idea that I will be carried, the idea that I do not have to make decisions anymore, the idea that I will be shown. And in your concept of honor, that is an allusion to there is something bigger than self. But I can see that what happens, whether it's show business or crime, that what people are focusing on, actually, they might like some of the, the code, the honor, the silence, the willingness to die or kill, but also the cars, the drugs, the power. Power is a very corrupting idea. Power is very, very alluring. I was reminded recently of our Lord when in the sham trial of Pilate, never spoke, stood in silence while being condemned. So there's that idea of silence, and there is no doubt that this is the most honorable being that ever existed. To live, to aspire to be like Christ is a very high idea. I wonder, can you tell me about the process of relinquishing your former position, being like a very rich man at 35, being revered and respected, and what you were experiencing in terms of pain and shame and loss and isolation, and how Christ was maybe then calling to you, and where you felt it, how you've made that transition?
Well, Russell, for me, a guy that always felt that I was in control.
Political connections, or he ratted on the right people.
I never thought that there was a situation that I couldn't handle. Always figure it out. And then, I go to prison, and I spent my first night in solitary confinement. I spent 29 months and 7 days in solitary. And that first night was really a night, and I had done 5 years in prison prior to that. But this time, the way that fed, I really thought that I was going to lose everything, my wife, my children, everything dear to me, my freedom, and that I would never get out of prison again, because that's the threats that I had on me at that point. And so I was broken to my lowest degree at that point, at that night. And I will tell you this, I used to demean people that were suicidal. I call them weak. How do you not face up to your troubles? You're weak. Now, I don't do that anymore after that night. I wasn't suicidal, but quite honestly, I wanted to lay my head on that cot and just not wake up. It was too painful for me to think of my future trapped in that place, losing everything that was given me. So I had to be brought to that level first and be totally vulnerable. And then what I learned, I started to study the Bible, because I challenged God that night. I didn't say, hey, you know what? I took a blood oath. I trusted my Father. I came into this life, and look where it got me. I may die in here. What good did it do me? So I said, I believe there's a heaven and a hell, but I don't believe you just yet. You got to show me, God. You gave me a free will. I could choose one of 100 faiths. I don't have to choose any faith at all. Prove it to me. Because I was big on evidence, still am. And what I learned through that 3 years, I studied, and I studied the Bible, and I had my wife send me books in on other faiths. So I really did the work and the research. That's what I needed to do. But I've learned something, Russell. To become a better person, more Christ-like, it's not something that you do from the outside in. Look, Jesus transforms you from the inside out. People have said to me, it's so hard to be a Christian. No, it's not. If you do the work and Jesus really starts to come into your heart, he changes you from the inside out. It's a different feeling. Now, I say this too, and you know this. I still have urges. There's times when, hey, you can take your boy out of Brooklyn, but you can't always take Brooklyn out of the boy. And the same. I have urges to do the wrong thing. I resist them more often than not. I still sin at times, obviously. I don't always, make it through. But it's because I have this transformation from within. I've developed this Jesus conscience that, hey, I got to be careful because you said this. There was no greater man that ever walked the face of the earth than Jesus of Nazareth. Separate his deity for a moment from his manhood. Because I'm always, hey, what's a man's man really all about? Well, Jesus is the epitome of a man's man. There's nobody like him. Nobody ever will be like him. But if you allow him to come into your heart, you learn about him, you continuously nourish, because we live in a world where we have so many distractions. You have to be continuously nourished. Put yourself around the right people, separate yourself from people that might lead you astray when you get weak. Well, that's the way that you straighten out your life. And I found that to be that way. And I try to resist temptation whenever I could. But, look, that life that I was in was very alluring. I mean, like you. I mean, I had jet plane, a helicopter, you had women, you had money, you had power, you had people at your, beck and call. It's a tough aphrodisiac. Power is a tough aphrodisiac to get rid of. But for me, the only way was through Jesus, and I believe that you'll find it the same way.
Sounds like that solitary confinement period was a kind of wilderness for you, where you were shown that what appeared strong was indeed temporary and could all be swept away. I feel like in a couple of times I've had my own version of having to experience, oh my God, this is what I thought I was supposed to do. Like, I come from a normal background, a place called Essex. Essex is kind of like New Jersey, I guess. And I was a kind of a nervous kid, felt like I didn't fit in. And then, when I discovered I could make people laugh and that, I felt like this is, oh my God, I've got this power. I made my dad laugh. I made people at my school laugh. I became a stand-up comedian. I got it was a sort of an incredible and exciting journey. And it took a long while as well for me. It took a long while before money started to come, before power. And all the while, by the way, I'm becoming a drug addict, getting addicted to crack and heroin. I didn't get addicted to drugs when I had excessive revenue. I got addicted to drugs trying to make it on the way there, still living on welfare, hand to mouth, small gigs in front of small crowds, little jobs here and there. So by the time that I got sort of to become famous and then famous in your country, and it was actually a bit empty. I'm not saying anyone that's experienced deep hedonism, deep Epicureanism knows what it's like to sleep with multiple people simultaneously, knows what it's like to be able to walk up to someone and sleep with them that immediately. This is an incredible feeling. And I think that people that don't know what that's like might not know how to even judge what that's like. A lot of people that haven't done that might never have had that temptation, is what I'm saying. They might never have been in that position. I don't know what it's like to have the violent authority that you will have dealt with, so I don't know how I would deal with that. There's been times in my life I think if I could have had people killed, I might have gone kill that person. I feel like that's in me. So but I've never been tempted in that way. So I suppose to have it all stripped away, to be faced with nothingness again, has happened to me a bunch of times in my life, to be that fear, that dread. There's a truth in it. You're just I'm a 12-step guy, got clean in the 12 steps. And one of my friends said last time it happened, when I was sort of really attacked in September in this country and just felt everything falling apart, one of my friends went, "You're just experiencing powerlessness. That's all. You're just being shown that you have no power. You didn't have power anyway, and now you're being shown it." And, you're saying, the aspect of Christ the man, I can't you're the sort of first person who's put it like that, really. Because there's something very important to me that it's a man, because I don't trust men. I don't like men. I don't like being told what to do. I have great friends. I love my friends or whatever. But the idea that I would bow down before a man and say, "You are my king, my master, my Lord, my savior. You have all authority. Thank you for saving me, Lord Jesus. Show me how I can serve." Instead of, I always, partly wanted to be Jesus. Never did I think I would surrender and bow down before Jesus. That for me, that's a big, big change. Listen, you know that we are partners with Rumble, and Rumble have gotten into the coffee game. Now, if you knew that your coffee had been tainted with pesticides and chemicals, sitting in bags for months, sitting in an old bowl bag for months, probably with traces of mold, would you drink it? The answer is, of course you wouldn't. Even Jill Biden wouldn't drink a bag so contaminated. Most of the coffee we consume is stale, flavorless, and full of harmful substances that have a negative effect on our health. Rumble 1775 coffee, on the
Yeah, I'll go after when I leave work here.
other hand, is free from harmful substances.
But Toll for Life was just came by here earlier, about an hour ago. I had somebody in the office here though, so I couldn't bring them back. But we may go out Saturday night or Sunday and do some recording.
And chemicals, whilst it's also rich in flavor. The beans are sourced from high-altitude farms in Bolivia, roasted weekly in Miami, and delivered fresh to your doorstep. As believers in freedom, buying 1775 coffee helps fight back against other coffee makers that don't even care about you none. Join the coffee revolution and brew rebellion with Rumble 1775 coffee. It's dark, it's delicious, but there are a variety of blends available. All you got to do is go to 1775coffee.com/
That first night, I was just done. I was in my cell. I was done. A prison guard came and he opened the latch on the door and he said, "Francis, you okay? You don't look good." And I said, "Get away from me." I don't want to see you guys tonight. Leave me alone. Well, that guy comes back. Maybe 2 minutes later, pushes a Bible through the slot on the door. Now, I'd never really read the Bible. I grew up a Catholic school. You read the catechism. Priest reads the Bible from the pulpit on Sunday. So I jumped off the cot. I picked up the Bible. I slammed it against the wall. I was just done. Feel sorry for yourself, the whole bit. And then I picked up the book because I said, you know what? It's only me and God in this cell. I got nothing but enemies. I believed in God. Not that I did anything about it. I just believed in him. And I said, I don't need another enemy. So I picked up the book and it falls open to the book of Proverbs. That's how it opened up. So I'm starting to read it and I'm saying, wow, this guy Solomon, he was pretty smart. Brilliant guy, Solomon's brilliant. I don't care what faith you are. Solomon was brilliant. And then, Russell, I came to a verse that really just stopped me cold. I think it was the first time that the Holy Spirit got my attention because I was desperate. It was Proverbs 16:7. It says, when a man's ways are pleasing to the Lord, even his enemies are at peace with him. And what got me with the enemies part, because the government was upset with me, guys on the street wanted to kill me because I walked away from the life. My father practically disowned me. I mean, I was in a bad way. And it was the enemies part that got me because I had nothing but enemies. And then something just brought me back. And it was almost as if the Spirit was saying to me, you always haven't been pleasing to me. Who are you kidding? You married a Christian girl, but you're doing the same thing you did all along, And it just got to me. And then it was almost as if you said, but if you did the right thing, I can take care of your enemies because I'm God. That's how that verse came to me that night. It was interpreted that way. And so, and I wear it right here because I don't ever want to forget that night. And every time morning I see that verse and that's it. And then I came to another verse that really has been the verse of my life for us. So that's Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, because I realized in this life, everything is really about trust. Trust in whoever, whether it be your wife, your children, your business partner, friends, your community, your government, whatever. It's all about trust. That comes first. Lean not on your own understanding, because there's times we just don't have the answer. I mean, I didn't have them that night. You don't have the answer. In all your ways, honor him, and he will make your path straight. So that verse just really got to me that night. And I said, okay, God, I'm going to give you a chance at this. And me telling God, I'm going to give you a chance. Show me what this is really all about. And that's when my journey really started. And, I got to tell you, there's something, I think isolation like that is a form of torture. I saw a lot of guys that not do well in that situation. I don't demean them. It's tough. They just didn't do well. I'm dead against it for young people. It will mentally and emotionally really have a bad impact on their lives. But somehow, because I dove into my Bible and I had my wife send me all these books and I had something to live for, I had a wife and kids outside, I was able to get through it and come out okay. But I came out a stronger person of faith. And I'll tell you what I did. I think this is important to hear. When I wanted to study Jesus of Nazareth, so I separated his deity from his manhood, and I wanted to see what kind of guy he was, because I was always, you got to be a man's man. My father drummed it into my head. That life is all about men and men of honor, and we're men. So when I studied Jesus of Nazareth, I said, wow, this is the greatest man I've ever come across ever, his manhood. So I said to myself, I said, you know what? If I try to emulate Jesus throughout my life, I'm going to be a better person. People are going to benefit from me. I'm going to do the right thing more often than not. Everybody's going to benefit from me, and I'm going to benefit from it. And then I said, well, when I die, if he's not the savior of the world, well, I'm dead anyway. So what do I have to lose? But throughout my life, I benefited myself and everybody else. So I came to that conclusion first. And then, the Spirit really got to me and showed me the rest. And over the past 25 years for me, it's only gotten stronger. What I know he's done in my life and what I've seen he's done in so many others that put my testimony to pale. I mean, I've seen God really work in people's lives and make tremendous transformations, tremendous. So it's there. It's there for everyone to see.
I've been surrendering more deeply. I've been offering up myself more deeply to Christ, and like you, there is something ridiculous about an individual sort of bartering or bargaining with or negotiating with the all-powerful Trinity that is beyond time and space. And the verse that got me first, in my own, because I love reading the scripture. For some reason, I always thought I knew what was in the Bible without reading it. I thought I'd get the idea. But when I actually read it, like a verse like 10:18, when the disciples returned from having gone out in pairs to prepare the way for our Lord, and they're excited that they've done healings and stuff, and Jesus says, I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. You will do great deeds, for your name is written in heaven. You will move among snakes and scorpions. It made clear to me that one of the mistakes, perhaps the chief mistake that I've made throughout my life, is setting myself at the apex of things. Like Satan, I want to be separate from God. I want to run my own principality. I want to be the king of my own little life, have favorites, have people that I damn in my dealings with men, working out, or is this the higher status man than me that can give me something, or is this a lower status man than me that I can push around? Is this a woman that I'm attracted with and might sleep with? Or no, everything about utility. Now, that's not all I was. Somewhere within me was this sort of latent possibility of becoming better. And it's been somewhat gradated, because I'm certainly a lot better, when I'm not taking crack and heroin like that. And that's 21 and a half years ago that stopped. But what I can see is that longing for power, that satanic longing to be the king of my own domain, that negotiation that he makes in is it in Matthew, and I suppose it's in a few of them, but I'll give you everything, why don't you throw yourself off of this, why don't you turn the stone into bread, all of that stuff, like that negotiation with a satanic. What has happened to me since I got baptized, since coming to faith, is that I think that is diminishing. I still, like you have said earlier, feel sin in me, feel like I want to take control sometimes, feel fear in me, maybe even feel lust in me. But what's starting to become cultivated is that is not who you are. That is not the way we are going. That's not what this is for. You have been shown again and again that you are in this world, but not of it, that this world will never fulfill you, that there's nothing you can get that will ever make you feel fulfilled, because you were made to love him, you were made to serve him, you were made to be in this holy family, you were made for adoption. And it's all sort of starting to come to me, and I wonder what you feel about that verse from Luke 10:18 and the importance of your power, the power that you've been given being used in his service. And given that you've been sort of successful in a variety of ways, Michael, you've obviously got that kind of, what I want to say, amorphous ability. You're one of them people, you put you down in this environment, you'll succeed there. Put you in that environment, you'll succeed there. So I wonder if you feel like you've been challenged, like, oh, now I'm this guy, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a public speaker, I'm a successful Christian. I wonder how you navigate that tension and space of ensuring that it remains in his service. And if you have felt in the past, oh no, I've fallen into it again, the trap of self, as it were.
Well, I don't think that I could ever fall into that again. And I'll tell you why. A couple of things have really had an impact on me. First of all, I saw some very powerful men in my former life, Russell, and every single one of them, almost to the man, ended up either dead or in prison. They were all defeated. As a matter of fact, Fortune magazine, back in 1986, 50 biggest, most powerful mob bosses, they had a list of us, 50 of us, right? I was on that list. Well, today, some 30 odd years later, and these were men more powerful than me. Okay, 48 of them are dead.
Wow.
Number 49 is doing life in prison. I'm the only one alive and free. So that had an impact on me, number one. And this may sound crazy, but you know what had an impact on me? I used to follow the Shah of Iran, one of the wealthiest men, if not the wealthiest man in the world at that point. And he couldn't save himself from cancer. And then I looked at J. Paul Getty, richest man in the world, one of them at that point, had 7 people at his funeral when he died. And I'm saying we really are very fragile human beings. If we get to think that we're all about something and that we're better than everybody else, the hammer could fall very quickly on us. And I've watched powerful people go down throughout my life. And I said, who are we really to think that we command so much power and respect that it's going to last and we're going to be able to reign over people? So that had a major impact on me. And, one of the worst qualities I find in people that have made it, that are successful, is arrogance. And I just don't like it. I love confidence. I love confidence in people, but I hate arrogance. It's so unattractive. And when I looked at Jesus and his humility, at any point in time, he could have changed what was going on in his life. It was just so attractive to me. Humility became very attractive. So not meekness, not, being a pushover, but, the right humility. I think you know what I mean. And so all of this really, really sunk in. And I guess, look, I'm 73 years old. So maybe as you get older, you start to, these things mean more and they have more of an impact on you. But and I'll tell you this one story. I'm on a stage in, I forget where it was, but there was 20,000 people, a huge church in Chicago. And when I was walking off the stage, you would have thought that I was a rock star and people would try to jump at me and I never experienced that before, even though people, they enjoy what I do. But I get off the stage and my wife looks at me and she says, remember, you're a lot more blessed than you are good. Don't ever forget that. And it hit me right away. So it's good to have that balance in your life. Somebody that's always reminding you, just take it easy. Don't get outside of yourself. And so it's worked for me.
A lot of people will probably remain fascinated in the life that you previously inhabited, and it will become like your story or your testimony or however you see it, will remain to a degree defining. And I'm thinking about my friends that were excited that I was speaking with you, and I feel like a lot of them are perhaps, I don't know because I'm not them, but I get the idea that what they're interested in to a degree is the ability to have power, the ability to control, the ability to build organizations, the ability to maximize, optimize. And like anyone who is in the 12 steps, I have a sponsor or a mentor. I have men, that are further down the path than me that I turn to, and a couple of women actually, but mostly men. And I also have men that are younger than me or have been in recovery less time than me that I pass on information to. Now, a lot of the time, what I know is, like when people talk to me, like they're impressed that I was in movies. They're impressed that I slept around with lots of women. They're impressed by the accumulation of things and possessions. How do you pass on your ministry knowing that you can't sort of fast forward people? No one could have stopped me. No one. I don't know, maybe if I'd have been taken into some sort of rabbinical teaching when I was 5 years old and they said, listen, this world's never going to work for you. You're a spiritual person. You're a person that's going to get addicted to drugs and sex and stuff if you don't really pursue the spiritual. But aside from that, and that didn't happen,
It's very hard to sort of say to people who want power, who want money, who want to know how, what is it about organized crime that means that people wouldn't stay in line? But it sounds to me that as well as the honor, there's a great deal of fear and pretty powerful consequences. And it's not something that you could emulate in a business structure without the incumbent threats and consequences that I've already referred to there. So how do you let people have their own journey while also letting them know, based on your own experience, that they're not going to find it there? They're not going to find it in the pursuit of earthly stuff.
Well, listen, I think, I'm an example of that. I mean, I had it all. Well, look, Russell, during that time when I was in that life, we were at one point bringing in $5, $6, $7, $8 million a week. I had my own jet plane. I had a helicopter. I had a couple hundred guys under me. I had, a house in 3 different states. I had boats in the backyard. So, and that's very alluring, obviously. And I'm not going to say this, a lot of people said I had it all, but I was empty. I wasn't empty because I was so aggressive and just wanted to do the best job that I could do. I wanted to accumulate wealth. Somebody told me, Michael, why don't you stop? I was defrauding the government at a tax on every gallon of gasoline. Michael, why don't you stop now? You got all of this. I said, hey, you know what? You get as much time for $1 million as you do for $1 billion. So I may as well keep going. Why should I let anybody else take it? That was my attitude back then. But again, realizing the experience that I had when I lost everything and could have spent the rest of my life in prison away from, everybody that I loved. And the loss of freedom is a horrible thing. To lose your freedom is terrible. So it just really sunk in, that in combination with my learning about the Lord. And, I try to explain that to people. And sometimes people say, well, yeah, Michael, it's easy for you to say because you had it all. You've experienced it. I said, well, yes, and I've also lost it. So I understand. And I can tell you that while I had it, it wasn't an easy road for me. People think you just snap your fingers and that happens. It was a lot of work. So, and I just learned something, Russell. It's the way you treat people. You said something about fear. Chaz Palminteri, a dear friend, Bronx Tale, great movie. You've seen the Bronx Tale, right? He played Sonny, which I thought was his best role ever, right? There's a part in there where little Cologio is asking Sonny, he says, is it better to be loved or feared? And Chaz turns around, the character says, better to be feared in my life. And he gave reasons why. So in another conversation, I said, Chaz, let me ask you a question. I said, what do you believe? Do you believe it's better to be loved or feared in that life? And he saw Michael. He said, the way I see it, because he's not a member of that life, better to be feared. I said, Chaz, you're wrong. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, fear did keep us in line. I said, but fear is transferable. What do you mean? I said, when the government came out with the RICO statute and they got a hold of guys and they said, listen, you either cooperate with us or we're going to put you away for 100 years. And that's the kind of time they can give under that statute. We'll put you in a witness protection program. We'll pay you some money. We're going to put your guy away from ever. We'll give you a new identity. Well, the fear of the mob was transferred to the fear of the government. And as a result, so many guys became informants. They just said, hey, I'm not doing that. I'm going to take the deal. So when you have fear of somebody, it can be transferred. When you love somebody and really love somebody, you're not going to hurt them. And that's what I found out. You're not going to hurt them. So I try to make people, like me, not love me, but hey, I'm not looking to hurt anybody. You stay in your lane, I'll stay in mine. I found out another thing, the best way to defeat your enemies is to make them your friends. I've had that philosophy throughout my life, and it's worked for me. It really has. And I try to tell people the same thing. So it's not about money and power. It's about contentment in life. It's about, being comfortable in life. I'm on vacation now. I'm actually in Tuscany, Italy for my hotel room. Yeah. My daughter actually got married here yesterday. So it was great. We've been gone a couple of weeks. But, how do you replace this? You have a great time. You can do the things you want to do. You don't have to, be conquering the world to do that. Work hard, be aggressive, make yourself money, be comfortable, and then enjoy your life. And don't hurt people. And that's my philosophy.
I like that your point that fear is transferable. I feel like Machiavelli's book, The Prince, talks about the importance of leaders being feared rather than loved. But as you said, the epitome of masculinity, by your reckoning, is
Christ and that Christ is love incarnate. And I'm thinking of the energy of the book of Acts in particular, where like say Stephen or obviously Paul and Barnabas, like they're full of absolute love that's overwhelming. And in the case, he's only known the risen Christ rather than the living Christ, and that's available to all of us. It's available to all of us to know the risen Christ. My fascination with Paul, since I'm actually reading the Bible, has become sort of overwhelming. Like this man has gone through shipwrecks and jail time and trials, and just is absolutely committed to the love of Christ and a proper what evangelicism should be, a willingness to drive through life with absolute love. That can, because sometimes it seems so big, Christianity, Michael, that you think, you know, I can see how if, you know, when people ring me up and say, like, I'm going to kill myself, then I'm like, right, good. I can deal with this. This is, you know, this is how I handle that kind of conversation. But if it's like my own life and dealing with stuff to do with work, I think, how do I get my Christianity down small enough to deal with like the small intricate matters of dealing with being a father or being a person, a colleague at work or whatever. But when you say trust, learning trust and the impact that trust has on fear and how hard it is to trust, obviously with your background, but even mine, you know, trust is not easy to me. I don't like trusting people. My way of handling that dilemma is to not be in relationships where I don't have the power. And you actually, that means you got to live in a box because I'm not that powerful. I'm the little guy, a little guy in a big universe. But when I trust in him, then I don't have to live in that fear. It's still a complicated negotiation. I liked it when you sort of pulled that thing from Proverbs, both the one on your arm and the other one, that like principles that recur throughout the Old Testament and then reach their zenith, we would say as Christians, I guess, like when he says, you know, love God with all your heart, love your neighbor as you love yourself, that this is where we're being invited to go into this state of evangelical love. And I know that all the time it's not going to be tambourines and jumping about. Sometimes it is going to be filling your car with gas or, you know, the mundane tasks that any human being is confronted with. But to live on that basis, of trust and to know that he's ever present within, this is beautiful. I want to add as well, congratulations on your daughter's marriage over there in Tuscany. That must be beautiful. But like, yeah, this passion of Acts, this is something that interests me, of what our role is as apostles, what our role is as ministers. What do you see your role is? And is any of the aggression that you described in your former life being utilized yet in your new life as a carrier of Christ's message?
Yeah, well, you know, our mission is clear. You know, Jesus' last command before he, ascended into heaven was in Mark 16:15, go out and share or preach the good word to all of creation. So we have an obligation as Christians, to share our faith, not to impose it on anybody, not to try to turn anybody into a Christian, but to do exactly what you're doing now, to share our faith. We have that obligation. God gave us that, you know, and I take that very seriously because I also believe, Russell, that to those of us who have been given much, much is expected in return. So I live by that principle, and I also live by the sin of omission is just as sinful as the sin of commission, sometimes maybe even more sinful, because when you see something that you know is harmful or bad or wrong or against Christ and you don't speak up, you could be jeopardizing other people by not sharing. Because if you have a platform and you have influence and you have over people and you're not sharing the good word or making them aware, well, that's a sin of omission, and that's serious. So taking all these three things into account, I feel I have a personal responsibility to honor the Lord in that way and do my job as a Christian. You know, I will tell you this. I interviewed the son of Sam. I'm sure you're familiar with that, David Berkowitz, who's a Christian, who I believe is sincere. I believe it. Over a period of time, he showed that. You know, I interviewed him in prison. He has no hope of getting out. He doesn't want to get out. He understands it. I had a very good interview with him. And people then, I got some backlash on it. You know, how could you do that? He killed all these people and so this and that and that. And I said, hey, you know, who am I to pass judgment on him? You know, the life that I led, that's number one. And number two, I learned that I think the 10 greatest words that were ever spoken, think about it, were when Jesus was on the cross, after he was condemned, innocent, put to death, all the abuse that he took, turned over by the people that, that he thought were his allies, some of them. And he looked down or looked up and said these 10 words, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And I said to myself, my God, I feel I've been wronged in life. We all feel that way. But if Jesus can do that, who are we not, to carry the burden of unforgiveness against anyone? And I've realized it's such like I had issues with my dad and all this kind of stuff that went on, guys that I thought did the wrong thing. But I said, who am I? I was on the street at one time. I was never perfect. Who am I, to hold this burden and this grudge on my shoulders? And I found it it was very free to get rid of that and understand, you know what, Lord, you're right. We are to forgive. And people said, well, if your wife or your daughter, your sister was a victim of David Berkowitz, would you have forgiven him? And I said, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I hope I could practice what I'm preaching right now. I really do. I said, but I know what the right thing is to do. I'm hoping that I'm, committed enough to do that. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know at this point. I hope I never have to find out. But, I hope I answered your question. I think I did.
That's beautiful. What do you think, Michael, what do you do about I talk about the news a lot. I talk about American politics. I talk about the corruption of the judiciary. I talk about how President Trump, what he is being through. Talk about how I consider corruption now to be coming more in the form of bureaucratic governments that pretend they're there to help you rather than populist demagogues that might be a 21st century version of Hitler. I don't buy into that idea. I wonder how you, as a Christian, as a public commentator, as a leader in your field, take on the mad hysteria in your country in particular, leading up to this presidential cycle, and where you sit within it as a Christian.
Well, Russell, first of all, I ask you to please, keep telling the truth as you do, because I follow you and I appreciate that, because our country is at a very severe crossroads right now. It really is. And corruption, I looked all my life, but never and I was part of it. I had politicians on the payroll. I was paying politicians to get me licenses that I could use to defraud the government, and I was paying them for helping me do it. And they knew what we were doing. So, I know all of this, but I've never seen the level of corruption as I'm seeing now. That's why I wrote a book, Mafia Democracy. It's like they're patterning themselves after, the mob. There's no question. They're corrupt. They're just more. I've seen all of this, and I feel a responsibility, because it's one thing to do that and be a corrupt person. It's another thing when your level of corruption is really severely hurting others. And that's what I see that's happening not only in our country, but around the world, because the world goes in many ways as America goes. You have a weak America, it's bad for the whole world. And I've never seen anything like this before. So, yes, I've been very outspoken about it. I've been trying to alert people. And it's, I say, listen, I think Joe Biden is one of the most corrupt politicians ever. And I feel the same about Harris, and I feel the same about Pelosi. I don't mind saying it. I've been saying it about Schumer and Jeffries and all of these people that have lied to us for years and years and years at the detriment of people that had trust in them and put them in office. And I feel a responsibility to let people know this. These people do not care about us. They don't care about your interests. They have their own righteous agenda. They've made themselves wealthy on your backs, and we can't continue this. What they've done to President Trump is outrageous. I can't even comprehend how they can use the law in the way they did against this man, the hatred that they have for him, only because he didn't bow down to them, like neither one of us would want to do. We don't have to bow down to any human being, and he wouldn't. And I really believe He wanted to make this country good. He was a businessman. He knew what to do. I look at his family. He's got a great family. He raised his kids. They all care about their dad, even with 3 wives in there somehow. He's a good father. You can see it. So why the hatred for this man who's bucking the system and trying to do the right thing is just, it's so hard to understand. So yes, I have a voice. You have a voice. And I hope, you see it from the outside in. You know what? I spent a lot of time in your country, and to the man, people coming up to me, Michael, what's happening in America? What's going on? Never seen anything like this. I seen it in Italy. I seen it in Croatia. Everywhere. People are noticing what's going down there. And this election, November 5th, is the most critical election of my lifetime for sure. I believe that if Trump doesn't back in office, I don't think we can save America.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm sorry to rant on that, Russell, but I'm very passionate about it.
That's good. Now, it's interesting that you brought up your book, Mafia Democracy, and it's very interesting to see. I've always thought this with like the royal family, because ultimately, at some point in history, there was a land grab. At some point in history, a army went, we're in this position now. We're having that land. We're having that power. We're having those resources. We're having those taxes. In order to sort of make you forget that, there's insignia and sigils and unicorns and lions and robes and crowns and jewelries and scepters, so that you don't, and marches and parades, so you don't ever think that's just a mob. And like now with bureaucratic power, it's like everything is very rational and logical, and here's the data and here to help, and get in your home, and we're going to need you to do this, and it's for your own good and it's for your own safety, and we need to censor this and control that. But behind it, what I see is the same energy of control that more brazenly we would see as criminality. And it's interesting how they're able to dress it up, because it's corruption, it's stealing, it's exploitation, it's the misuse of institutional power. It's pretty fascinating. It's good to hear your take on that, Michael.
Absolutely. I mean, and the other thing, Russell, that I could ask you this question. You have a friend, a business partner, a relationship. They lie to you once. All right, things happen. Lie to you a second time, you start to get a little shaky. They lie to you a third, fourth, fifth time. Hey, I'm done. That's it. It's the trust issue you talked about. These people get up there and lie every single day on film, on camera, no care whatsoever. And you're supposed to trust them again? And this is the word that I'm getting out. Just, there was a famous football coach, his name was Bill Parcells. He coached the New York Giants. And he didn't like the media. And they gave him a lot of adulation. They said, wow, you're the best coach. And what do you think of this great team? And he turned to the reporter and he said, hey, we are what our record tells us we are. That's it. And, I've been telling people that. Just look at the record. Study it. Look at it, because your life, your welfare is at stake. Look at it. Don't make it an emotional. Don't think because this man was in a hotel room in 2006 with somebody, or you didn't like.
No, I don't agree with that
he has
as well.
bad tweets. Look at the records. That's it. What's going to be the best for you, your family, your country, and the world? And that's the message that I'm preaching. And it's not a message of hate. I say, Biden, I don't want anything to happen to you. I know you're a thief and everything else. Just go away. Harris, just go away. Leave us alone. That's all I want. Go enjoy your life somewhere else. Leave us alone. Let us get on with our lives the right way. That's it.
Yeah, my feeling is they somehow believe what they're saying, that they believe it. That's them so terrifying. Is they're so
about that. You are right about that.
Yeah, Michael, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us when you're away at your daughter's wedding. That's very kind of you, and oddly in keeping with some of the themes. I've come to you on your daughter's wedding day and asked a favor, and you can't say no, as the tradition dictates.
That's why you're brilliant and you're quick, Russell. That's good.
Thanks, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us, Michael.
Appreciate it, Russell. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for joining me for Stay Free with Russell Brand. Today, we will be back tomorrow, not with more of the same, but...
Why are you taking pictures?
We're allowed to.
You guys want to do a group picture?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
I got one.
While you're in the show.
Well, can you tell security to shut this off? You're not going to follow me around, buddy.
Come in. I'm not following you.
Yeah, you are. Then get in or get out.
Pick one. No, I don't need you to identify for him. I need you to identify yourself, please. See you later. Oh, my first rodeo, clown. Name and badge number, please.
So we're trying to just give me your name.
Just give me your name and badge number. We don't need a supervisor to tell you that. Look at, he's blocking the elevator and he's stopping us from moving.
He's yelling at the employees right now.
No, I'm not. Stop lying.
Not you. I'm not talking to you.
You want to play this game? Let's play. You ready? You guys are dismissed, guys. I appreciate your professionalism, but we do not need you here. I think you should.
I thought you had to go down.
There you go. Dismissed.
These guys out?
Nope. Tell him, Sarge.
They're in a public building.
There you go. There you go. Goodbye. What's going on, everyone? This is Press NH Now over here today in Wilmington, Delaware for our First Amendment audit at the Lewis Reading City County building to see if they respect our rights to record here in public. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. I appreciate your support. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button, let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England area. Always check the description. All links are included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England states. We're going to get right to it, guys. Enjoy the video. All right, let's go inside the building here in Wilmington, Delaware, and possibly pull some public records, do a tour of the building, and see if they respect our rights to record here. No. How you doing? No, I'm just taking a look around the building.
Look around the building?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
But, oh, no, I'm not a police officer. I can't identify as one. That's illegal. Yeah. I'm with him. Glizzy. I call him Glizzy. Glizzy.
Who you working for?
No, buddy. General public. We work for like the general public.
Why are you taking pictures?
We're allowed to.
You guys want to do a group picture?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
I got one. Got a group picture. Down only?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're on 9.
Pretty much on the high
Hey, what's up? Good, you? You going down?
You're going down.
You're not gonna go with me. You're not gonna follow me around. You can go. Yeah.
Excuse me.
No, don't touch me. No, I don't think
I
so.
can get on the elevator.
No.
Yeah, no problem. Then get in.
Get in.
Get in. I can get on the elevator.
You're not gonna follow me around, buddy.
Come in. I'm not following.
Yeah, you are. Then get in or get out. Pick one.
You're in the I'm not comfortable.
No, you're in the way.
What are you doing? Just curious.
We're just taking pictures and video because we're allowed to. Well, I mean, you're talking to me right now, so
That doesn't mean I'm.
you're blocking. Hey, come on, let's go. I'm not playing this game with them.
It's not a game. You're
Then get out of my way, dude. Is there a stairway?
Yeah, take us there.
Where's that? 9th floors? I will. No, he's not. Where's the stairway? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're allowed to. Yeah, that's real professional. That's professional.
Yes. My name's Ashley.
Imagine that. All right, nice.
You're crazy for coming into a government.
You would. You would. It's none of your business. Yeah. Hey, I'll meet you down. I'll meet you down on the 2nd floor if you want. It looks like. Yeah, well, I am from Boston, so I'm gonna fix him in a minute. You're harassing me right now. Yeah, we could split up. That's fine. I'm in finance.
Being a lawyer, he knows the law, and he probably helped free everybody to make sure everybody's up to date with the film, you know?
So we have a babysitter now. Top flight security. Is it DPS? Good name. I know you don't want to talk to me. Just want to follow me around, babysit me. Want to hold my hand?
You didn't want to be filmed, but he's right there.
Want to hold my hand? Like I'm a child. Who are you gonna follow? You gonna follow me? Why? Because I got the mouth. Is that why? You're blocking the elevator. Look at this. Look at this clown. See you later. Hey, what's up? Oh, another security? Oh, jeez. What are you guys following me around for? You guys are harassing me. Yeah, you are. No, you follow me around. I suggest you don't. Yeah, you follow me around. I'm so scared of him. I mean, I went through security. No weapons on me. I have nothing. You know what I mean? It's a big deal.
One thing you can do though is when you set that you have access to your onboarding tasks, that's where you can see your case now. Okay. I will check that every week. All right. Not regular clean up with if you check that case stuff and you notice there is issues with it, definitely not.
What was your name? You going down? Yeah, you can go. You want to play this game? Let's play. You ready? You're not going to touch me today. Hi. See you later. Oh, my first rodeo. Clown.
That being said, they will allow you.
Yeah, I think you know better.
Out of our points, well, call off.
Have fun exercising.
At this point, we still have it for me. Schedule ahead of
Is he really? That's funny. Newcastle County. Chief
no
Deputy.
call, no show is people.
Yeah.
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm trying. We're being harassed by security for taking pictures and video. It's heightened suspicion.
You got another babysitter.
Oh, I know. I already lost him once, twice actually.
But look at him, he's sad. Like,
Yeah, look at them. They have nothing better to do. Department of Finance. Goes to show you that the government doesn't like to be open and transparent, since you have to babysit you and follow you around. Yeah. And you wonder why. And you wonder why I record and take pictures and stuff. It's hilarious. City of Wilmington. No, it's red. City Treasurer.
She almost knocked herself out.
I know, she almost walked into the wall. You see that? They don't identify, but they expect me to. Clowns. I got security here. Don't worry.
We got full backup.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't know if it was locked or not. Was it locked? I would like to know how I would go about a public records request with this department.
Public records?
Yeah, like an open public records request.
Do it for you in the law department.
In the law department?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I spoke to somebody over there, briefly anyway. Do you guys have a business card?
Sure.
Thank you, appreciate it. This glass, man. I wonder why, huh? They must be really pissing off the public in order to have bulletproof glass. The only dangerous guy here is
We should be 5 and send 5 minutes. I'm on 5.
Is he supervising? Supervising?
I'm sorry?
I don't know if you could hear him while I'm speaking, but you know, that's too bad. He can go into a private area if he doesn't like it.
Yes.
You should probably just leave us alone. Stop harassing us.
I saw the fire department up there somewhere. And saying all those guys, like, he was making gestures that were stupid, you know.
Yeah. The faster I get a business card, the faster I'm out of here. Thank you very much.
Sir, all the information you need is on the city's website.
Okay. Can I have a business card?
No, all that's on
No?
the city website.
You have business cards on the website?
All the information is on city website. City treasurer's
So why do you guys work here? If everybody saw me just go on the website, what position here if you're not going to serve the public?
Oh, I can't help you.
I asked you for a business card. You said yes.
So you trying to do your
Yeah, I'm a journalist.
journalist
Huh?
what company?
I don't work for a company. I'm independent.
So who do you work for?
Nobody.
And why
The
are you
people.
here with- Why are you here with the security?
You could ask them why they're here with me because they're harassing me. They're following me around.
Oh, you're recording. You don't recording this building.
Yeah, of course you do.
But
Yeah,
check
there's
the
everything
city
there.
website.
I will. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you too. All right, real professional. See how that works? You ready? I'm not going to say thank you. Maybe he could open the door for us all day. Yeah. Department of Finance.
What are you guys up to?
I'm just taking pictures. How are you? Vendor's Guide to Procurement. Awesome.
I'm not allowed to say.
It's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, they're our new puppy dogs.
You know, we're gonna go to the top floor mayor, and it's like surprise strippers. That's what we do.
What should we name them to? They gotta have names since they don't want to identify themselves.
Witness protection plan.
Yeah, what is it? Witness protection plan? There you go. They're the witness protection plan. Yeah, I just told you, man. We're just taking pictures, recording and stuff, you know? Getting public information, pamphlets,
I'm actually a tourist.
being oppressed and harassed by these security.
The guy, the first lawyer that did the building here.
Yeah. Beautiful. Department of Finance. Have a go, man.
All right, man.
I know, have to. Just leave it. Sorry. Yep. He's gonna block the elevator.
Until the fireman marshal comes in.
Yeah. I just don't need to be harassed. We're gonna go into the third floor right now.
Can't go on the elevator?
Nope.
No, we're blocked.
No, you can't. You can take the stairs.
Can't get up. You gonna arrest me?
He doesn't have arresting powers. He's just on a power trip right now thinking he's a cop. Why don't you call the PD? You know what? I'm gonna call the PD in a minute.
You can make the class?
I am. You know what? I am gonna call the PD because they're blocking the elevator. You're not allowing me to walk around freely. And I'm quite getting sick and tired of it at this point. So just back off, man. You see what I'm doing. Just leave me alone. It's not going to change. The longer you do this, the longer we're going to be in this building. Do you understand that? Just leave us alone. Seriously. No, you're not. No, you're following us, and I'm not going to have you do it anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm done with it.
You promise you're gonna be in the elevator? That's where you have to go?
I have to make sure you guys not hurting nobody.
We're not hurting nobody. We already went through security, man. Relax. You're the one who's armed, not me. You know?
For the protection of the people.
There's no,
that
there's,
live
we're not here for any nefarious purposes. You see exactly what I'm doing here. I'm getting public information. I'm getting public, you know what I mean?
You're absolutely right.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not bothering anybody. I'm not being disorderly.
So what
Just
is-
leave us alone.
No, I would just.
No,
order to
you have
make
cameras.
sure that-
You
I know
have
your order.
cameras
We
to do
know your
that.
order. You're not doing this from your
Look
free
at you
will.
have a camera right there.
I know you're not happy doing this. I know right now.
Yeah,
Imagine,
dude, you have a camera right there. Why don't you just watch us on the cameras? That's it. We're not
imagine
here to hurt
being
anybody.
followed
Bud.
by security because you're black. We're
You're
being
blocking
followed
the
because
elevator. Look at
you have a
this.
phone on.
Look at he's blocking the elevator and he's stopping us from moving.
Yes.
Just leave us alone and watch us on the camera.
I'm trying to get on the elevator.
No, you're not. You're following us, and I'm done with it. I'm done with it. You're harassing me now, and I'm not liking it. I'm going to call the police department in a minute.
We're trying to go down, but.
No, I'm trying to go down. No, you're not. It's not happening. And stop blocking the elevator. It's a fire hazard.
I'm scared.
This is a fire hazard. You understand that, right? I'm going to call the police department on you, and I'm going to tell them for you to stop harassing me. And they're going to educate you guys. They're going to tell you to leave me alone. So I suggest you do it. I'm not going to leave here until you do it. The faster you leave us alone, the faster I'm out of here. Move your foot. Yeah, well, I don't either. You have one right above your head, silly goose. Yeah, but nothing. I don't know. My 5-year-old says, yub it. Yeah, you too. You hear that? Yeah, I'm about to.
There's like nothing happening though.
This is insane. The longer you play the charade, the longer this is going to take. We're not going into any restricted areas. We're not bothering anybody, and we're just getting public records. We're getting FOIA requests. We're getting public pamphlets. We're asking the simple basic questions. That's it. Just leave us alone. We've already gone through security. I know he's listening. We've already gone through security. We're not armed. We're not going to hurt anybody. Come on, man. Watch us on the cameras and go about your day. I'm not wrong. Can I talk to him? Can I talk to you? Is that the supervisor? I'd rather de-escalate, man, because you're escalating this whole situation.
You want to talk to me?
I'd rather talk to your supervisor at this point. If he wants to meet us in the lobby, I'll meet him in the lobby.
Do you want? I'll go back off. Can you back off?
I think you should.
I thought you had to go down.
There you go. Dismissed. Oh, this is the deeds department?
In the column when it says.
That's green. Looks like it's open to the public. Oh, this is a library. Employee recognition and putting people first. Information. Oh, this is the. How you doing?
I'm well.
This is all deeds?
Yep.
Right?
All
Awesome.
this is deeds, mortgages, satisfactions. These are hard copies.
Nice. That's cool.
What are you guys looking for?
I was just walking around doing public records requests, looking for pamphlets, public information and such. Kind of see kind of what you guys do and how you guys are working. And
Okay.
yeah,
Working hard.
got to have eyes on the government because they always have eyes on us. But, you got a lot of people crying here, security following us around about our camera. Yeah.
I mean the Oprah Winfrey thing.
Great.
The what?
I don't want my.
While you're in the
Oh,
shop.
can you tell security to shut theirs off?
Yeah.
Huh?
Can you tell security to shut their cameras off?
Yeah, I don't want them to see my name.
Yeah, I don't want them to see mine. I don't want to be on their camera.
You're back. Yeah.
We're back. Oh, you guys met already?
No. Well, they kind of like
What did
walked
the
by
police
me
say
and they
to you?
went like.
Oh, the police didn't show up? Apparently not yet anyway. I was
Really?
about
There's 3 police cars out front, and there's 5 of them downstairs.
Nice.
What do you mean they didn't show up?
Oh, I didn't see them yet.
Vince, do
But,
we have a sign that says that they're not allowed to take pictures?
Yeah.
In here?
Do we?
Where is that? I didn't see it.
Where is it?
Yeah, where is it? Because I don't see it. Unless you're making it up.
Well, actually, yeah. Signs next to each computer.
Tom Ferrier.
Tom Fiera. Nice. Oh, yeah, that's way over there. I
We
don't.
gonna see outside.
Yeah, we're not over there.
No.
We're not.
See those? You have to leave the library.
No, I don't think so. We're going to go downstairs and talk to PD anyway.
I don't care what you do.
Yeah,
You're
well,
not coming back up in this library.
I can come in here. This is all public record.
Okay.
If I wanted to,
So
I could
you
do
can
that.
leave those behind the counter.
What?
you're saying.
Well, I didn't say I was going over.
Take my photo.
Yeah, just like you guys are with the cameras here. I don't give you guys permission either, but you know, it's no here, no there. But let's go downstairs. We'll go talk to them, see what they say, and we'll go from there. You guys aren't very open and transparent, huh? Jeez. Yeah, I'd love to talk to the PD. I'll put you in your place. Hopefully. Timer. Oh, there they are.
Okay, I'm here to talk to him.
How you doing? I was actually gonna go downstairs and talk to you guys because he just told me that you were here. I'm like, I didn't see that they were coming
Let me
here.
guess. You're in a publicly building, filming areas that are
Don't surround me.
accessible?
Nope, not happening. Don't flank me. Don't come over here. Come over here. Don't flank me. I appreciate it.
You're in a public building, recording areas that are
Publicly accessible.
You're not going any restricted areas?
I would never do so.
Okay, you're following all the policies of the building?
100% the law.
Then that's fine. Obviously, you know, you make people nervous. That's what happens.
I could say the same thing about their cameras. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Actually, I was about to call you guys.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what I'm explaining to
Yeah.
the people here.
I appreciate that.
Okay, I know. You're right.
Hey. Over here. Oh yeah.
And that's why I can't. I'm the supervisor. I'm
Okay.
Sergeant Moore.
Awesome. I was going to ask you, do you have a badge number?
42.
42. Awesome.
We pretty much go by our names here.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. You guys body counts?
Yep.
All rolling? Everybody's hot?
Everybody's hot. That's the red light.
Cool, man.
So,
You get a business card?
I do not.
Supervisor don't have a business card? You seem pretty chill.
Yep.
I appreciate your demeanor. Look, I'm going to give you the same respect, okay, that you give me. I told the, we went through security, obviously, right? No problem. They were asking us what we were doing, where we were going. We had no idea because I'd never been here before. So I asked them, I said, look, I'm just going to go around the building, do some public stuff, get some pamphlets, do, whatever else. And they started following us. And I told them, I don't need a babysitter. I'm not here. I'm not armed. I went through security. What's the problem? So they observed me getting records and such, and being respectful to the staff. And
well,
then,
there's security in there.
I get it.
They're looking out for the safety of the people here.
But after
But I
10, 15, 20 minutes, come on. I mean, they got cameras. They can follow us on the cameras.
Right.
They're harassing us at that point. And I told them I was going to call the PD to get you here to stop having them harass me.
Yeah, I've already talked to them.
You know what I
about
mean?
it. I've already talked to them.
All right.
Let's say, as long as you don't go into any.
I have no ill will. I don't want to go into any restricted areas.
Okay.
I'm just doing what I need to do legally.
You're right.
So I appreciate it.
Did you get your records request? Did you get anything else?
Everybody's telling me to go online, and I just don't see why I have to go online for everything when there's positions here.
Unfortunately, that's the way a lot of things are.
Yeah.
Everything's online.
I don't know why they have positions here working then, you know what I mean? This day and age, you know? Anyway, I'm going to get all your officers' name and badge numbers, and then we can go on our way, okay? Just for the records. Ma'am, can I have your name and badge number, please? Awesome. And patrol? Patrol rank?
I work for Wilmington Police Department.
Yeah, but your rank is just patrol?
I work for Wilmington Police Department.
Okay, sir. Name, badge number?
RS6.
RS6. And you're a supervisor or just patrol? Okay. Let him talk on the radio real quick.
You guys have.
Hey, no. Can I have your name, badge number?
Yeah, everyone's names.
That's all I was, just for the record.
That's fine.
Badge 16, what's your name? What is it? I can't read it. No? Is it right here? Is it right here? Is it right here? Do you want to have him identify himself, please?
Yeah, you can identify.
Identify yourself. Be professional. Be professional.
That's Officer Wiggins.
No, I don't need you to identify for him. I need you to identify yourself, please. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
What's your name?
It's right here. Yeah. See? Isn't it funny? Any more? They're fine. They're okay. I'm all set with them. They're all set with me. We're good. We got a sergeant here. He's very professional. You're not dealing with anything. You're dealing with me. Let's get that straight. No, we're not. No, we're not. Don't lie to them. Don't lie. All right. See, now he's showing his true colors. We're trying to get a rise.
I said your First Amendment auditor.
Who said that? Why you put me in a category? What if I'm just a normal Joe Schmo citizen?
Maybe you're normal.
I am normal.
Regardless.
Don't categorize
Is
people.
there anything else we
I
need?
just need his name and badge number, and we'll be on our way, and I'll walk you guys out. This gentleman, can I have your name, badge number, please?
Brady 251.
Name?
Brady G-R-A-D-Y.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Get everyone identified?
Nope. Name, badge number, please. Name and badge number, please.
Guys, have a great day.
Just give me your name back.
Just give me your name and badge number. We don't need a supervisor to tell you that. Just do it. What's your name and badge number? What is your name and badge number?
You asked me nicely. Don't that
No, I did ask you nicely, and then you refused to answer me. And now your sergeant is telling you to, and you're still refusing. What is your name and badge
my
number?
statement was I just came up the elevator.
I don't care what you're. I don't care what you're doing.
Right.
What is your name and badge number?
Listen. Sir, what else can we help you with?
I need his name and badge number.
Okay.
Vice
Vice.
There you
Do you
go.
have a badge number?
194.
Thank you,
There you
sir.
go.
Have a good day.
You got it.
See, was that so hard?
They're fine. Yep, that's it.
Are you guys all set?
Yep.
I don't know if we could all fit in the elevator, and to be honest, I don't feel safe with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 armed police officers in the
They're all
elevator.
leaving. They're all leaving.
Awesome.
Everything's fine.
You guys are dismissed, guys. I appreciate your professionalism, but we do not need you here.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna wait for the next elevator.
Awesome. I will go on with you. I will walk you guys out. Have a good day. What, they hit the panic alarm?
No.
I'd be surprised.
I mean, you know your rights.
I do,
respect
man.
that. But you also got to realize that the city, building, the county,
Mhm.
people are gonna call people. They're gonna. That's it. That's why I'm
I get
here
it.
to de-escalate.
That's ridiculous.
And to explain it. That's fine.
They have cameras everywhere, man. Come on. You know what I'm going to start doing? And I keep saying this on my video, and I keep refusing to do it because I'll probably get arrested for it, for a false police report. But I'm going to start going into county buildings, okay? And as soon as I see a camera, I'm going to call the police department. As soon as I see a camera, I'm going to call them. It's ridiculous, man. I've done nothing wrong here. We've gone into no restricted areas. We have security harassing us. We have staff refusing to identify and give me business cards. Everybody's telling me to go online. And you wonder why I'm here? Imagine what they do off the camera, Sarge.
That's the way it is. Yeah.
They're acting like this on the camra. You can only imagine what they do off.
Everyone's been professional with it, right?
For the most part, you had to tell 2 of your officers to identify verbally. 3 of them. I think 3 of them. That's not okay. But I appreciate you de-escalating. There's nothing to de-escalate anyway. I mean, there really isn't. Just the only de-escalation they need is the staff. So you want to go in? Yeah.
That's why I came. I'm a supervisor.
Yeah. We need the supervisors on duty, man, on these
I'm
type of
aware of
calls.
the laws, and I respect what you're doing.
I appreciate that. You took an oath, right? I would hope you did. Yeah.
As long as everyone stays professional and talks.
That's it.
Okay.
And I'm doing the same. I give the same respect to these staff, to the police
Do
officers.
you have a channel or a
I do.
YouTube channel? What
Yeah.
is it?
I'll give. You'll find out, man. I can't divulge that. What is it? L, right?
Yeah, do L. Yep. Are you guys done for today? or-
As soon as you guys leave, we'll probably end up leaving.
Okay. I'm
Yep.
fine with that.
Because we're not going to be shown to the staff that we're being kicked out or trespassed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they get the impression that, oh, we call the police, we can get them out.
Yep.
That's not going
I get it.
to. My point has to be put across. So
Yeah, I mean,
to a point.
I'm full.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. But the reality is, you still make
Yes.
people uncomfortable. They're gonna shut down.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just oh.
Look at this.
All right, we can clear
I always forget to give me utensils.
No, I'm not. Stop lying.
Not you. I'm not talking to you.
Okay. You're talking to me right now. Calm down.
My employees are upset.
Oh, well, I'm upset your cameras are on me too. But you know what? That's too bad, isn't it? Shut them off and I'll shut mine off.
So we can clear up.
Are you the supervisor of security?
Yes, I am.
You are. All right, give me a second. I'm going to walk them out and I'd like to talk to you about just everything, okay? You don't have to, but it's professional. You don't have to. To be honest, I suggest you don't because you're a horrible, horrible supervisor.
Is your partner still up there?
I have no idea. I don't control him, man. He's his own. You know what I mean? But like I said, as soon as you guys leave and clear out, I'll be out of here probably 5, maybe 10 minutes, if that. Oh, I know, I understand. But I just, like I told the Sarge, I don't want them thinking just because I called the police that now I'm being kicked out. Not happening. I need to prove my point. Sorry.
They closed the security button again upstairs for me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in the library.
You guys at least have a first name?
No.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, right here. No, I like my Fourth Amendment, man. So.
All right.
All set? Ladies, gentlemen. Look who's walking who out. Take note.
I just got to talk to security.
Yeah.
All right, you guys.
I think you're the head honcho, huh? You think you're the head honcho? Yeah, they're clearing out. Yeah, yeah. Wait. Nope. Tell him, Sarge. There you go. There you go. Goodbye. Thank you, Sarge. Respect you, man. Be safe, all right? Seriously. All right. Thank you, sir. Ma'am. One, two, three, 4, 5. How many? 5, 6, maybe? Sarge, have a good day, okay? Thank you, you too. Yeah. Oh, nothing much. I'm just doing my thing. I'm in public, that's why. Yeah, we're in public. No, I will. Yeah. Break it up, break it up. Have a good one. All right, everybody. So that's going to be it over here today at the Wilmington, Delaware City Hall building for our First Amendment audit, which failed horribly. Starting with the staff not wanting to give me any business cards, telling me I can't record and take pictures, and then security, who obviously were following me around, harassing me, not letting me go down to the elevator unoppressed. And the supervisor told him to back off. And then the police department ended up coming. And of course, the sergeant was very professional, but there's always those few officers who don't want to identify. And we put them in their place really quick with the sergeant telling them to do so. And then at the end, supervisor of the security, what a joke he was. He was requesting that we leave, and the sergeant just turned him right down. So if you want to redress your government, all information is in the description and top comment. Make sure you go check out the description. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button. Let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England area. Always check the description. All links will be included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England states. We're going to end it off here, guys. Until the next one, Press NH Now. Peace.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Have you guys ever seen the face of panic Do you know what that looks like? Some people might say it's ridiculous to ascribe a face to a word, but you might have thought that until you saw this face. Yeah, this right here, that's the face of panic if I've ever seen it. Oh my lord. I feel like I'm pretty good at assessing people's talents. I can read people at a fairly decent level. I'll tell you one thing, Karine Jean-Pierre, not cut out for playing poker. She's got no poker face, and that's why I find it shocking that she's still assuming that post, because she is just bad. I mean, she's just bad at this. She's objectively bad at the job. She's got no poker face. She's got no ability to be able to tackle a challenge effectively. She cannot get the job done. She gets flustered and then swiftly falls apart and frankly does her best Kamala Harris impression. Very quickly, it all devolves to word salad nonsense. Anytime Karine Jean-Pierre is asked to stand there and defend the indefensible, which frankly is like every week with these people, it's always the same thing. Karine Jean-Pierre caught like a deer in the headlights. Oh shit, not me, not no. And here we go again. More Karine panic, Karine Jean-Pierre breakdown, as once again she proves her title as the absolute worst White House press secretary in American freaking history. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on, and of course, let's have a conversation about it. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's first start off with the context, because it's really important that you understand what they're talking about here, what the confrontation is all about, before you see Karine Jean-Pierre's reaction. So I'll play two clips for you guys. One is Kamala Harris in Detroit, Michigan. Another is Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. Both essentially the same speeches. She's kind of just, regurgitating the same talking points over and over again. But you might notice a little difference.
You better thank a union member for the 5-day work week. You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time. Thank unions for sick leave. Thank unions for paid family leave. Thank unions for your vacation time.
Yeah, I'm sure you noticed it. The moment she landed foot in Detroit, all of a sudden, Kamala Harris adopted a southern drawl, all the way north in Michigan. I wonder what the purpose of that could be, especially in a city like Detroit. I don't know. I can't seem to put two and two together. Obviously, you can sense the sarcasm. I don't even need to say it. Now take a look, as Peter Doocy, just simply perplexed about it, asked Karine Jean-Pierre to explain.
Since when does the vice president have what sounds like a southern accent?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well,
I mean, this is...
She was talking about unions in Detroit using one tone of voice.
Is this something that
same
you think... line? Okay, Peter.
That she used the same line in Pittsburgh, and it sounded like she at least had some kind of a southern drawl.
I mean, do you hear the question that do you think Americans seriously think that this is an important question? They care, you know what they care about? They care about the economy. They care about lowering costs. They care about healthcare. That's what Americans care about.
So
that's what they want to hear.
This is something...
They care about, your colleague just asked me about what basically we talked about, went back and forth about democracy and freedom. That's what they care about. I'm not even going to entertain some question about the president. It's just hearing it sounds so ridiculous.
Well, but hearing it is...
The question, I'm talking about the questions is just insane.
Is that how she talks in meetings here?
I'm just, Peter, we're moving on. We're still moving on. Go ahead, Anita.
I swear, it's a freaking slow motion train crash. You can just see, and like I told you in the intro, Karine Jean-Pierre has no ability to do this thing. She had to sell the fact that what Peter Doocy was asking was ridiculous and irrelevant to the concerns of the American people. But she did such a bad job at that with that disingenuous laughing, that clear body and facial language showing how totally uncomfortable she was. She tried to feign the moral outrage. How dare you ask me such a stupid question? But it didn't work, first of all, because she sucks, and secondly, and probably most importantly, because she's lying and she's full of it. The entire premise of her argument, or her counterpoint, is that this is not important. How dare you ask me this question, Peter Doocy? Because this is not what the American people are interested in. Now, I wish Peter Doocy wasn't such a great journalist. He obviously represents a more conservative outlook, but he won't usually reply with an argument. He'll generally reply with questions, well, elaborate on that, which, he wants to do his journalistic ethics thing. That's totally fine and commendable, but holy freaking moly, I wish he was there to deliver the partisan retort. But honestly, maybe I'm thankful that Peter Doocy doesn't do that, because then I get to come in with the partisan retort. Karine Jean-Pierre claims that asking questions about Kamala Harris's behavior here is ridiculous and unimportant. Well, I'm not so sure about that one, little Karine. I actually hold a complete polar opposite view. I think this issue is of the utmost importance to the American electorate. You know, because mainly it surrounds one very important concept within the realm of political leadership, and that concept is honesty. Oh, wow. And obviously Karine Jean-Pierre knows this, and that's why she's panicking, and that's why her argument was so freaking trash, because she's obviously on the wrong side of history. This is a deeply concerning issue when mulling over the idea of whether or not you're going to vote for someone if they're plainly misrepresenting who they are, promising one group one thing and then another group another thing, interacting with their friends one way and then put a mask the moment they're in front of you. Well, what does that tell you? That tells you that you're dealing with a manipulator, a non-genuine person that's only out there for themselves, that only cares about one thing and one thing alone, and that's manipulating you to vote for them. Put me in power, and I'll do anything to get there. What an absolute disgrace and what an absolute embarrassment. And you know, the worst part is we see this stuff, it's so plainly obvious and totally dishonest, but when we point it out, we're called racist. If you say anything questioning Kamala Harris's identity or the genuine nature of her identity or presentation regarding different particular groups, well then you're a racist, you're a bigot, and you should definitely not ever go there. That is out of line. Give me a frickin' break. It's a totally valid criticism. It's not bigotry. They simply use racism and bigotry as a weapon to shut you up. But they can only hide the truth for so long. They can only shut people up so effectively. You know, eventually the truth is getting out. And the thing with Kamala, boy, is the truth getting out. We've covered a million of those situations where black and brown voters are questioned on this issue, and they say it all the time. Kamala Harris, we just don't view her as genuine in her attempts to connect with us on a cultural level.
They're having Megan Thee Stallion twerk and all that because they think that that's going to make us vote for them, and that's not.
And that never got my vote.
And that will never get my vote. And I'm going to stand on that. Twerking
did
and
not get my vote.
Meg Thee Stallion, first off, the song that she was even saying is very ignorant.
It feel like she black when she want to be. I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to be honest.
I feel that same.
Wow. Yeah. She uses the black card when she have to.
The cat's out of the freaking bag. I mean, people see and perceive this for what it is. Dishonest pandering. And look, maybe it has something to do with the fact that Kamala is struggling to bring over voters of color. Pollster Rich Barris gives us the breakdown.
A cascading effect. You'll see a little trend as time goes on, and then eventually the floodgates will open. That's what happens. That's how trends work. And it's because it's very easy to shame a younger black male who may be thinking about voting for Donald Trump if the shame is like 10-1. But it gets harder when it's 8-1, and it gets real hard when it's 6-1, which is the environment we're in now, where they just don't really care what their aunties think anymore, or they just won't talk about it with them, you know, but they're going to go in there and they're going to vote, and they'll tell a pollster, nah, I'm going to vote for Trump this time. And actually in our polling consistently, black voters have been among the highest likelihood to say they made a mistake from 2020. So among voters who did vote in 20, they're real honest, and they're like, look, you know, I blew it, man. I was doing better. And it's about the money. It is. It's about the economy. And it's also about immigration. They feel like that they feel like they were, their community has been loyal to the Democratic Party for many, 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 many years. And yet they're being treated like second-class citizens compared to illegal immigrants. And their schools are being filled up. You know, I mean, their neighborhoods are being filled up. And it's like, what about me? Only it's very justified. You know, what about them?
You know, it's just not looking good. That's the reality. Kamala Harris, across all the polls that I've seen, is usually around that, you know, high 60 to low 70 mark. And look, your initial reaction might be, well, that's a huge supermajority. But Joe Biden and other Democrats historically have polled close to 90% support of the black vote. That's a 20-point drop in just a couple of election seasons. The left calls you a bigot, a racist, pointing out the obvious. But clearly, the obvious is quite obvious to a lot of freaking people. Everyone, I guess, except for Karine Jean-Pierre, who's so offended and outraged. How dare you ask me this question? What an absolute clown. She tried, but she's obviously in over her head. Anyways, that's pretty much it for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Fall season starting today.
Oh, that's right. Who plays today? Is it the Pittsburgh Steelers today? Or is it
Not today. No,
Oh, okay.
we play. Yeah, but it's Ravens Eve today. So I mean,
Oh, okay. Who do you got? I got.
I really
probably-
hope Chiefs because I don't like Ravens and I'm a Steelers fan. So
Yeah, that's a good matchup. I bet you the Ravens will probably win, but we'll see. The
yeah.
Packers playing Brazil on Friday, which I'm not even counting as a real
I think
game.
you have to have Peacock to watch that too, don't you?
I don't know if because I'm local, like I should be on some like local TV channel.
Okay.
But yeah, that is something that first of all, this preseason has been an issue. Like the
Right.
first preseason game, it was on like I couldn't even find it. It was on some app or some shit I couldn't find. I missed like the whole first half trying to find like somewhere to watch it.
Mhm.
And then like the second game, like they're clearly testing out these like exclusive streaming contracts. It's bad enough that Amazon gets games.
I know.
And it's kind of like, it's always Thursday night. And the NFL totally screwed them. They're like, oh, we'll give you Thursday Night Football. And Amazon was like, yes. And then they put all the worst possible matchups on Thursday night. Like not one game worth watching all year. So, but now this Peacock thing is nonsense. You have to have you have to pay more money to watch an NFL game, which is full of ads.
It's crazy. I'm not that happy with the direction the NFL has been going the past few years. Like I still have a little more patience for it, a little more. But that is dwindling. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to have somewhat backed off on like the political nonsense that they've been trying, that they've kind of been mired in.
Yeah, because that was rough.
Yeah, it was very bad. And you know what? What was great about it though is it clearly like hurt them because they got rid of that with a quickness.
Yeah.
Like, the Summer of Love, like the first game where they're like, oh, let's all kneel in the 50-yard line. That was it. That was the last time you saw that. Then they started making them do their stupid kneeling in the tunnel because nobody was paying $250 to go to. I remember they were like trying to quiet the crowd. They were like muting the crowd because they were getting ruthlessly booed. It was like, dude, I'm like some coal worker and I busted my dick all week long and I'm coming here to watch this football game. And you got a 30 just bullshit one $99 beer. Like that hurt real quick. And I'm guessing that a bunch of season ticket holders were like, that's probably where that came from. They're probably like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm a season ticket holder. By the way, I've been on the season ticket list for the Green Bay Packers for, let's see, how long have I been on it? I would say 27 years.
Wow.
I've been on the list. Yeah. I'm actually getting close. I think they still send the letter, I think, to my mom's house. Maybe my mom can verify. I should probably update that. Because it's getting close. Like, I think the last one they got said I was like number 4,000 on the list.
Ooh.
That means like one expansion and I'm in. You know, like, so
you'll only have to wait 30 years by the time
the whole like Packers mistake is a misnomer. First of all, they're not even very good at home. Second of all, like I can go to any game I want. I just have to pay some dickwad.
Right.
Most people that own Packers season tickets are resellers nowadays, or they're kids that got them willed and they don't even give a crap. So it's like I could go on StubHub and get decent tickets to any Packer game I want. You know, 30th, 40th row for like $50 more than face. It's not even that big a deal. The season tickets are such a scam because most if they come up, I will buy them for my business.
Oh, right.
That's the only way to justify it because it's like they started doing this thing where like, oh, you have to buy obviously all 17 games. Plus, you have to buy preseason games, which nobody wants.
Yeah.
Then they're like, oh, you have to pay a convenience fee or some fee on top of that, which is like $1,000 or $2,000 just for the right to buy tickets. And then it was like, then they're like, well, you can't sell the tickets if we catch you selling the tickets. We'll take them away. It's out of control. I don't know what it costs now to get season tickets for the Packers, but it's like most people can't afford it. Most people most people who get it, like I have a cousin, my brother-in-law, and he has 2 seats. They basically have to sell, from what I understand, 10 or 11 of them just to afford to go to the 2 or 3 games that, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because like they want to go to a playoff game. They don't really care about going week 1, so they have to sell everything, 6 7 home games just to afford to be able to keep 2 of them. So it's a whole rigmarole, as they say. But anyway, I know nobody gives a fuck about sports. I'm not even looking at chat yet. But
I know they don't. In our
yeah.
space, they don't, and it's sometimes I've tried to make videos about it in the past, and people don't like it. It's like,
they do
come
okay.
on now.
They'll do okay if you're like roasting them for being woke or something. You know,
Right? Yeah. If you're just like, especially if you want to break down, like, these are my picks for. I used to try to do my picks for the week, who I think is going to all win this week, and so on and so forth. And people just did not care.
Well, they don't care, and then like, especially now in our space, it's like, oh, you watch NFL, you're a cuck.
I know.
And I'm like, dude, like, look, I spent all week boycotting everything. Can I watch one?
I know.
fucking
Can
game?
we have one thing?
Yeah.
And that's the thing for a lot of us is NFL football is rooted in like good memories with family and things like that. I mean, that
watching the game with my dad, you know, like that, you know, that's what like I can't. Nobody cares about your fudge packers, Jeremy. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I noted. It's not like I know there are sports fans out there, but like I grew up. I love baseball. I love basketball. I love football. And the fact that in my state right now I have 3 competitive teams. Like I went to Brewer games when they would lose 100 games a year.
Right.
You know, like now the Milwaukee Brewers are competitive. The Bucks are competitive. The Packers are competitive. Like it's awesome. And I suffered for a lot of years with the Brewers sucking ass. And I was pretty lucky with the Packers because like I didn't really get into them until I was probably like 10, and by then we had Favre. And it was basically outside of a few bad years, you know, watch the game and have a Bud Light. Yeah. All right. Okay. Pac-Man says, good afternoon, Jeremy and Melanie. Should start an event on Thursday night.
One way to make it interesting is to
Jeremy
be fantasy.
Football picks. I was on the Packers season ticket since '96. Just got them in 2024. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I think, and then they added like this luxury tax. I say what it is because I don't remember. But I was like, that opened up a lot of seats because people are like, it's already expensive. Like I can't pay I can't just give you another $1,500 or whatever it was. Go back to Brazil. Dude, you couldn't pay me to go to Brazil. And you know what sucks? It's a terrible experience for the players. I was watching, first of all, some of the players are outright saying it sucks, which is obviously a terrible look for the NFL.
Right.
But basically they're being told you can't leave the hotel. So they have a 9-hour flight. That was a flight from Milwaukee, so I don't know what it is from Philadelphia, maybe 11. 9-10 hour flight. You have to sit in the airport. They're not even a hotel like in the city. Go play this game in front of people that, don't give a fuck about it. Just because the NFL. Plus, if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, you lose a home game. So instead of watching Packers Philadelphia in Philadelphia this week, we have to watch it in front of a crowd that doesn't even know the game of football,
right?
Or no players. I mean, yes, there are Packer fans in Brazil. I don't want to be like totally
right.
There are Packer fans and there's fans all over the world, but it's like when you go to watch these games in England, and it's like the crowd's just cheering for no reason the whole time. I'm like, what are they cheering about? That holding call, like that's what's happening. So like, it's terrible. It's terrible to watch in these areas that have no knowledge of the game or no skin in the game. But anyway. Let's talk about stuff that viewers actually give a shit about.
All right, here we go.
So, that's all right. Philly fans suck anyway. I know, but if I was a Philly, let's say I was a season ticket holder, in Philadelphia, I'd be pissed.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I lose a game now, and the city loses that game of. all the vendors and stuff that survive on home game revenue, they lose that. It's a huge net negative for the local economies, but nobody talks about that. It's just there are people that feed their families because of the hard work that they do, like selling counterfeit hats and shit like that. Well, not a cat. So the NFL is just worried players will pick up a Brazilian tranny, post on X, and get arrested for racial ban. Yeah, I mean, really, if the USA had any balls at all, they would have said for the NFL, like, we're not going there.
I
You guys
know.
are anti-free speech.
Yeah.
Communist rule. Like, we're not going. Pac-Man says there's a license fee for the gold package. Milwaukee's $1,800 for 2 seats, and the Green Bay package is $2,400 for 2 seats. Okay, the seat license fee for gold package was $1,800. Yeah.
Oh.
So it's big money. That's just the license fee. You still have to pay for the ticket.
Oh wow.
It's that's why they're, Packers don't need anybody's money. Like they make it all in the stadium, and they're a global team. And anyway, so let's talk about. First of all, there's a big hullabaloo last night with a company called Tenet Media. I don't know if you had seen Tenet Media around.
I didn't even know what that was. Last night on my stream, I had somebody in a super chat say, "Did you see about Tenet Media in Russia funding?" And I was like, "Oh, I have no idea what this is." I don't.
So basically, Tenet Media is a Daily Wire competitor.
Oh.
A competitor to thepublica.com, which is fan funded, not Russian funded. Just kidding. Essentially, what the claim is first of all, it's owned by Lauren Chen and her husband, and apparently $10 million in funding came in from somebody who is actually Russian, but their name was Gregorian something or other, who wasn't even a real person.
Oh.
So first and foremost, it is an indictment, which is not a guilty verdict. This is one of the major misconceptions.
Okay.
People don't understand the difference. An indictment is just a formal piece of paper. So it would have to go to court. It would have to go to trial. It would have to go to court. It would have to, it means nothing. An indictment means nothing.
Right.
It's just for headlines. I mean, Donald Trump is indicted. Who gives a shit?
Right.
So they indict, the owners of the site. In that indictment, it says unequivocally that there is no evidence, first of all, of that any of that company's creators had any knowledge. Meaning, Tim didn't know, Matt Christensen didn't know, Taylor Hansen didn't know, Dave Baby Buying Rubin didn't know. So all the people who are featured in these thumbnails, or all this shit saying, "Oh, they're Russian assets," they aren't. There is no evidence whatsoever that they knew. There's also, more importantly, no evidence that they ever took the advice of these Russian assets and then presented a narrative. It would have been, the damning evidence, like, oh, Russian guy says, hey, you should do this. Then they, take creator do that. Then the creator makes the video. Then that's like connecting the dots that they had control.
Who's making these accusations? Like, who's
the Department of Justice?
Oh,
Department of Justice, yeah. The same Department of Justice that is, using lawfare against Trump.
Right.
That has unlawfully prosecuted January 6th protest. So yeah, nobody trusts the Department of Justice.
Yeah.
And OFP Boston, maybe baby, got in my head. It's been a while since maybe baby was in my head, but now it's in. Yeah. So just so like I give everyone the TLDR is basically it's only the indictment is that Lauren Chen and her husband knowingly took money from a Russian asset, which isn't even in and of itself illegal.
Right.
It is the Russian asset has a legal responsibility to declare itself as a Russian asset when they give money. So as far as I know, maybe Chad can correct me, Lauren Chen and her husband taking money from Russia is not illegal. It's no different than America taking money from Israel. Okay, like that's an inconvenient, an uncomfortable thing for people to hear, but it's no different. It's no different than all these media outlets. I mean, what's that leftist outlet? There's a leftist outlet that's almost completely funded by, is it not Skill Up? That's a YouTuber. Hold on, I don't want to, accidentally get this wrong. I did bookmark it.
Okay.
The point is there is right-leaning media, left-leaning media that have all taken money from international sources, and it doesn't even necessarily indicate anything's wrong. I guess I can't find it. There's like.
Oh, so there's like a left-leaning outlet that's funded by somebody.
Yeah. Maybe chat knows. not CNN. It's like some website. It's like a website that you see.
I'm just
like
glad I
Now
got
This or
all this
something.
mansplained to me because I didn't know what.
Yeah,
I was
that's
like,
good. Yeah, you're
oh,
welcome.
I don't know what all this is.
Yeah, you're welcome. Make me a sandwich.
All right.
For Elijah Schaefer on his live stream with Natalie Winters yesterday, Lauren Chen's phone was seized. I mean, Elijah Schaefer.
Well,
I mean, I don't know how reliable that is.
Evidence there.
Well, here's who like.
And also, her phone being seized doesn't mean anything unless they
they're
find
looking for
something on it.
Yeah, it's a fishing expedition. Now, if anybody broke the law, it would be if anybody did. It is not Tim Pool or Benny Johnson or any of these people. It's Lauren Chen here. AJ Plus. AJ Plus is a left-wing media outlet designed to create riots and chaos. It's funded by Qatar. I mean, it's small-time stuff. Yeah, so that like, there's a lot of these sites. Oh, hold on a second. Hey,
I don't have any country funding. Where maybe I can get Zimbabwe to fund me.
Yeah, hey, call a brother up. Uzbekistan. You know, like I'm good. You know what I thought was weird? This is
What?
actually weird to me. I mean, I have a good relationship with Lauren Chen.
Right.
Why they get Russia money and know me? Why they get Russia money and know me? Like, I've had Lauren on my show. I hung out with Lauren. We're friendly.
Barbecue ribs.
Yeah.
I didn't get any Russia money.
Macaroni and cheese.
$10 million.
Yeah.
Hey, Sal.
Well, some of the things.
Yes. I can get it.
Some of
Get
the
it back.
things. I mean, some of the money is fucking bonkers. They were
Oh.
paying, according to the Department of Justice, I think it was Tim, $100,000 a show.
What?
Am I remembering that right, Chad? It was like $100,000 a show or $100,000 a month for 4 shows.
Oh my
It was
goodness.
bonkers, the money. It was like $400,000 a month for, I think, the Culture War, which has like 4,000 live viewers. It's insane.
Wow.
And so, I think, again, I forget who is who. Sorry, I'm turning myself up there.
Okay, I moved my mic.
Yeah. No, it's me. Cooking Inferno says Sticks is late. Do you get caught 3 miles? Don't get caught 3 miles from home behind someone doing 35 and a 50 when cramps are bad. I'm down a set of clothes. Oh yeah, that does suck. Made it 20 feet away before the gates open. Oh no.
Oh, so I thought it was
a period thing.
That's what I thought too, and I'm like, oh wait.
Yeah. I don't know. You're gonna have to explain. Are you having a
Well,
heavy
that's
diarrhea?
period thing. Yeah. Which one is it? Because
Yeah.
I mean, you get cramps from both.
You have a wedge?
But you wouldn't lose a whole set of clothes from a period starting early. Plus, blood washes out if you just soak it. Like,
True,
you can soak it in cold
true.
water. Pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
AJ Plus is literally Al Jazeera. That's the AJ stands for. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. So the idea that like there's foreign money coming in, don't care. I'm more offended a bit. But there is absolutely, just so we're clear, all jokes aside, there is zero evidence that Tim, Benny, Matt Christensen, Taylor Hansen, or anybody
Mm-hmm.
like on a willingly or knowingly took direction from Russia to create content or a narrative. None.
Right.
The entire purpose of this indictment is to smear high-powered right-wing individual. That is the point of it. Nobody's going to jail. In my opinion, it's just as likely that the feds put the $10 million up to Lauren and honeypotted her as it is coming from Russia. I think, ultimately, by the way, if Lauren Chen had mysteriously offered me $50,000 a week from my show, I would too. I don't blame anybody.
Right.
It was soft serve after a night of Chinese takeout. Oof. Sometimes as we get older, everybody shits their pants. Okay, it's nothing to be afraid of or ashamed of.
True.
But sometimes, now that I'm older, I know what like are risky foods. So sometimes I'll pre-take an Imodium. Like I know if I'm traveling, I know I get bubble gut really bad.
Right.
And like I'll just pre-take an Imodium so I don't have to poop on a plane. Because let me tell you, when you're 6'5", 6'6", 300, you're not getting in there.
Right.
If you get in there, you're not. There is no contortion of your body where the poop comes out into the toilet. I cannot shit on an airplane. So whenever I travel, I have to take Imodium. Or like, if I were going to eat like Chinese food or if I was going to the state fair, I would pre-take an Imodium. Just so I would take the gut pain of constipation later.
Right.
Over the potential for disaster. You know? Yeah, those companies declare those monies as legally. Russian agent Chen took the money illegally. There's Russian sanctions. She's gonna sing or Gitmo it is. Yeah, lol, not a cat. I'm sick of these M-effing poops on this M-effing plane. Yeah. I had to poop on a plane one time, and that was the last time that I knew that it was like I might have to shit.
Never again.
Yeah. As of right now, there's no. I think the only people on the hook will be Lauren Chen and her husband, if they prove, because the DOJ is claiming, they also claim that people walking around and being guided by Capitol Police was an insurrection, but they're claiming that Lauren and her husband knew and purposely lied.
Right.
So if they can prove that, I mean, there's a couple of bad things that could probably happen. The first would be if you're Tim Benny or Tyler Hansen and you're negatively impacted by any of this, they could sue them.
Right.
Let's say Tim loses a big sponsorship or Tim gets demonetized by YouTube because he's Russian affiliated. Timcast could sue them. And he would be rightful to do so if they knowingly knew and lied.
Right.
The Department of Justice, the people that there was Sebastian Gorka came out and said, hey, they tried to give me a big pile of money too, but when I asked who the hell is funding this, they gave me some like half-assed answer, and so I said no. And so people are like, oh, Tim, you should vet your stuff more. Why? It's his friend, okay, who's offering him the money and says, hey, some idiot investor.
Yeah, if it's a friend who's doing it, then there's some level of trust that you already have there. If I just got a random email, for example, that was saying, hey, we want to give you a $50,000 per Go Boom episode, then I would be like, why? I would be a little suspicious. But if a friend had this big media company,
if I came to you and I was like, hey, I'm starting the public, I'll give you, $10,000 a show. For Go Boom, you would be like,
I wouldn't even question. I'd be like, all right,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's
so it's
just
different.
And I think like the big money is part of like why people didn't question it. I mean, if it's true that Tim Pool is getting $100,000 per episode for the culture war,
right?
I mean, the example I used is D Live. So D Live was a Chinese-owned Twitch alternative.
Right.
They came to me in my inbox and were like, hey, will you stream on our website? We'll give you $5,000 a week. I think it was $5,000 a week.
I think they reached out to me before.
I was like,
too. It wasn't that much money, but
$5,000 a week is more, more than I make on YouTube. So I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, I will. And then like people are like, yeah, but it's a Chinese-owned app. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Right.
Like if it was 500, I could afford to say no. But for $5,000, I could feed my family. And you know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
Exactly.
No, of course I'm taking that money.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm saying China good.
Right.
So,
I mean, I've had like what was that? The game Hero Wars or one of those mobile
I don't
games.
care about
Can
those.
you do a sponsored read or like a sponsored segment for this mobile game? And the agencies from China, it's like, sure, I'll talk about a mobile game.
Don't care. Yeah.
Yeah.
My viewers know the deal. I take all the mobile games. I don't care. I legitimately give a fuck. Because it's like those mobile games will pay you several $1,000s for an ad read, and I view my viewers as adults. So, like, and plus, like, for a long time, stuff like Raid and all this kind of stuff, $100,000 a week and he's still bald. Yeah, that's perhaps the biggest him, man. You could get, you could look at Elon level hair plugs, which are, you can't even tell. And like, if he's got $100,000, Jeremy's for the app streets. I am. I have like 2 rules, like miracle cure-alls and gambling or crypto. I don't do. In fact, I can tell you, my assistant took an ad read for me just recently, and it was a lot of money. And I was like, wow, what's this? Check this. I saw that there's like X dollars wired into my bank account.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's this for? And she's like, oh, you just have to talk about this product. They sent me the product. I was like, wow, okay, cool, fine. Then I get on the call and they're like, well, we want you to tell people about our stock and then how great it is and how undervalued it is. And I'm like, I'm not doing that.
No.
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to tell my viewers to invest in the stock market. And then they were like, well, what about some more money? What about this? I could have doubled the money that they offered me.
Wow.
And it was a lot. It was like I could go buy Cybertruck money. And I was like, no.
Wow. So
like, even I have my rules. I'll do mobile games all day long. If you're stupid enough to spend $20,000 on WWE Legends, that's on you. If they pay me a couple grand to promote their app, I don't care.
Right.
But I won't do gambling. The crypto money's insane. I've turned down offers $40,000, $50,000, $60,000.
That's true.
To promote
I
crypto
refuse
gambling.
to do those.
I won't do it.
Yeah.
So people want to get mad about established titles or something. Please, you have no idea the amount of money I've turned down for apps that really take advantage of people.
Yeah.
You bought a goofy gag gift, not a big deal. I didn't get hooked on gambling. The White Trash Panda says Tim is afraid of Dankula style hair plugs using pubes. That's true. When is Tism coming back? Hold on a second. I have to take this. Can you hold it down?
Okay, I got it.
Hello?
Hey guys, anybody in chat want to chat? Oh, people are saying Dr. Disrespect made a tweet. Let me see. He doesn't have himself muted. I wish I could mute him. Oh, he said bye.
Yeah, sorry. I thought it was my mom.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, because it looked like her number, and I'm really bad. I don't save anybody's numbers on my phone, not even my own mom.
That's funny.
So I thought it was my mom, and I was like, fuck, my mom knows I'm live.
Right.
So if my mom's calling me during a live stream, there's something really bad,
Right.
But it wasn't. It was just a number that was close to my mom's number. Actually, now I'm looking to see who it even was because I don't know who they are. Oh yeah, okay, now I know.
Okay.
Tenant. But yeah, I do have my rules. I know people will make fun of me for doing some of the ad reads, especially in some of the ones that are a little more out there. But I just don't really care. But because I can't control the ads that feed before me or after me. I won't do gambling ads. I won't do crypto ads, and I won't do miracle cure ads where there's a ton of money. Tinnitus. Do you know what tinnitus is, Melanie?
I'm not sure.
It's it comes when you damage your ears, and there's no known cure to it. I have it in my right ear. From I played in a band when I was young, and I didn't wear earplugs, and so there's always a ringing in my ear. Now it's not that bad. I don't have it that bad. Some people have it very bad.
Ooh.
And there are people that were like, "Oh, our tinnitus cure," blah 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 blah, and people are so desperate because it's maddening. It's like
goodness
all the time,
Yeah.
But some of those people come around and they've got huge money, and I won't do them. I mortgaged my house for established titles. I believe you. Yeah, good thing you have 1 square inch of land that you can move into. Okay. Will Tim Pool have to get a face tattoo if he goes to prison? Tim's going to be clean. All these guys are clean. The DOJ even said they didn't know. Someone called me. Tim says late, but after I got the NFL app, I watch a lot of live games and every game after they play. Not bad. Yeah, then you can watch without commercials. So that's definitely a thing. Remdog1138 on X says, "Hey folks, today's cartoon addresses Merrick Garland's red herring. X account Remdog1138. Gonna send a chicken recipe to Tailgates for Trump. Suggestions for tomorrow's cartoon? ? Seem to be creatively constipated. Well, perhaps you could talk to Cooking Inferno, who things seem to be sliding right out for them. So, what about the miracle water from Peter Popoff? What's that? I know there's something called Miracle Mineral Solution. That's a fake cure for malaria, I think.
Oh.
It's basically just bleach. in water.
Oh.
And there are huge organizations that sell it, and this guy has existed on YouTube forever selling it.
Right.
And they do all these weird like medical experiments on like kids in Africa about it. So Jeremy, you should do cornrows and mutton chops. No.
That would be an interesting look for you,
Yeah.
I will say.
If I grow my hair out long, here's what you can all know. If you suddenly start seeing my hair get really long, I'm getting hair plugs. Just know that. All right. I don't have enough hair to do cornrows.
You
but if
just
you suddenly see
told
it, like,
on
really
yourself
long,
when you get
I
your,
wouldn't care.
when you get your Russia money.
Yeah, I know. That's right. Well, I wouldn't care. I would totally own it. What's the difference? You know what I mean?
That's
Like,
true. It's
who
like,
gives a shit?
oh
It's
yeah,
2024.
sweet, I just made a lot of money. I got hair plugs. Rad.
Yeah. Well, like the richest man in the world has hair plugs.
That's true.
You know,
I think it's even more embarrassing to pretend like
Yes.
to try to hide it. But if you're just like, oh, sweet, I'm getting hair plugs, then it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah. Dave
Okay.
Portnoy doesn't hide it.
Getting full.
His look pretty
Right.
good.
Yeah.
Cooking Inferno says it's water in a ketchup packet the evangelist was selling during the lockdowns. Yeah, that sounds like about the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, that shit I would never do. And they make a ton of money. So like a guy like that would probably be offering $10, $20, $30, $40,000 for an ad read. I just won't do it. If you ever see me doing like a crypto ad or something like that, know that times are tough. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the story with Tenet. Essentially, the only people that appear to be on the hook is Lauren and her husband, and we don't even know. You know, the phone seizure thing. I mean,
That
I
doesn't
don't
mean
know how
anything
they know
unless
that.
they find something. I don't like to automatically believe something bad of people,
Yeah,
especially
right.
people I like, and I like Lauren Chin. So I definitely am going
She's taken a
to.
weird turn. Have you watched her content lately?
I haven't, no, but
She took a hard turn into repeal the 19th. Yes, I know, chat.
I
Dave.
disagree with her on that. I want to be able to
She's
vote.
telling people, she's telling people not to vote for Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because of him pushing pushing abortion back to the states.
Right.
She took like this weird hard turn. I understand.
Because
you
I
know?
did go through a time I was like, I don't even know if I'm going to vote at all, but I never was encouraging people not to vote for him, because even if I didn't in my conscience feel comfortable voting for him, I would still want people who will vote. I would rather them vote for him than Kamala. So yeah, it's a tough, that kind of stuff is tough for Christians and to figure out, like, okay, like my conscience needs to be clear on this. So I do understand that. The whole repeal the 19th thing, though, I do disagree. I think, it's like, okay, well, in a perfect world, if there wasn't all this craziness going on, we got gender wars, we got all this stuff. If society was like it used to be and men were the breadwinners and women were staying at home and all that, then it's like, and women weren't in the workforce at all, then it's like, okay, well, that makes sense that men would be the ones voting. But in this case, women are working, and it's, to me, it doesn't make sense to say women shouldn't vote when women are working and are relating to the workforce and stuff. It's like, okay, then you can't vote off the basis that you're a woman. There needs to be more to it than just, you can't vote because this is your gender. It's like, well, are you not contributing to society at all, or this or that? Even though I think a lot of these women vote stupid,
a lot of men do too. A lot of men voted for Joe Biden.
That's the thing is you still can't take people's freedoms away, even if it's something you disagree with. Same thing with I would rather have freedom and have people do things I don't like. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I think that's a slippery slope.
Yeah, I would 100% get behind requiring people to pass a civics test. I would do that kind of stuff. But the idea that just because they're a woman, they shouldn't vote is just retarded. When people like Jack Black and Kyle Gass and Mark Hamill exist, who are actually out there actively promoting socialism. You can't tell me that some base chick who wants to vote for Trump shouldn't be allowed to vote. Jeremiah Allen says, Jeremy, come to the Trump rally in Mosinee. I'm driving 2.5 hours from northern Wisconsin. You can make it in 3 hours from the south. I'll buy you Culver's. Also go Steelers. There's a Culver's like 3 miles from my house, so I don't know. But I will say, I asked my mom if she wants to go. I'm waiting to hear back. If she wants to go, I'll take her. And it's only like 2 hours and 15 minutes from here, but I have to try to get in touch with somebody. Like, I would be extra incentivized if I could get press credentials. So I do have some connections at the RNC. So maybe I could get press credentials. Like, I think that'd be a cool experience for my mom to like be like up close, you know, and have backstage access and stuff like that. Plus Trump Jr. knows who I am. Like, we've met, and like he might be like, it might be kind of cool. Cooking Inferno says, I signed my friends up so they got on the hook for donation constantly. Oh, nice. Somebody says it's only a 2-minute video, Jeremy. What are you talking about? Telling me to watch a video? I scrolled all the way up to try and get what you were talking about, but I couldn't see it. Stormtrooper says, Machba dollars. And just that. Okay. So, no one has confirmed that they are men. Trump needs to return all the land that Obama stole during his term. What? Are you talking about foreclosures? Yeah, I do like backstage access. That's right. 1 week a month. Okay, so anyway, I like that one went right over.
I get a lot of these.
Stay pure. Don't say anything, chat. Yeah. So there's this weird thing going on. Oh wait, let's talk about a little bit of this video. So for people that know, you know, Donald Trump has been getting, basically politically persecuted for some amount of time, and most people believe that it was completely politically motivated. Mm-hmm. And Steven Crowder's team, basically honeypot, it sounds like a cute young girl, out on a date here with a chief in the Department of Justice, admitting that the whole thing is nonsense.
You're stacking charges and rearranging.
It's kind of hard to hear.
Nonsense. To perversion of justice. To make him a convict, a convicted felon. That's his status. He's a convicted felon. It's a travesty of justice, a mockery of justice.
Here. Unwitting whistleblower? Yeah. Nicholas Biasi is the Chief of Public Affairs for the Department of Justice's Southern District of New York. Something you may be familiar with, and the most prominent federal trial court in America.
Those felonies did nothing to stop Trump from running.
No, in fact, they made him more relevant.
Did that backfire?
So he's saying, if you can't hear her, she's like, he admits, they're just trying to make him a convict so people don't vote for him. Oh. And then the chick's like, and he's like, but all it did was make him more relevant. And she's like, it backfired. And he's like, yep.
And the whole thing is disgusting. They're just out to get him. And that's why he's serving in the office. It's a perversion of justice. You're stacking charges and rearranging things just to make it fit a case.
So this guy at the DOJ says he thinks the case is nonsense. At Trump's appeal,
wow.
Do you know you uploaded the wrong vid for your Amazon story, Jeremy? Damn it, Maggie. Hold on a second. She's got to slow down. I'm going to have to yell at her later. Okay. You're talking about on Rumble, I assume. Where was this? Is it camera in her cleavage or pendant? It looks like it could be.
Staring at it though. You'd see I call the camera the whole time.
let me tell you a little something about men, Melanie. There could be a blinking light and the camera could be actively zooming in and zooming out. If there's boobs around it, we're not seeing it. It's getting right. That's not going to happen.
They're all political. So yeah, this guy's probably going to try to lock him up, and it's going to be ugly. They're so obsessed with getting him.
Who is they?
Before he decided to prosecute Trump, did you know who he was? You do now.
So he's saying the only reason Alvin Bragg prosecuted Trump is to get famous. Again, just so we're clear, this guy works in the same building. This guy is a chief at the Department of Justice that prosecuted Trump.
I'm not sure what he wants to be, but I know he's not happy just being the DA of New York County. So Alvin's very ambitious. Every real estate person in New York does what he did. Nobody's ever been charged with this.
Mr. Biasi is just saying the quiet part out loud. The part that unfortunately matters. Lawfare? Yes, because Biasi openly says so. The ones from Alvin Bragg are a particular perversion of justice. How do you know? Because Biasi says so, and he's known him for 15 years.
New York does what he did. Nobody's ever been charged with this. It's all him.
He's saying every real estate person in New York, I cut it off, but I watched it. So I know
Right. Okay.
every real estate person in New York has done what Trump did, and nobody was ever charged with it until Trump. So this guy's literally, I mean, like, they should go to the New York Supreme Court or the federal Supreme Court and just play this video.
Yeah.
Like, are we done here? Are we done here? Like, this is dropping. By the way, Trump is due to be sentenced in, I think, 13 days. So, like,
okay.
There's no way they can sentence him now. Like,
right.
They should just go and be like, yeah, are we good? You're gonna drop all this stuff, right? We're good? Like, this is bonkers. There's no way this would hold up at a federal level.
Right.
And that's why, like, the surging of the police is, you know, it's a perversion of justice.
Those felonies did nothing to stop Trump from running.
No, in fact, they made him more relevant.
Did that backfire?
Sure did.
And that was that Alvin Bragg's choice to do that? Or why?
He's very ambitious.
What do you mean?
He wants to be, you know, something. I don't know what. Mayor. I'm not sure.
In prison.
Wow.
Like, this guy isn't just some underling. You know, he's a chief at the DOJ. He's speaking to very specifically how the Department of Justice in New York is working. Basically, this is a win-win for Trump. One, if they do the right thing, they would overturn it. I don't believe they will do the right thing, but it's what it is. What will likely happen is they will sentence him, but they will give him the minimum sentence and hope this goes away. That's what will likely happen. And if they try to jail him, people will riot in the streets. And he will win the election in a 48-state landslide. So dropping this 60 days before the election, at worst, it negates anybody who's like, well, he's a felon. He's just playing this video. Like, is he though?
Right.
Here's people that charged him admitting that no, he's not. That they bent the rules to try and just get him over everybody else. First of all, a huge shout out to Crowder and his team.
They usually coordinate with each
There's
other.
no way. Like, there's no way they
I don't
try to
think he
put him
does.
in jail. I'm telling
I
you.
mean,
I know that
we know
Black Trump supporters are saying that. They're saying, oh, New York's already got the National Guard there. That's not for the Trump trial. That's not for another 2 weeks. They're there to deal with the migrant problem that they won't admit is an issue. Putting him in jail would be unprecedented, although most of the stuff is.
Yeah.
He's a nonviolent offender, a first-time offender. You would never put him in prison. There would be no case for that. given, they literally let people out who push people on the subway tracks the same day. So there would be no legal precedent to lock him up. There would be massive backlash. Like there would be mass unrest. I'll put it that way.
Mhm.
And that's putting it extremely kindly. So what I predict will happen is they'll go forward with the sentencing. They'll sentence him to like a big fine, which Trump doesn't care about. And then they'll try quietly move on. He also talks about in this interview the Georgia case, and calls that a sham too. I think that's coming up.
What he wants to be, but I know he's not happy just being the DA of New York County. So this is like before he decided to prosecute Trump. Did you know who he was? You do now.
What was the point of even doing it then?
To make him a convict,
Make him what?
a convicted felon.
What if he can still run for presidency and
Yeah, but it affects his scouts. He's a convicted felon.
I was trying to count who else, because I was like, I wonder like how many are against him.
I love how men are so fucking stupid. Oh God.
This girl's doing a good job, though.
She's doing a good job. She's getting good video and good audio.
Yeah.
But they give it all up for but a crumb of pussy. Like entire empires have been toppled for vagina.
I mean, this is true. Look at Samson and Delilah in the Bible too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's time after time after time in the Bible. Women are the weakness of men. And yeah.
These guys, they feed him a couple drinks, they wear a couple, and they try to.
Is this the what do you call this room here?
Put up the opportunity
It's computer
or the
room,
likelihood
mainly.
that you might feel some of those sweet walls.
Oh, for what you're going to name him?
By the way,
that's fine.
This goes for pussy too, because a lot of these.
That's true. That one gay guy.
The gay guy was literally trying to have sex with James O'Keefe, and like he was so horny he didn't notice it was James O'Keefe until he took off literally only his glasses.
So that's why that makes it believable. Superman is validated that people didn't know that he was Clark Kent because we've seen this in real time.
Yeah. Quick thing Inferno says, I was going to say, if Trump does go to prison, there will be hell to pay. Not in the cities. I wouldn't want to be a rural Democrat. Yes, it'll be very bad. Jeremy's not thinking outside of the box enough. Just because there's no way doesn't mean they won't do it. I know there's an element of the Trump base that is so black-pilled. I'm just not there yet. Maybe I'll join you there. Basically, everything that's happened up to this point, you could have said 4 months before that there is no way that this would have happened, and then it happened. So maybe. Raven Black Dove, I saw your comment in locals. They have set the bar so high for excellence and then take it away. The other brand's gunpowder green tea is bland compared to yours. I might be bringing it back. I'm in discussions to bring back 2 of our teas, our 2 best sellers. We just didn't sell enough tea to make it worth it. But the gunpowder green tea sold well enough that we could probably bring it back. They are not black-pilled. They are just realists. No, there's a huge difference between being black-pilled and being a realist. Black-pilled is assuming the worst will happen automatically.
Right.
Being a realist is accepting it as a possibility. The window says, are Democrats just secretly cartoon supervillains? They're literally monologue their evil plans. Like, damn, you think you just shut up? Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm saying, but vagina. White Trash Panda says, a little extra cash to apologize for talking too much. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, this like the vagina is real. And by the way, huge shout out. Emerald Med. Let's see. I want to share a story real quick about a family that's supporting this channel. 6 years ago, they had a brother who returned from Afghanistan with pretty severe injuries. He basically turned into a shell of who he used to be. At the same time, one of his brothers was diagnosed with something that less than 1,000 people in the U.S. have and was given just a few months to live because of things. I use the word, quote, things, since the FDA won't let us mention any specifics. Several people suggested CBD to them as a products, but nothing helped. They kind of realized what they wanted didn't exist, so they created what they wished existed. They started making it to help family and friends have CBD that they knew was as clean and powerful as humanly possible. Doctors started asking to carry it, and it just took off. Now they speak at medical conventions and others across the U.S. But most companies have 1 to 10 compounds in CBD oil. Their oil has 50 plus compounds. They make balms, gummies, pet products, etc. They're called Emerald Med. You should check these guys out. If you get CBD from them and don't notice a difference, they'll provide you a refund. You want to support the company that supports our channel and support Rumble? Need a source for CBD that's real? Click that.
Well, I have the same ad.
You have the app?
No.
No?
Not
You
like
guys
it
still the login for the Total Connect app?
No. Not at the will. Yeah, let me show it to you.
So we can do without knowing the password, we could reset it.
To the app?
Yeah. We can give you guys a new password.
No, the Total Connect. Is that something on your phone you download from the store?
Hey, the guys from Guardian are here. Do you have the login for the Total Connect app? The login for the Total Connect app? Yeah, for the cameras here. Yeah, Guardian's here. Okay. Let me know. She's gonna get it. Call me back.
Yeah, it's probably the same app they use to disarm the alarm system. Somebody's got it.
Yeah. Okay, no share story real quick. Families or panel 6 years ago they had a brother who returned from Afghanistan. And we just heard that whole thing. He basically turned into a shell he used to be. 1,000 people in the US have. 7 people's resistant CB to them. This sounds like a CBD. I'll put this whole thing in my description.
Joint aches, support quality sleep, or even daytime calm. They're worth a try at least once. Just click the link below and use the code for 40% off. Yeah, shout out CBD. I use it every day. So shout out to that. Dang it, Jeremy. Oh yeah, Crud Muffin says, hey guys, I have a hot news tip. I heard Tim Walz and Kamala Harris travel to rallies separately because they fight over who gets to lick the windows on the bus. Can someone at the Publica look into the validity of this claim? I will, yeah. Cooking Inferno says vagina is the best. Yes. Vagina is awesome. Boobs are great too.
I think it's called warfare.
Yes.
That's what I've gathered from that.
That is what they call it.
So how does this even happen? How
This
can
girl
it happen?
seems
How
much
can
younger
the
than
local
him, by the way.
and state level
I
courts
know.
try President Trump with more ease and less red tape than the federal courts? That doesn't seem right to the uninitiated, but you are the uninitiated. Good thing Biasi isn't.
I mean, at the federal level where I work, there is a 90-day rule where you can't make any decisions
on cases that are going to affect an election. That rule does not apply at the state level because the state level is like Wild West. They're like idiots. They don't care. They're all political. So yeah, this guy's probably going to try to lock them up.
So, he thinks he's going to try to lock them up.
Oh.
What do these honeypot reporters actually look like? Wouldn't you question Hot Girl actually being interested in your job or James O'Keefe in a wig?
Yes, I can.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Vagina. All right. Guys will convince themselves of all sorts of things to feel the vagina. This guy probably does think this woman's interested. She probably told him, oh, she's an attorney. She wants to get in the attorney general's office. She's looking for a mentor. This guy's
Big
probably
bosses
like,
had more
I
than
can get my wiener wet.
Hey, Brandon.
And that's how this stuff happens.
That's the thing too, is a lot of women will trade their
By the way, a
looks
lot of
and
women
youth.
will. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
they'll
yes,
trade
yes.
their looks and youth for a guy with status and money, who can either be like a sugar daddy type situation or just a guy who can help her get what she wants with whatever her goals are.
Absolutely. Great point.
Yeah. So they know this. He knows this in the back. He knows it's a transaction. Even if this wasn't a honeypot, he would know in the back of his mind, okay, this is a transaction. I'm old, but I've got status and money, and this is what's going on here. Yeah.
She's 100% right. I mean, look at every NFL, NBA, or Major League
Yeah.
Baseball owner's girlfriends. They're like 20 years old. Look at Leonardo DiCaprio. He's dating 18-year-olds for crying out loud.
Yep.
It is a transaction that these women are willingly entering, and it's not okay. But these men absolutely know.
Yep.
He knows that she just wants. Guys will know, guys will know they're being played and still play.
Right.
Like, guys absolutely will. They're like, oh, she's just trying to play me, or she's trying to get something from me, but maybe she'll suck me off. So maybe it's okay, or whatever the case is. Guys are gross. Girls, I assume. I mean, I know for a fact that there are like women producers in Hollywood that make dudes like the casting couch for women is real.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, like they are definitely making young, attractive men have sex with them for jobs. That happens.
Yep, that too.
I don't know how often it happens, like in the business world, like this, but those women are out there perving on their assistants, their employees.
Right.
They're women in power who are sleeping with
see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me, cause she got a bad little waist. And we tearing down this place, off the liquor that we chase. Got some egos to the face, baby I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine,